A note from the author. Meanwhile in Thebes. If you are reading the Orion War series and have not read Attack on Thebes, I recommend pausing here and reading that book first to avoid spoilers below. If you are not reading that series, then this will give you a recap of the events in that crossover book. At the very end of Rika Triumphant, we were introduced to Tanis Richards, a woman who was stranded on Pyrrha, the primary habitable world in the Albany system. Tanis is the leader of a new group Rika has never heard of before, a coalition of allies who are trying to stop an empire known as Orion from sweeping across the inner stars. To Rika's surprise, the Nietzscheans are a proxy nation that Orion is using, and they want to capture Tanis Richards very badly. When Rika arrives at the Albany system, she teams up with Tanis's people and leads a daring rescue where she manages to save Tanis, though for the most part, Tanis has managed to save herself. Rika sees Tanis do things that seem impossible for a human to achieve, and what's more, she witnesses levels of technology that are beyond any she has dreamt of. Though the Nietzscheans sent the largest fleet Rika had ever seen into the Albany system, a force of over 70,000 vessels, the Allies defeat that fleet, suffering minimal losses. As the story opens, Rika is aboard one of the docking bays of a ship in the Intrepid Space Force, the primary element of the Allied forces. Though her dreadnought, the Fury Lance, is a 4-kilometer-long behemoth, it is able to dock within the ISS Carthage's docking bay, a feat that has left Rika in nearly as much amazement as what she witnessed Tanis do on the planet below. And so, we begin the next phase of Rika's journey. Commander. Meeting the Admiral. Stellar date 08.28.8949, adjusted years. Location A1 Docking Bay, Carthage. Region Pyrrha, Albany System, Thebes, Septhian Alliance. Rika held Chase in a fierce embrace, unconcerned about harming him thanks to the armor he wore. She was only dimly aware of Barn and Leslie speaking beside them while she pressed her forehead into Chase's temple. "You good?" Chase asked after a few moments, his voice a hoarse whisper in her ear. "Yeah." Rika gave a slight nod. "I'm good." Chase pulled back and met Rika's eyes. "Even though I knew you made it to the Derringer, when that dropship got blown away, I almost pissed myself." Rika chuckled. "You and me both. Not that I can." "I just pictured you springing a leak," Barnes said with a gravelly laugh. Rika glanced at Barn and tapped him on the shoulder with the barrel of her GNR. "My only leak comes out of this." Barn laughed harder. "Now I'm thinking of your DPUs just sliding out of the barrel and plopping on the deck like jelly." Leslie shook her head and looked like she was going to slap Barn upside the head. She didn't, but her tail was twitching angrily. "When are you going to grow up, Barn?" "This is me grown up. You should have seen me when I was younger." Rika looked up and shook her head before glancing at the Fury Lance further down the dock. "The other 4 ships still out there?" Chase nodded. "Yeah, they're inside this behemoth's stasis shields, though, the thought of which is nuts, I might add." Rika gestured toward the dock car Barn and Chase had used. "Come on, we need to get back out there and rejoin the fight. The Neats are going to try to destroy Pyrrha while they run off with their tails between their legs." "You mean destroy it more?" Barn grunted. "Barn, really?" Nikki asked. "Rika," a commanding voice called out from behind her. Rika turned to see Tanis approaching, appearing alert and in complete control of herself. A far cry from the unconscious woman Rika had carried to the dropship less than an hour ago. "I owe you and yours a deep debt of gratitude," Tanis said as she approached, accompanied by Priscilla and 2 other women. One of the newcomers looked like a near clone of Tanis, but the other had far darker skin and appeared to have no genetic ties to the Admiral. Still, both of these 2 stood closer than Priscilla, and Rika got the sense that they were family. "She seems so normal," Nikki commented, and Rika couldn't help but agree. She had expected Tanis to glow, or talk like she had 1,000 voices. The woman exuded a command presence like no other leader Rika had ever seen. But other than that, she seemed perfectly normal. Rika smiled and held out her left hand. "Admiral Richards, I'm glad to see you're doing better. You were in rough shape back on the planet. I imagine doing an impression of a starship engine is exhausting. No pun intended." Tanis's eyes widened a fraction, and Rika wondered how she felt about what had happened in Jersey City. From what Priscilla had told her, what Rika had witnessed was not something Tanis, or anyone for that matter, had done before. At least, not that anyone knew of. The hint of surprise on Tanis's face disappeared, replaced by a wry smile as she said, "I was feeling a bit of burnout." Rika gave a soft laugh, but it faded as Tanis's expression grew serious once more. "I am deeply sorry about General Mill and Captain Ayer," she said. "I feel somewhat responsible for what happened to them. They died honorably." There was guilt in the Admiral's eyes, and compassion. It was heartening to see it displayed so clearly from someone in such an elevated position. Rika shook her head, a gesture meant to absolve Tanis of any guilt. This was a war against a vile enemy. The only constant was the loss of good people. "You may have been the catalyst, ma'am," Rika said solemnly, "but the blame lies with traitors in the Septian and Theban governments. What happened here was going to occur sooner or later anyway." Tanis reached up and tucked her hair behind her ears. "You're probably right about that. We'll have to determine how deep that sickness goes." The response surprised Rika, but in a good way. She had feared that Tanis and her incredible space force would leave once the battle was won, but the Admiral's words indicated otherwise. "What are your plans here, then?" Rika asked. Tanis glanced up and down Rika's body before replying, appearing to approve of what she saw, and maybe gauging her value as a part of the fight before replying. "First, we're going to finish off the Neets. There's still a battle raging around us, though one can barely tell from in here. Then we'll restore this system to order, and summon Prime Minister Harmon to see what he has to say for himself." "I like having allies like this," Rika said to Nikki. Nikki snorted a laugh. "Right? She talks about summoning the Septian PM like she's ordering lunch." While Rika and Nikki commented on the statement privately, Barn barked a laugh. "This I would love to see. The PM coming here with his tail between his legs." "Barn, stow it," Rika said, making a slicing motion through the air with her left hand. Tanis didn't seem bothered, and a smile formed on her lips as she regarded the first sergeant. "As far as I can tell, Septia recently lost Pyrrha, maybe all of Thebes, not to mention that it was never really theirs in the first place. I'm not entirely certain that we should cede it back to them." It was Rika's turn to smile. "I like the way you think, Admiral." Tanis placed a hand on Rika's shoulder. "No Admiral for you. To you, Rika, I am Tanis. I look forward to speaking with you further. I think we can benefit one another greatly." Rika felt a flush rise on her cheeks and gave a small nod. "Of course, Tanis. I look forward to that too. Now that we've found the likes of the ISF, we're not keen to run off on our own anytime soon." "Except that we need to get back out there," Chase interjected. "There's still a fight to be had and a world to save." Tanis glanced at Chase and gave a curt nod. "There is. I need to get to the bridge." Rika couldn't agree more. As much as she wanted to learn more about Tanis, they couldn't stand around in the dock while good people risked their lives. "We'll speak again soon, I hope, Tanis." Tanis gave another of her crisp nods. "You can count on it. Just don't get blown up out there." Rika snorted, a malicious grin forming on her face. "Killed by Neets? Very unlikely." "Good." Tanis turned toward another dock car, and Rika looked up as the drop ships flew out of the Derringer to the Fury Lance. Rika gestured to the ship. "Looks like everyone else is on the ball. Let's catch up." Into the Maelstrom. Stellar date 08.28.8949. Adjusted years. Location, Fury Lance, A1 Docking Bay, Carthage. Region, Pyrrha, Albany System, Thebes, Septian Alliance. Rika strode onto the bridge of the Fury Lance and nodded to Lieutenant Heather. "You been taking good care of my girl, Smalls?" Heather snapped off a crisp salute. "She's tip-top, Captain, ready to get back out there." Rika raised an appraising eyebrow at Heather. "Tip-top, you say? I could have sworn I saw a few holes in the Lance as I came aboard." Heather shrugged as she rose from the command seat. "Just some kisses from the Neats. I rebuffed their advances with maximum prejudice." "They seem to kiss with some intensity," Chase said from behind Rika. She turned to see that Barn and Leslie had followed him onto the bridge. "Everyone accounted for?" "All teams are aboard," Barn replied. "Those who are still with us." Rika nodded solemnly. Though no mechs died in the deployment to Pyrrha, the dropship that had been lost on the way back up had contained 7 of their people. A loss Rika was looking forward to repaying in kind. "We lost General Mill and Captain Ayer to the Neats," she said quietly, looking from person to person on the bridge, noting how dark Barnes' expression became. "Admiral Richard said they died honorably, but we know differently. There's no honor in a death at the hands of a Nietzschean. Their honor was in their lives and what they did for their people and for the Marauders." Leslie shook her head. "If the old man is dead, then do the Marauders still even exist?" Rika took a step toward Leslie and clapped a hand on her shoulder. "They do. We do. We're the Marauders." "Rika's Marauders," Heather shouted, and the others repeated the call. Blushing, Rika sat in the command chair. Okay. Save it for when this is over. For now, let's get back out there." Heather took the pilot seat, and Leslie settled into the comm station. 2 chiefs from the Golden Lark, Garth and Ona, sat at the weapons and scan consoles. And Rika felt a burst of fear. "Shit, I totally forgot about the Lark in the dream," she said privately to Nikki. "Don't worry. I found them when Mel gave us access to the ISF BattleNet. They've taken positions in the rear guard of the ISF First Fleet's formation." Rika resisted the urge to swear aloud. "Are they okay? Rear guard or not, that's within spitting distance of thousands of Nietzschean ships. Sorry, yeah, I should have led with that. They've taken some light damage, but are still in the fight." "That's a relief," Rika replied as she settled into the command chair. "Tim may be a raging asshole, but he's our raging asshole. Plus, I really like Captain Penny. And we're going to need Carson's body shop to put all you mechs back together again." Rika considered the stealth coating that lay over topper armor, what the ISF's Colonel Smith had referred to as Mark X flow armor. "Not so sure about that. I wonder if these ISF people could do just as well." Chase and Barn left the bridge to review troop strength and ready the mechs for any boarding action. And Rika's thoughts turned to what she'd learned from Priscilla and the ISF Marines during their flight through the Albany system. Specifically, something Priscilla had said. "Rika, restoring your organic body isn't so simple I'd call it trivial, but it's certainly not noteworthy. If you wanted it, in a few days you could look exactly as you did the day they first changed you." Although Rika had always believed she would want to become fully human again someday, Priscilla's statement had completely blindsided her. Priscilla hadn't been talking about getting a passably well-made organic body at some point in the future. She had been talking about getting a perfect body this week. And the thought of such a thing had horrified Rika, and she still didn't know why. "Lifting off the cradle," Heather announced, as the Fury Lance eased into the air and moved toward the far end of the dock, which was a kilometer-wide gaping portal leading into space. Leslie shook her head, laughing as the Fury Lance coasted through the dock. "You realize that the Lance is the biggest ship I've ever been on, and these people have a docking cradle inside a ship that can hold it." Heather glanced back at Rika. "In all fairness, we settled onto 4 cradles, but your point is well made. If you consider that we first annotated the Fury Lance as Big Daddy, what does that make the Carthage?" Rika snorted. "Grand, Pappy." As they spoke, the 4-kilometer hull of the Fury Lance emerged from the Carthage's dock and set off once again into the black. "Stars, that feels good. I was getting claustrophobic in there," Heather said, stretching her arms out before turning the ship, and applying thrust to bring them into formation with the other 4 Marauder-controlled Nietzschean ships they'd seized in the Hercules system. "How could you be claustrophobic in there?" Leslie asked. Heather snorted, the RR-3 shoulders rolling as she laughed. "Leslie, I was being ironic." "Oh, I couldn't tell with your robot voice." "Oh, Burn?" Heather cried out. "I think the effects of your little burgeoning romance with Barn are starting to show." Rika glanced at Leslie, curious what her reaction would be, but the black-skinned woman's face didn't even twitch as she replied, "Smalls, I've been working with Barn for years. Our whatever is not responsible for his crass ways seeping into my mind. This is just the result of long-term exposure." The RR-3 shook her head. "Sure thing, cat girl. Keep telling yourself that." Rika shook her head, the 2 women's banter bringing a smile to her lips as she placed Pyrrha and a light second space around her on the main holo. Despite the fact that the ISF fleet and its allies were decimating the Neets across the battle space, the region around Pyrrha was a different story. Here, the Carthage, Derringer, and 5 ships under Rika's command were a small grouping of green dots in a sea of red. Granted, the Carthage was laying waste to the enemy with a brutal efficiency Rika couldn't have imagined. The Fury Lance's tactical NSAI couldn't even fully quantify the number of offensive weapons on the Carthage. The indicator simply read 10,000 plus. "We've received a section of the battle space to clear, from Admiral Tanis of all people," Nikki announced and put the coordinates on the holo. "Is that strange?" Heather asked. "Isn't she in charge?" "Yeah, I guess," Nikki replied. "But an hour ago, Rika was carrying her unconscious body onto a dropship. I'm just surprised that she's taken command so quickly. She can't even be at their bridge yet. Well, she's not exactly normal." Rika shrugged as she examined the sector they'd been assigned. "Looks like there's a tight formation of Neets who are launching missiles at the surface as they run. The Carthage is taking out the missiles," Nikki advised. "But the Neets have their shields overlapped, so the ISF needs us to hit the enemy from the other side." "Let's go," Rika replied as she brought up the 4 commanders of the other Nietzschean ships they'd taken control of back in the Hercules system. The first face to appear before her was that of Lieutenant Scarcliffe, the company's XO. He was aboard one of the cruisers, a ship named the Republic 4. Next came Gunnery Sergeant Tex, who was the ranking marauder aboard the Asura, followed by Lieutenant Crudge aboard the Capital, and Lieutenant Wilson aboard the Undaunted. "Nikki has passed the orders from Admiral Richards," Rika said without preamble. "Our goal is to take out the Nietzscheans efficiently and keep collateral damage on Pyrrha to a minimum." "Good to see you're okay," Scarcliffe replied. "But we're not master tacticians here. None of us have ever run capital ships, let alone seen a battle space like this. Is this a wise course of action?" "You have your AIs, and many of your dropship pilots have flown bigger birds," Rika replied, not begrudging Scarcliffe his worry or inappropriate questions. This was new territory for them all. "We're getting precise orders from Admiral Richards. Follow them to the T. We're going to do our part to stop the Neets from destroying another world. Am I understood?" A chorus of "Yes, Captain," Rika came back, and she nodded in satisfaction. "Good, I'm keeping the channel open. We're going to get through this together." "I'll make sure we all stay in sync," Nikki added. "The Admiral's not going to send us out to die." Rika looked at the space around the Fury Lance and saw a minefield of destroyed Nietzschean vessels and debris, all holed by the Carthage. Seeing the damage that the single ISF ship was able to inflict, she wondered if her small fleet was being given this task just to make them feel involved. Well, if we're going to try our hands at combat with capital ships, at least we're doing it with one of the biggest, baddest starships in the galaxy at our back. Heather guided the Fury Lance through the disabled Nietzschean ships, Chief Ona firing the ship's beams several times to finish the work the Carthage had started. The other 4 Marauder ships spread out, moving into position to encircle the Nietzschean formation they'd been directed to attack. The formation consisted of over 30 ships, though only 2 were cruisers, the rest being smaller vessels, destroyers and a smattering of corvettes. Rika pulled up the tactical NSAI's assessment and saw that the enemy ships outgunned them 3-1, but with so much energy going into grav shields and countermeasures, the Nietzscheans' offensive options were limited. Admiral Richards' tactical directions were to have the Fury Lance come in close, only 5,000 kilometers away from the Nietzschean ships. They'd take some fire, but every shot the enemy made would require them to create gaps in their shields, holes that the Carthage would be able to shoot through. "Beams are hot and ready to rock, Captain Rika," Chief Garth called out. "And this bird has some sweet ones. Already introduced some neats to my friend Cold Vacuum." "Nicely done, Chief Garth," Rika replied. "We're going to come past at high V. Targets of opportunity at your discretion." The words rolled off her tongue like she'd said them 1,000 times before, and she may have once or twice, but that was on the ground. Out here in space, one mistake could mean a whole ship full of people were meeting Garth's friend Cold Vacuum. The Fury Lance flashed past the Nietzschean ships, and Garth let loose with 3 dozen beams and fired 4 of the ship's rails. Several of the enemy ships fired back, but the Lance's shields were able to shed the energy, though just barely. A dozen indicators turned red on the ship's status holos around the bridge. "Okay, that was a bit rougher than I'd hoped," Ona muttered while Heather pulled the Fury Lance into a wide arc. Scan updated, showing the shots from the other 4 Marauder ships and highlighting the dozen Nietzschean vessels that had been struck, 5 of which had lost engines and were falling back, out of the formation. "New directives," Nikki announced. "Get clear. Vector sent to helm." Heather rotated the massive vessel and fired the engines on a new vector, slewing the Lance to the side to avoid a drifting wreck, which Rika realized was an old Marauder ship, the Faux Hammer. "Shit, we'll be back for you," she promised, as Scan updated once more, marking a barrage of atom beams streaming from the Carthage and tearing through the holes in the enemy formation's shields created by the 5 ships that had fallen behind. The massive ISF I-class vessel fired for only 10 seconds, but the time felt like minutes as Rika watched the enemy vessels get torn to shreds, a macabre glee filling her heart. She glanced at Leslie and saw a toothy grin on the woman's face as she watched their hated enemy fall by the dozens. "Stars," Chief Ona whispered. "It's like the Neats' ships are made of paper." "Paper Neats, my favorite," Heather said. And though she was facing away, Rika could hear the grin in her voice. Behind the Fury Lance, the last of the Nietzscheans in the formation went dark, and Nikki relayed new orders from Admiral Richards, sending them to their next target. It took almost 30 minutes for the ISF and Marauder ships to destroy or disable the Nietzschean ships that were burning Pyrrha as they fled. The work became simpler, as more and more of the Nietzscheans realized that focusing on flight alone, not destruction, was a far better strategy when it came to escaping. As the ships around Pyrrha continued their deadly dance, Rika watched the number of functioning Nietzschean ships in the main battle space steadily diminish. Though they were clearly losing, the Neats did manage to take out some of the Allied vessels, but not so many that Rika felt even the slightest bit of worry about the battle's ultimate outcome. 62 minutes after the battle around Pyrrha had been joined, the last of the Nietzscheans broke off and turned to flee the system. When it became apparent that the enemy was in full rout, the Fury Lance's bridge crew broke out into cheers. The enemy's numbers were now less than 1,000, a far cry from the unfathomably large armada they had started with. What amazed Rika even more was that the Allied ships gave the Nietzscheans no quarter, firing beams and missiles into the engines of every vessel that tried to escape the battle space. "Stars burning in the black. We whipped their fucking asses," Chief Garth said with a gleeful laugh. "They'll have had observers who'll escape and craft at other planets and stations," Leslie said soberly. "Why so glum, cat girl?" Heather asked. "We just wiped out almost 70,000 Nietzschean ships. This is going to be a day sung about for centuries." Leslie shrugged. "I'm happy about that, sure, but I wish we could get them all. I'd kill to see the look on Emperor Constantine's face when he realizes that his massive war fleet just disappeared." "Trust me, Leslie," Rika said as she rose from her seat. "It's not going to be much different when a few hundred ships limp back showing him vids of how he was utterly crushed here. I don't know how Tanis's people got such a large fleet here today, but at this rate, we can have the Nietzschean Empire on its knees next week." Rika's words finally put a smile on Leslie's face. "Well, I'll certainly drink to that." "Captain Rika." Tanis's voice came into Rika's mind, and she resisted the urge to stand at attention. "Excellent work out there today. For ground pounders, your people sure know how to con a hull. Thank you, Admiral Richards. Tanis's laugh filled Rika's mind. Rika, I told you. For you, I'm just Tanis. Rika didn't know why, but for some reason, it felt less comfortable to call the ISF Admiral Tanis over the link than it did in person. I'll do my best to remember, Tanis, Rika replied after a moment. Well, your best is pretty damn good from what I hear. I have another job for you. There's a Nietzschean ship that appears to be full of people from Pyrrha. Not sure if they were originally hostages, but they are now. The Neets are threatening to kill them all if we don't give them a new vessel and a safe out system vector. Our tactical assessment also shows that the Neets may just drop their ship on Pyrrha and crack its antimatter bottle if we don't comply. Rika clenched her fist. Fucking Nietzscheans. For all their master morality bullshit, they sure act like cowards. I've developed a similar impression, Tanis replied dryly. If you don't mind my asking, Rika began slowly, why us? Don't you have stealth ships in your Marines? We do. Tanis's voice took on a grim tone. But there are 78 other Nietzschean ships pulling the same crap, plus another 100 hulls that are in decaying orbits, and a few more that are still taking potshots at our SNR and fire control craft. Tanis, Rika felt herself square her shoulders. I have 5 guns. Give me 5 targets. A genuine laugh came from Tanis, and she felt the warm glow of the Admiral's appreciation. Rika, I'm liking you more and more every minute. I'll send Nikki your targets. Divvy them up as you see fit, though I've put some suggestions into the data burst. Understood, Rika replied. Thank you, Tanis. Rika, seriously, thank you. Tanis's presence left Rika's mind, but she felt as though a tenuous connection was still present. She pulled up the targets that Tanis had sent on her visual overlays and examined the details. 2 were cruisers, 1 was a destroyer, and the other 2 were supply ships. Each claimed to have over 100 hostages and was demanding an undamaged ship to leave the system on. We should take the largest one there, Nikki said. It's likely to have a sizable complement. Rika agreed, nodding absently as she summoned her 4 ship commanders for a virtual meeting. A half-minute later, they were all before her, reviewing the data packet she had passed around. I have made the assignments, Rika said. We rescue the Theban hostages and kill the Neets. Not necessarily in that order. Nice that we have the specs for those ships' interiors, Tex commented as he looked his assignment over. I gotta ask, though, since when do we take orders from the ISF? Are they paying us? Rika wasn't surprised to hear that from Gunnery Sergeant Tex. If ever there was a marauder who embraced the life of a mercenary, it was him. She was about to reply when Lieutenant Scarcliffe beat her to it. You need to get paid for killing Neets? He asked. I'll do it for free. Plus, you know we're going to get to salvage some of these hulls. Maybe even add a few more ships to Rika's fleet before this is done. Rika's fleet. The words hung in her mind. Was she effectively the old woman now? Were Rika's marauders really the marauders now? She knew it was unlikely. General Mill had a large command structure. Someone would have taken over. She shook her head. That's a question for another day. For now, they had work to do. Don't worry, Tex. Rika shook her head as she replied. I'll make sure you get paid, though I have no idea what currency is going to hold sway when all this settles. Not that it matters. The ISF is a game changer, and we're going to do what we can to stay on their side, and in their good graces. Understood? Tex grunted in acknowledgement. Sure. I guess the stealth armor they gave us is worth a lot, too. Yeah, Crudge said with a snort. Worth about as much as most planets. Okay, questions? Rika asked. What are we gonna do to get close? Lieutenant Wilson asked. I assume we're looking at the old one step closer and I start killing hostages scenario, right? Rika nodded. Probably. Tell them you've been assigned to give them your ship, then link up and take them out. You make it sound so simple, Crudge said with a laugh. We do a swoop and breach, Scarcliffe said after a moment. Any of you done that before? Rika had heard of the tactic, but had never participated in one. Apparently neither had anyone else. Okay, well, get in a position where you're close. somewhere you think their sensors will be damaged. All the while, you have your teams tucked into hidey holes on your hull. Once you're close, they jump off and fly from one ship to the next. Breach, kill Neats, done deal. Crudge snorted. I reiterate my prior point. We've all run the sims, Rika said. Commanders, sort out your teams. Skeleton crew remains behind. But whoever they are needs to include a smooth talker. They have to string the Neats along till the shooting starts. And we have to coordinate, Nikki added. If one ship starts getting shot up first, the others are going to get mighty suspicious mighty fast. Right, Scarcliffe chuckled. Like I said, easy. Crudge snorted and cocked an eyebrow on the holo display. You want to share those rose-colored glasses, LT? Liberating Liberty. Stellar date 08.28.8949. Adjusted years. Location, Fury Lance. Region, Pyrrha, Albany System. Thebes, Septhian Alliance. The Fury Lance's target was named the Liberty, an incongruous Nietzschean ship name if ever there was one. They must have been scraping the bottom of the barrel of the shipyards when they set her keel, Heather muttered as they drew close to the disabled cruiser, its name writ large and illuminated in Howe's warm yellow light. Maybe it was made at a Genevian shipyard and the workers were sending a message, Chief Garth suggested. You know, we want liberty. Well, we'll take it off their hands and solve that little problem for them, Rika said as she stood. Leslie, you have the con, and the whole ship for that matter. Wait, what? Leslie turned in her seat. I thought I was going. Heather's the pilot. Heather rose and stretched out her physical and mechanical joints. I'm no smooth talker, though, cat girl, and this is a hostage sitch. Don't worry, worst come to worst, you can just sing to them. Croon your way to victory. Or would that be yowl? Leslie rolled her eyes as she rose from the comm console and walked to the pilot station. Careful, Smalls, this cat has claws. Lieutenant Heather chuckled. I'll tussle with you any day, cat girl. Leslie opened her mouth to reply, but Rika interrupted. Enough chatter, folks. We have a mission, and everyone else is already out on the hull. Heather, let's get moving. This goes down on time, or it turns into one hell of a fuck-a-duck. What's a fuck-a-duck? Heather asked as she followed Rika off the bridge. Beats me, I just hate the term clusterfuck. Was trying out something new. What? How can you hate CF? It's such a great term. Rika shook her head as she gave Heather a sidelong glance. Because it sounds like an orgy, and a lot of people think that orgies are good, which makes it an ambiguous term. Heather barked a laugh as they stepped into the nearest lift. And fuck-a-duck is better somehow? Well, I did say that I was just trying it out. But it's definitely bad. Even people who want a clusterfuck aren't going to want a fuck-a-duck. I wouldn't bet on it, Heather cautioned. Well, it's gotta be a smaller number of people. Sure, yeah. If you want to be an optimistic quack. Rika only groaned in response. 5 minutes later, they were exiting an airlock on the Fury Lance's hull, not far from where the forward squads had breached the ship back at Armand's. The 3 squads of 1st Platoon aboard the ship were already out there, crouched behind sensor arrays and point defense cannons. The Liberty was still 7 kilometers away, but slowly growing larger as Leslie eased the Fury Lance closer, assisted by Nikki and the helm NSAIs. I want you to know that I'm going to remember this, Leslie said to Rika. What? You're getting to fly a freaking dreadnought so your team can launch a crazy sneak attack on Neats. All we need are a bunch of ropes to swing from, and it would be like the old stories. Yeah, but I want to be swinging on one of those starships. I mean ropes. Rika laughed in the confines of her helmet as she took up a position behind a cooling vane ridge. You need a nap or something, Les? Could be. Leslie sent a mock yawn over the link. Or maybe I'm so bored all alone on the bridge that I'm already losing it. Leslie, you like to work alone. Plus Garth and Ona are there, and Nikki is helping you. So I like being alone. But I'm not alone? Your logic is not working, Rika. Rika wanted to reach through the link and smack Leslie on the back of the head. It was rare for her to be so punchy. Maybe it was just that so much stuff was happening over such a short period of time. They all had a lot to absorb. Okay, Rika, stop bugging me. I have to concentrate now, Leslie said when Rika didn't reply. You do that. Don't crash the starships." The ships drew near, and Rika paid half a mind as Leslie began to speak with the Nietzscheans, telling them they needed to link up and show the hostages on verifiable live feeds before they'd be allowed to come aboard the Fury Lance. The Nietzscheans were skittish and defensive, demanding access to review fuel status and FTL transition systems. They also wanted to bring some of the hostages across, promising that they would release said hostages in escape pods before the ship dumped to FTL at the system's edge. Leslie handled them with aplomb, and Rika couldn't help but be impressed. She hoped all the teams were doing as well, though she couldn't reach out to ask without risking the operation. The Liberty drew closer, hanging above the Marauders' mechs that were crouched on the Fury Lance's hull like a dark cloud, blotting out the stars. "So, less swinging across and more jumping up," Rika said as she surveyed the hull above their heads, a 1,000-meter cruiser that was missing a section of one of its engines. "The enemy gate is down," Nikki intoned. "What's that supposed to mean?" Rika asked. "They're above us." "Just an old strategy from a zero-G combat guide. It's intended to make you think of space combat in ways other than a two-dimensional plane." "Huh?" Rika grunted as she spotted an airlock hanging above them. "Well, given that we're mag-locked onto the hull, the enemy gate is up." Rika took a position with First Squad, while Heather moved off to aid Third Squad, which was down a few mechs after the breach operation on the Fury Lance a week prior. Just a week? Rika wondered. Feels like a lifetime. Each squad selected their breach points, and when the two ships reached 0 Delta V at a distance of 150 meters, the squads pushed off the hull. Rika clenched her jaw as she sailed through the black, doing her best to keep her vision fixed on the Liberty, and not the vast expanse of nothing all around her. It was amazing that with stations, planets, and 100,000 starships all around, space was still, by and large, empty. So very empty. "You okay, Rika?" Nikki asked. "Your heart rate is a bit erratic." "Oh, sure, A-okay. We'll be fine. Even if we do miss their ship, we'll get picked up before your air runs out." "You're so encouraging." Then the Liberty was rushing toward her, and Rika carefully turned, setting her boots to repulse and slowing to hit the hull as lightly as possible. Within seconds, Sergeant Aaron had sent Fire Team 1-1 to the airlock, where they set to breaching it with plasma torches. 30 seconds later, they were in the airlock, setting up a grav shield before breaching the second door. Once the door was breached, 1-1 moved into the passage, securing the first intersection as the other 3 fire teams moved into the ship. There were several locations in the cruiser where the hostages could be held: cargo bays, hangars, and the main enlisted mess. Rika's money was on the mess or the cargo bay closest to it. They had to feed the hostages and get them to the head with some regularity. The teams would stay EM silent until they met resistance, and then it would be a full-force push to the targets. The corridor around 1-1 was dark. No lights, no EM. With any luck, the Nietzscheans would have no idea they had visitors. So far, the chatter between Leslie and the enemy sounded normal, as much as a hostage negotiation could. Leslie had agreed to move the Fury Lance closer so that an umbilical could be stretched between the vessels, and a team could be sent over from the Liberty. Rika hoped the fiction wouldn't have to last that long, but the Fury Lance was a big ship. Even if a couple neats got aboard, they would be easy to contain. Ahead, 1-1 led the squad onward, sending drones down each cross corridor before moving to the next. It was slow going, and Rika considered directing the squad to rush ahead, but knew that other breach teams could be in more precarious positions. The more time everyone had before the alarms started sounding, the better. Just as she resolved not to rush ahead, a call came in from Barn. "We're made. Ran into a group of the bastards who were out for a stroll." "Status?" Rika asked. 4 heavy armor. We got 2, but the others ran off. Safe to say they're alerted." "All squads, best speed to your targets," Rika ordered. "The neats may start killing hostages." 1-1 took off at a brisk pace, with fire teams 2 and 3 close behind. Rika moved up from the rear, settling in beside Corporal Crunch as they loped down empty corridor after empty corridor. Suddenly, Sergeant Aaron stopped, the AM-3 unslinging his JE-88 while spinning up the chain gun mounted to his other arm. He fired down a side corridor while calling out for Ben to lead the fire team onto the galley. Rika reached Aaron's location as his chain gun spun down. "Two heavies down there," he said. "Think I got one. The other ran off." "Send a fire team," Rika said as she took off once more, hearing Aaron direct Carrie down the side passage. It was risky to keep advancing with a potential enemy to their flank, but they had little choice. Rika didn't want Tanis's first impression of the mechs to be one where they lost hostages. "Spotted 'em," Carrie announced a few seconds later, and a series of dull thuds echoed through the corridor, followed by the whoosh from an explosion. "And squashed 'em," she said a moment later. "Good work," Aaron replied as he caught up with Rika. "Next time you spot some neats, just send us, Sarge. I think you may be too delicate for it," Carrie said with a laugh. "Shut the fuck up," Aaron shot back. "Hook back up with us at the concourse ahead." The concourse the squad sergeant referred to was a 10-meter-wide passage that ran through the ship. It served a similar purpose to the one in the Fury Lance, a passage for maglevs, lifts, and cargo transfers. It was also the last easily defensible location before the galley. Ahead, Rika saw 1-1 stack up at the entrance to the concourse. Ben and Whispers readying their chain guns before leaping out into the open, spraying what Rika assumed must be enemy locations with bullets, before falling prone while Kim and Harris took more careful shots. Rika pulled their feeds and saw that they were facing at least a dozen enemies who had taken up positions behind a stalled-out maglev, 45 meters down the concourse. Rika came up behind Kim and took aim with her GNR, firing an electron beam at the rear of the maglev train, tearing through it and exposing a group of neats which Fire Team 1 laid into. She realized that half the enemies they were facing weren't even wearing armor. Rika signaled for 1-2 to cross the concourse and take a side passage to move into flanking position. Crunch gave her a sharp nod before leading his fire team across the concourse, most clearing the passage in a single leap before disappearing into the passages on the far side. Rika was about to move to a new position when weapons fire came from further down the concourse and tore into the enemy. "Sorry," Heather said with a laugh. "Did you want to take your time with them?" "Thanks, Smalls. If you're down that far, hit the cargo bay. We'll move on to the galley." "You got it, Captain." A minute later, Rika was at the main entrance to the galley, fire teams from 1st and 2nd squads at the other entrances, while Aaron led a small group toward another cargo bay to ensure it was clear. "Any read on what's inside?" she asked Nikki. "Heat signatures, but not the full number they claimed. I see 9 people moving around, marking them on the combat net." "You got that, people?" Rika asked. "Each team, sharpshooter at the fore. I want those 9 targets, if they're neats, down the instant we breach." A few seconds later, the teams at each door signaled that they were ready, and Rika gave a count. "On 1. 3, 2, 1. Ben kicked the door in, and Rika fired her GNR, blowing the head off an unarmored Nietzschean soldier. Then she selected a new target and fired around at him as well. That enemy was armored, and Rika traced a series of rounds down his torso. She considered firing a DPU, but there were too many hostages around. All it took was one small shard of uranium to make this day someone's last. The armored Need had fallen back under Rika's barrage, and she thought he was going to return fire, but instead the man grabbed a hostage by the neck, a slim woman in a long robe that the Pyrians favored, and lifted her into the air. "One more move and this bitch dies," the man shouted. The woman screamed in fear, but the Nietzschean clenched his hand, closing off his captive's air supply. "Hey, easy now," Rika said, raising her GNR. "You let her go, you live." "Oh yeah?" the man growled. "I want to talk to your commander. Not gonna negotiate with a fucking mech." Rika sighed. "I am the commander. You'll deal with me. You have my word. You drop her and step out of your armor, and no harm will come to you." The Nietzschean glanced around at the dozen mechs moving into the galley, placing themselves between him and the hostages. "You can't get out of this alive otherwise," Rika said quietly. "Loosen your grip. If she dies, the deal is off. We'll make it slow, too." She wasn't sure if the man would respond to the threat. She worried that he may be ready to die, but not to suffer. By some miracle, though, her offer seemed to work. The Nietzschean opened his hand, and the Pyrian woman fell to the ground. Rika rushed forward while Ben gestured for the enemy soldier to step back, Carrie yelling for him to get out of his armor and get on the ground. "Thank you," the woman rasped, a wan smile on her face. Least we can do, Rika replied, examining the woman's familiar-looking face. Wait a second. Did you used to work in a coffee shop in Berlin? The woman nodded. Yeah. Her voice came in a pain-filled rasp. I got out just before the Neats bombed it last year. So much for being safe from them. But how? A fit of coughs overcame the woman, and she held her throat tenderly. Easy now, Rika said, pulling off her helmet. I'm Rika, and you're safe. The Nietzschean fleet is destroyed, and you're safe. The woman's eyes widened. You're her? The woman who saved the president? Something like that, Rika thought as she nodded. You came back for us. The woman wrapped her arms around Rika's armored body. Oh, thank the stars you came back for us. Lakeside. Stellar date 08.30.8949. Adjusted years. Location, Old Salem, ISS-12. Region, Pira, Albany System, Thebes, Septhian Alliance. Rika glanced at Major Tim and shrugged before raising her hand to knock on the wooden door in front of them. An instant before her steel fingers touched the surface, Tanis's voice came into her mind. Come in, it's open. She paused for a moment, and then lowered her hand and turned the knob, walking into the house. Major Tim, whose eyelids were usually never more than a millimeter away from a narrow-eyed scowl, was looking around with clear amazement. Rika understood his sentiment. It wasn't every day you found yourself inside a city-sized warship, about to enter a wooden house sitting next to the shores of a lake. She wiped her feet as best she could on the greeting mat, which bore the words, Mom said we could put anything on the mat, taking care to pull a twig out of her left foot before proceeding down the short hallway. You look fine, Nikki admonished. You saved Tanis's life. She's not going to judge your appearance. I'm not worried about my appearance. I just don't want to track a mess into her house. Sure. Right. A few paces ahead, the hall opened up into a wide living room, complete with a huge fireplace and 5 deep sofas arrayed before it. Please sit, Tanis said, appearing in the entrance to the kitchen on their right. Would you like anything? I have coffee. And orange juice, I think. Coffee, please, Rika said, and Major Tim nodded. Coffee as well, he requested. Cream and sugar? Tanis asked as she turned back into the kitchen, which possessed the same rustic charm as the rest of the house, featuring a massive wooden table that was scuffed and scored from decades of use. Both Rika and Tim declined the condiments and turned to the living room seating arrangements, each choosing a different sofa. Tim picked the one closest to the door, while Rika chose the one she gauged best able to support her weight. Don't worry, Tanis said as she entered the room carrying 3 cups. It can hold you. I made them to support folks with a lot of mods. You made the furniture? Rika asked as she accepted her cup from the Admiral. Well, Joe and I, Tanis replied as she settled into the sofa next to the fireplace, a smile on her lips as she looked up at the thick beams above their heads. We made most of this house. It was in rough shape when we first took over, but we managed to get it into good condition. Expanded it a few times, has a lot of character now. Forgive my surprise, Admiral Richards, Tim said, his customary scowl back in place. But where did you find the time for that? You know how things are in the military. Tanis shrugged as she set her cup down on a side table. There's a lot of hurry up and wait. We once waited for 60 years in this house, Joe and I. We had some time to kill. Rika coughed and nearly sprayed coffee out of her nose. 60 years? Tanis nodded. It was when we were drifting from the Estrella de la Muerte to the Cap. We were so low on fuel we had to conserve everything for the deceleration. And with the sabotage, well, we were paranoid, so only Joe and I were out of stasis. That's right, Tim said, nodding slowly. This used to be a colony ship. That's why you have these habitation cylinders. Back when she was the Intrepid, Tanis leaned her head back and closed her eyes. Back when all we wanted to do was get away from the chaos of Sol and build a nice, peaceful colony. You seem to be a bit off track on that goal, Tim commented, and Rika shot him a sharp look. Tanis reopened her eyes, a rueful smile appearing on her lips. Yeah, little did we know that the colony we built at the Cap was to be our happily ever after. Sometimes I think we should have just stayed there, but at the time, New Eden was so close, just a few decades' travel away. You were originally headed to New Eden? Rika said, feeling like she was speaking with a living piece of history. That system has quite the story. Tanis nodded absently. We were, but we eventually got to an even better system, named it New Canaan, and got 18 good years before Orion found us. I've looked over the briefs on Orion and the Transcend, Tim said. That's a lot to swallow. Tanis chuckled. I've been in your shoes, Major Tim. I know the sentiment well. Stars, I had just swallowed a 5,000-year jump forward in time. At that point, the existence of the Transcend was the best news I'd heard in years. It meant there could be a colony world for us. Syrah conveniently left out the existence of the Orion Freedom Alliance at that point. Tim's brows rose. President Syrah of the Transcend? Tanis nodded. Yeah, but back then she was just Syrah. Why would she have done that? Rika asked. Tanis whistled and let out a short laugh. Even she doesn't really know. Later, she said she was trying to spare us more worry. Granted, when she gave her initial explanation, we were distracted by the Battle of Bolem's World, so it may be that the right opportunity never presented itself. Was her intent malicious? Tim asked. Tanis lifted her cup and took a sip as she regarded the Major over the rim. That's a bold question, Major Tim. Technically, I owe Syrah my allegiance. Like you said, she's the president of the Transcend now. What if this was a regime that viewed that sort of questioning as treasonous? Tim didn't hesitate before giving his response. Then it would be best to know that sooner rather than later. Tanis didn't speak for a moment, then set down her cup and shook her head. I think I like you, Major. You're a bit prickly, but that's not a flaw that bothers me overmuch. This time, Rika managed to hold back her surprise with more success. No, Tanis continued. I don't think that Syrah did it maliciously. She had already shared a treasonous amount of information with me. I think she was torn between loyalties. I respect that she was between a rock and a hard place. She saved my life, and the lives of everyone aboard the Intrepid on more than one occasion, often putting everything on the line in the process. That sounds like the best kind of leader. Rika watched Tanis, wondering more and more why they were having this meeting as the Admiral met her eyes and smiled. Sounds a bit like you, Rika. I think I like her, Nikki said privately, though I already knew that from my conversations with Angela. I'm going to get to talk to Bob soon. Bob? The AI that started the whole revolution you were telling me about? Nikki gave a nervous laugh. One and the same, though it's hard to say which is more impressive now. Angela is one half of an ascended being. Okay, at some point we need to talk about that. Rika fixed her inner vision on Nikki's avatar. Because I have no freaking clue what that really means. Why don't you ask Tanis? Nikki asked. Rika realized that Tanis and Tim were both staring at her. Thanks, Tanis. I usually just do what seems right at the time. The Admiral gave a languid wink. That's how they get you, Rika. Put you in a position of responsibility, knowing that you feel compelled to do the right thing. Before you know it, you're flying around the inner stars trying to build the largest alliance humanity has ever known, fighting a war on more fronts than you can even remember half the time. Did you know that the Transcend and Orion are skirmishing in the Corona Australis star-forming region? The SFR below the galactic disk? Major Tim asked, brow furrowed as he regarded Tanis. How would we know that? Tanis shrugged. Well, you wouldn't, but neither did I until yesterday. I didn't even know we had any forces down there. But it turns out that they were establishing a new watch point before the Civil War, and the detachment got cut off. They didn't even know there was a schism in the Transcend. This is a lot to absorb, Rika replied. Just the idea that the Transcend and Orion are so huge blows my mind. Granted, I never really had a clear picture of how far human expansion went. I've seen maps that say that explored space ends much closer than even the boundary of the inner stars your briefing outlines. Here be dragons, Tanis laughed. Rika had no idea what Tanis was referring to, but laughed anyway. Tim just scowled as he replied, As much as I would love to chat about this, what is it that you brought us here to discuss, Admiral Richards? No, I suppose there is too much to do to chat over long. Tanis shook her head as she reached for her cup once more. I want to hire the Marauders. Tim snorted. I don't even know if there is a Marauders to hire anymore. You still have an HQ in Septhia, Tanis replied, and you have training facilities in 2 systems, not to mention a lot of ships deployed throughout Thebes and the former Politica. By my count, at least 100, probably more. And though Rika's company has taken a bit of a beating, there are still another 2,000 mechs that were rescued from the Politica currently in rehabilitation. You've done your research, Tim grunted. We gained access to the Fohammer's archives, Tanis replied equably. You what? You… Tim began, but Tanis held up her hand. Major, I am currently running the 2 largest salvage operations in known space. In addition, the ISF's 1st and 2nd fleets are 3,500 light-years from home, engaged in a fight to save people who have never heard of us. We don't have the time or inclination to tiptoe around people's sensitivities. Tim's lips drew into a tight, thin line, but he didn't respond. What's the job? Rika asked, shooting Tim a quelling look. She didn't care if he outranked her. If he couldn't keep his mouth in check, she'd walk over there and cold cock him in the head. Tanis chuckled. Oh, just a little mission. Topple the Nietzschean Empire. As Tanis's words sank in, Rika didn't even try to stop the wide smile that spread across her face. Admiral Richards, I think the Marauders are the right outfit for the job. I reiterate that we are in no position to take on any job right now, let alone something like that, Tim interjected. I understand, Tanis replied. It'll be some time before we're ready to launch major offensives, but I want to start operations within a few weeks at most, and I'm only interested if Rika leads the mission. Me? Rika couldn't help the squeak that came along with her exclamation. Why me? Tanis folded her arms across her chest as she regarded Rika, the Admiral's level stare making Rika increasingly nervous as it went on. Finally, Tanis spoke. I think I see something of myself in you, Rika. Granted, my lot in life was never as difficult as yours, at least not so early on. I think you have the tenacity and the drive to get the job done, and… Tanis paused. Rika was about to ask, and what, when Tim did it for her. So, what else does Rika have that makes you think she can topple one of the most powerful empires in space? His tone conveyed a clear impression that Rika was not up to the task. Tanis slowly turned her head and narrowed her eyes as she regarded Tim, a look of disdain settling onto her face. She has a spirit that can withstand the soul-crushing anguish that is going to come from seeing so many of her mechs die to bring back the nation that turned them into what they are today. The Admiral's words dripped with acid, and Tim recoiled as she spoke, appearing to sink halfway into the couch. If it weren't for the fact that Rika felt sickened by the thought of what Tanis was saying, she would have reveled in Tim's discomfort. Tanis held up her hand. I won't retract that statement. You need to think about this, Rika. If you don't believe it's the right thing for your mechs, then I have other less desperate jobs I can offer the Marauders. But I think that you will all have a special stake in this one. Rika considered the Admiral's statement for a moment. I won't lie, Tanis. Your words are more than a little sobering. I will need to talk to my teams before I confirm that we can take the job, but I'll also need to know more about it. There's another thing you need to consider. Tanis's voice was soft, almost compassionate. You helped Rachel and the others save me with no request for compensation. No hesitation. Every person on your ships stood up and did what was needed without a second thought. I want to repay that. Well, Rika said with a self-deprecating snort, we are mercenaries. We won't say no to payment. Tanis shook her head. Don't sell yourself so short, Rika. Mercenary work is what you're doing right now. It is not who you are. Regardless, what I can offer your mechs is a complete undoing of what was done to you. I imagine we can find some sort of suitable compensation for the non-mechanized Marauders. Perhaps a rejuvenation, or upgraded armor, weapons, whatever they'd like. Rika had stopped listening when Tanis said, complete undoing. The words reverberated in her mind like a drum. Priscilla had suggested it was possible, but now Tanis was offering it to all the mechs. It was a real thing. But it can't be this simple. There has to be a catch. What do you mean by complete? Tanis's shrug was cavalier. I mean, we can give any of your mechs the exact body they had the day your government did what they did. Or we can age them a bit. A lot of you were very young when you were mechanized. As Rika turned that information over in her head, Tim noted, That would make them a lot less useful for your mission, though, wouldn't it? Tanis nodded, her lips pursed. It would. The Genevian mechs, for all of their archaic technology, may be one of the most impressive fighting forces in the galaxy today. The crucible you and yours went through, Rika, it cannot be easily replicated. Rika finally recovered from Tanis's initial offer and laughed as she considered the Admiral's following words. I don't know if I should be flattered or offended. I don't think we're archaic. Tanis moved her right hand to her left wrist and in one rapid motion pulled a sword out of her skin. Rika was amazed to see that it was 70 centimeters long, far longer than what could fit in the Admiral's forearm. How? She stammered. Tanis tossed the blade to Rika, who caught it deftly and analyzed it while Tanis spoke. Gold titanium alloy, reinforced with carbon nanostrands. It splits apart in the middle. That's how it fits in my arm. Rika slid the blade between her GNR and its mount, testing the flex on the weapon. I would never have imagined. I can't see a seam at all. Of course not, Tanis replied. What you're holding is Jovian tech from the height of humanity's golden age, though we can replicate it now. The blade is only 3 millimeters thick as well. I've slid that sword through joints on powered armor and shorn limbs clear off. I can imagine. I can't actually zoom my vision enough to see the edge. Tanis chuckled. No, probably not. The blade is 1 carbon atom thick at its edge. I bet you sheathed that thing very carefully, Tim said appreciatively. Tanis pulled another blade out of her right arm and carefully handed it to Tim, something Rika appreciated. Her armor could deflect a casual toss of this weapon, but it would cut a squishy in half. Then there are toys like this. Tanis slid a hand inside the leggings she wore, casual in appearance, but emblazoned with the ISF logo, and appeared to pull something out of her thigh. It was a small hilt, not much bigger than a handgun's charge tube. Tanis ran her thumb along a part of it, and a meter-long beam of light emerged from the hilt. Light wand, she said. Looks more like a light sword, Rika replied, and Tanis laughed. Yeah, well, I wanted to make it longer. The wands are standard issue for our Marines. Rika glanced at Tim and saw that the Major was practically salivating. I've heard of those, he said quietly, though never understood how they worked. Tanis shrugged. Standard stuff. Focused electron beam that hits a reflector held in place by a carbon nanofilament. The beam reflects back and the wand, or sword in this case, reuses the energy to keep running. This one has a fairly small battery, so it'll conk out if you hack and slash with it for extended periods. Standard stuff, Rika mused, looking at her GNR-41C and the amount of hardware it required to fire its electron beam. I'm starting to understand why you consider me archaic. Tanis disabled the light wand and slid it back into her thigh. You're not archaic, Rika. Your tech is. But as a part of the job, we'd also upgrade your mechs. The offer to revert any who wished it would still stand when the mission is over. Rika worked her mouth as she tried to imagine what life would be like with a fully human body again. As she thought about it, something occurred to her. How human are you, Tanis? She asked. Human? Tanis cocked an eyebrow. That's an interesting way to frame the question. If it were anyone but me you were talking about, I would assume the question was about how organic I am. Is that what you meant? Rika blushed and nodded. She hadn't considered the possibility that Tanis really wasn't human anymore, regardless of how modded she was. Less than 40% of my body is organic, Tanis replied equably as she looked down at herself. But even then, there is no part of me that is vanilla anymore. I've been modded so many times that my mods have mods, and those mods were modded by other mods. There's no completely original DNA in my body either. She placed a hand on her thigh and patted it lightly. Pretty much every cell in here has been altered in some way. Rika whistled. I'd have to admit, Getting remade like you would be something I'd sign up for. Oh? Tanis asked, gesturing for Rika to elaborate. Well, she began slowly. Before I was mechanized, I was at the mercy of anyone bigger than me that could catch me. I was weak. I was helpless. The best thing about being a mech is that I am not helpless. Now I don't even know the meaning of the word weak. I don't know if I'm stronger than you, Tanis, but it takes an AM-3 to beat me in an arm wrestling match. I respect that, Tanis replied. I can't say you'd get to be exactly like me, but it's not off the table either. I'll admit, Tim spoke up as he handed Tanis her sword back, and he and Rika watched in awe as the Admiral slid it back into her arm, revealing no hint that there was a weapon tucked inside her body. Where was I? He asked. I'll admit, Rika supplied. Right, yeah. Well, I have to say that getting mods like yours would appeal to a lot of us. The best of both worlds, the power of a mech and the appearance of a person. Rika was surprised that the words didn't sting. Either she was handling small slights better, or she had just written off Tim as an unredeemable ass. She leaned forward and handed Tanis her sword while asking, compensation and mods aside, what form would this mission to topple Nietzsche take? A single decisive strike to kill Emperor Constantine? Tanis shook her head. No, our analysis, though it's in early stages, suggests that there are so many power-hungry admirals and oligarchs in Nietzsche that killing the Emperor would do little to slow down their advance. Stars, it may speed it up. Something that the Alliance is being very careful to avoid is creating massive power vacuums as we take out our enemies. Swift strikes at the top may work in the short term, but in a lot of cases, they make life far worse for the general population. That's an astute observation, Major Tim said, nodding slowly. We've seen that a lot in our work. Tanis winked at Tim. Well, I've been around for a bit. So we need to tear Nietzsche down brick by brick? Rika asked. Well, we can work at the level of star systems, not bricks, Tanis said with a wry grin. And even then, we don't need to take them all. We just need to take out a number of military facilities across Nietzsche, then seize control of a few key systems. Once that's done, it should be possible to re-establish the governments of the former nations that the Nietzscheans defeated. Most appear to have active resistance movements. The only problematic area will be the core Nietzschean systems. We'll have to put that whole place under martial law for a while. Forgive my impertinence, Tim began, and Rika held back a groan. But how do you have this much intel on Nietzsche? Remember when I said we opened up the Fohammer's archives? It seems that General Mill had been working on this plan for some time. He had contacts in many of the systems that need to be taken down, and even a proposed order, though at a certain point there will need to be multiple coordinated attacks. We'll need that intel as well, Tim said, his voice carrying a sharp edge. Of course, Tanis nodded, flashing a smile at Rika's torso. We've already opened it up to Nikki, the AI living somewhere in the vicinity of Rika's stomach. You have? Rika asked. She has? Yes, Nikki replied. We've been discussing it for some time. Rika felt a surge of jealousy, wondering what she'd been left out of. Oh, okay. Tanis seemed to pick up on Rika's reaction and spoke up. Angela and I are talking with Nikki about all this in a separate stream. The conversation is moving a bit faster. We're also discussing Nikki's other activities, and the League of Sentience. League of Sentience? Are they a part of the AI rebellion? Rika asked. Sort of, Nikki replied to the group. They're the nation forming on the core word side of the hegemony that is working for a truly merged society. Much like we have at New Canaan and in the ISF, Tanis added. We have people out there working with the League as well. How do you manage all of this? Rika asked. I can barely fathom the logistics of the battle we just fought, but you're doing this everywhere. Tanis shrugged. Well, not everywhere. I don't think we're quite fighting on 1,000 fronts yet, though I suppose that depends on how you qualify a front. No one spoke for a moment, and Rika was grateful for the reprieve. She felt like she'd need days to make sense of all this new information. However, Tim broke the silence. I'd like to send a message to Marauder HQ and get their thoughts on this, and also inform them about General Mill's passing. Rika shot Tim a quelling look. Speaking of which, Have you found the General's body yet? Rika asked Tanis. Tanis shook her head. Not yet. But, sorry to say it, there are a lot of casualties to go through. It could take weeks or months. His body could also have been destroyed. Did you find the shuttle? Yes, there was no sign of him. Tanis rose from her seat and Rika followed suit, as did Tim. Prepare your missive, Tanis said to Tim. I suggest that you gather your entire force here in the Albany system. Whether you accept the mission in Nietzsche or any other job, the ISF is now your #1 customer. And if you're not working for us directly, it won't be long before Septhia has fully joined the Alliance, and you will be working for us through a proxy. Your alliance feels so nebulous, Tanis, Rika said. Does it have a name? Tanis chuckled. Well, technically, this is all built on an alliance with Scipio, but there are a lot of people who won't join the Scipio Alliance. Perhaps something like Alliance for Free Peoples? Rika suggested. You get AIs and humans in there then. So long as we don't have to get into existential discussions about the nature of freedom, Tanis said with a wink. And Rika realized that Nikki must have shared some of their prior conversation about whether or not anyone was truly free. We'll avoid that if we can, Rika replied with a small grin. Tanis returned the expression, but then it faded, and her expression became businesslike as she turned to Tim. Major, Rika and I have a personal matter to discuss, if you wouldn't mind. Tim glanced at Rika, and his eyes narrowed before looking back at Tanis. Sure. Rika, I'll see you aboard the Golden Lark afterward. Certainly, Major, Rika replied equably. Admiral. Major Tim extended his hand and Tanis shook it. It's been an honor. Indeed it has, Tanis replied, and walked Tim into the hall before returning a moment later and gesturing for Rika to follow her. Come, let's go onto the back deck. A change of scenery for a new topic. Rika followed the Admiral wordlessly and found herself on a wide wooden deck overlooking an extensive orchard. I'm sure you hear it all the time, Rika said as she glanced up at the lake 4 kilometers above her head. But this place is amazing. And on a warship, no less. Tanis shrugged. Wasn't always a warship. What about the Carthage? Rika asked. From what your Captain Mel told me, it was a purpose-built ship, yet it has these same cylinders. Tanis leaned against the railing and turned to meet Rika's eyes, a wry smile on her lips. Well, we're nostalgic. And stubborn, at least I am. Rika walked to the railing, but didn't lean against it. Smashing the Admiral's deck was not on her list of things she wanted to do. What is it you wanted to talk about? She asked. What you saw, Tanis said without elaboration. And what you heard. Rika nodded slowly. You mean about your ascension? Yes, Tanis replied. You must have questions. Ha, Rika barked the word. My questions have questions. Not to be too impertinent, but are you human? Any more, that is? I am, Tanis replied smugly. My mind has slowly been intertwining with that of Angela, the AI with whom I share headspace for some time. Down on Pyrrha, something happened, and our two selves truly became one. The mechanics of that are complex, and I won't get into them right now, but Priscilla introduced an agent into our mind that pulled us apart and kept us from fully ascending. Ascending? Is that why I was having trouble holding you? I assume so. Tanis turned and leaned her elbows on the railing, staring out over the orchard. From what we know, ascended beings, at least the ones we've encountered, have moved into additional dimensions. They occupy more of space-time than normal 3-dimensional beings. But there's more to it than that. It comes from the ability to see into things more. Tanis's voice had grown distant, as though she were only partially present. Then she shook her head and glanced at Rika. Like you, Rika, I can see parts of your mind just by looking at you. My mind? She resisted the urge to step back. Well, not your thoughts per se. It's more like reading expressions, except now I can see the ones on the surface of your thoughts, as well as the ones on the surface of your skin. It's honestly a bit confusing at times. Rika chuckled. Of all the things you've said today, that's the one that is confusing? I can see Nikki's mind too, Tanis continued, ignoring Rika's comment and glancing at her stomach. I think you two should be properly connected, mind to mind, rather than the close link tap you have now. Closely connected like normal AI embedding? Or like you and Angela? Rika asked. Tanis's eyes narrowed. Why, do you want to become like me and Angela? Rika stammered. I have no idea. Good answer, the Admiral laughed. And no, I was referring to a regular embedding. You two would become a more efficient pairing, and it would improve your chances of success in Nichia. You speak as though our acceptance of the mission into Nichia is a foregone conclusion, Rika replied. I do. Tanis nodded. I saw your mind well enough when we spoke inside. You have a good poker face, but your mind doesn't lie. You want to lead that mission. Rika felt a little unnerved at the thought of this woman intimating her internal thoughts. Still, she wasn't wrong. Go? Yes. Kick neat ass? Absolutely. Rika said a moment later. Lead? I think there are a lot of people who are more qualified. We can train you, Tanis replied, her eyes unblinking as she continued to regard Rika. And we can provide you with advisors and tactical AIs. But what we can't do is take a regular person and make them a born leader. Those we have to find and select very carefully. I think you must have me mixed up with someone else. Rika laughed nervously. I'm just a street rat from Kellis. And I'm just a girl from Mars who joined the military to spite her father, Tanis replied. But your origins don't define you. She took a step closer and reached out, touching Rika's forehead. It's who you are in here that matters. As Tanis's finger met Rika's skin, the most curious thing happened. An image entered her mind. It wasn't over the link, and it wasn't really a vision. Not that Rika really knew what those were supposed to look like anyway. No, this was different. It was more like an impression. It was how Tanis saw Rika. What are you doing? Rika asked, unwilling to pull away and not certain she could even if she wanted to. This is who you are, Tanis said. And Rika saw a tall, proud, and decisive woman in her mind. The woman was a mech, but that wasn't the focus of the image. Most apparent was the blend of compassion and understanding wrapped around an iron will. It was the impression of a woman who was a rocky outcrop, standing amidst a storm, a rock that so many others took shelter around. Rika's breath quickened, and her chest heaved as she struggled to maintain her composure. No, she whispered. That's not me. An image of a young girl, hungry and alone, stealing food on the streets of Tanner City came to mind. Scared, vulnerable, exposed. No, this is not, Tanis whispered, and the young girl stood up, her back straight, eyes carrying a conviction and purpose none so young ever had. The girl grew taller, a skin of steel spreading across her body, becoming Rika, becoming the iron will, becoming the rock around which so many others sought shelter. She's still there, Tanis's voice carried on the wind in the storm that raged around the rock. She is the heart of you. She is the most important part of you. But she is not that scared little girl anymore. You see that girl as a weakness. I see her as the unassailable foundation for the woman you've become, Rika. She's your heart, and you must keep her safe. But she keeps you alive, and she is amazing. You are amazing. Tanis pulled her finger back from Rika's forehead, and Rika's vision slowly refocused on the woman standing before her. For an instant, she thought she saw tendrils of light curling around Tanis's body and a brilliant glow in the woman's eyes. But then it was gone, and the person before her was just the Admiral once more. Tears were streaming from Rika's eyes, but she didn't have anything to wipe them away with. She looked around for something she could use, but Tanis shook her head. Not yet, Rika. Be proud of those tears. You now have a gift few ever have. You don't need to hide from yourself. You know who you really are, what you're capable of. I still don't understand, Rika whispered. I mean, I do. And I feel it. I feel what you mean. But wasn't that angst my strength? That fear is where I drew my strength in combat. Oh, I know, Tanis chuckled. I know you thought that. But your real strength was behind that fear. The worry that you were a fraud, a scared little girl. You thought that if you just fought harder, pushed harder, that no one would know you were scared and felt so alone. But your fears were a barrier between your actions and your true strength. They were a filter. Rika understood what Tanis meant, and her tears dried up. I'm not a scared little girl anymore, Tanis. I am strong and capable. I'm the woman who is going to defeat the Nietzschean Empire and establish a Geneva where people are truly free, and everyone is treated with respect, no matter their station in life. See? Tanis winked. I knew it. But I think even now you're setting your sights too low. What do you mean by that? Rika asked, a frown creasing her brow. Tanis placed a hand on Rika's shoulder and led her down the steps into the orchard. You and I will have more chats, Rika. When you finish what's ahead of you with Nietzsche, I imagine we'll have another conversation. We'll see what the future has in store for you then. Rika glanced at the serene woman next to her. You really aren't human anymore, are you? Tanis shrugged. What's human? I'm myself. That is enough for me. Finding Silva. Stellar date 08.30.8949. Adjusted years. Location: MSS Fury Lance. Region: Pura, Albany System, Thebes, Septhian Alliance. Though Major Tim had not so subtly requested that Rika meet with him on his ship, she did not immediately venture there. First, she took a shuttle to the Fury Lance and strode through the ship to the bridge. Few people were about, mechs or otherwise, mostly because half were sleeping, and the other half were still clearing hulls near Pura, searching for survivors and rounding up the remaining Nietzscheans. The emptiness suited Rika just fine. She needed the time to mull over all the things Tanis had told her. It was a lot. Rika laughed aloud. Ha, a lot doesn't begin to do it justice. Thinking all that through, are you? Nikki asked. Neither had spoken much on the maglev ride to the docks within the I-2, nor afterward on the shuttle ride back to the Fury Lance, though Mad Dog had tried to engage Rika in conversation several times. Yeah, I feel like I could just perseverate over this stuff for weeks, and that doesn't even touch on thinking about what Tanis is. Nikki gave a mental snort. Just to be happy you didn't have to wrap your mind around that and talk to Bob. That was more existentialism than even I am capable of handling. What is he like? Rika asked. Bob? Imagine talking to an ocean that goes on forever. If you wade too deep, it could kill you. Not because it's malicious, but because you're just not able to survive in its waters. Rika laughed. Sounds like I got the easy conversation then. Maybe. Rika got the impression that Nikki had more to say, and was about to prompt her when the AI spoke up. What do you think of what Tanis suggested? Nikki asked. Tanis suggested a lot, like overthrowing the Neets. Which are you referring to? Nikki sent an image of eyes rolling into Rika's mind. Us. Sharing the same headspace. Oh. She had barely given that any consideration. The conversation with Tanis had whisked past the statement so quickly, she barely recalled it. I know people do it often. It's safe, right? Yeah, safety isn't the issue. It's whether or not we're ready for it. Angela told me that if I want to continue to grow, to understand humans, and be a positive force in the movement, I have to spend some time really getting to know a human. She said living in your gut isn't enough. Rika couldn't help but laugh as she imagined Nikki curled up next to her intestines, trying to find room for a lamp and table. I have the strangest thoughts sometimes. So what am I, your training wheels? Rika asked. Nikki made a strangled sound. Dear stars, Rika, I hope not. If you're training wheels, I am not ready for whatever comes next. You're more like a coronal mass injection with purpose and direction. I'm a star fart? What's gotten into you? You're not usually this full of ha-has. Rika shrugged as she stepped into a lift. Not sure. I feel like a load's off my shoulders. You should feel the opposite. Tanis just dumped a ton on them. The memory of what Tanis showed her came into Rika's mind, that she was a mighty rock, a bastion against the storm. I think I can take it, Nikki. I'm game to get you stuck in my head too, if you want. We've got a lot to do, and I think I'll need you with me to do it. Okay, me too. Nikki seemed elated at the idea. Maybe we can get the ISF to do it when they upgrade us. Shoot. Rika shook her head as the lift opened. I totally forgot to talk to Tanis about what sorts of upgrades us mechs would get for the mission. Don't worry, Nikki replied. Angela gave me a big whack of options. Some of them are pretty outlandish, but she flagged ones that she thinks would provide the best advantages while still being maintainable in the field. We're not always going to have an I-class ship around to service us. Look at you, Rika said with a grin as she walked onto the bridge, calling the Marauders an us. Rika looked around, noting that there was only one person present on the bridge. Garth, the chief warrant officer, was fast asleep hunched over his console. She was tempted to just leave him there, but then he started to snore. She walked over and shook his shoulder. What? Yes, on it, he shouted, looking around before finally settling his gaze on Rika. Oh crap, I'm sorry, Captain. Rika shook her head as she regarded the man. How long you been up here? Garth stretched. Oh, I don't know. Maybe all my life. Feels like it at least. Nietzscheans do not make comfortable bridge chairs. Rika winked. Probably to keep their crews from falling asleep. Well, given how you found me, they suck at that too. Garth said as he stretched. I'm good, Captain. It won't happen again. Shit, Garth. I just checked the duty logs. You've been up here for 100 hours. Garth frowned. Well, I did hit the head a few times, and I went to the galley down the hall. Damn, only twice, I think. No wonder I'm so hungry. Rika pointed to the bridge's rear exit. Off with you. Get some food and some sack time. You deserve it. Garth rose and stretched again. Okay, sorry again, Captain. I shouldn't have fallen asleep. No judgment here, Rika said. You've been on point when needed. We're not NSAIs. We need downtime. Garth murmured his thanks one more time as he walked off the bridge. Just the two of us, Rika said as she sat in the command chair. Maybe we need to get a ship's AI. Good luck with that, Nikki replied, her mental tone carrying a note of worry. Why's that? Rika asked. AIs are getting sparse around here, you know that? I mean, they're the ones in prison, but I don't think we want to go there. AI prison? What's that like? A mess, honestly. If they didn't have Bob, I think the ISF would just have to terminate the AIs they capture, or at least drop them into stasis until after this whole mess is over. Which mess? Rika chuckled. The Albany system or the fight with the Nietzscheans? I was thinking something more like the Orion arm of the galaxy, though it's bigger than even that. You mean how the Orion Freedom Alliance operates? Rika asked as she pulled up the list of civilian casualties, searching for names, then DNA signatures. To a certain extent. They don't have many AIs, except for out in the Perseus arm, where the ISF says their totalitarian regime is a bit more lax. But there's also the Transcend and their Eartha problem. I didn't dig into that too much. Some sort of civil war? Rika asked. You could say that. On paper, Tanis's boss is Sarah Tomlinson, the president of the Transcend, except there are two Sarah Tomlinsons. Rika looked up from the list of casualties she had been reviewing. What do you mean there are two of her? Okay, that sounds nuts, Rika, but it looks like Sarah's mother is an AI, though she wasn't always one. Anyway, she's on the I'm an evil megalomaniac end of the spectrum and tried to get Sarah to kill her own father. When that failed, she made a clone of Sarah and set her up as president. So now there are two Sarahs, both claiming to be the president of the Transcend. Ah, Rika breathed. So that's why Tanis is out here building the Scipio Alliance. She's got trouble back home. Free People's Alliance, Nikki corrected. Scipio has signed on for full emancipation of AIs, but they're not really renowned as a bastion of freedom, you know. Their name isn't really going to draw in the masses. I don't know much about them, Rika replied, other than that they're big. I guess you don't get to be big without kicking some ass, do you? Not usually, Nikki said, a tired but resigned feeling flowing between them. Do you think Tanis will end up being the leader of the FPA? Rika mused as she returned to searching through her lists. Nikki answered Rika's question with a question. Do you think she'll be around long enough? How am I supposed to know? I'm just the muscle in this operation. Rika, Tanis shared something with you that I don't think she's shared with anyone outside her inner circle. Don't you realize that? Rika snorted and leaned back, eyes drifting to the overhead, wondering if it had any answers tucked into the conduits and environmental runs. Nietzscheans really didn't go for aesthetics, even on their bridges. Nikki, exactly when have I had time to think about whether or not Tanis does her magic finger touch with everyone? Nikki snorted a laugh. Rika, I'm an AI, and even I know well enough not to use a phrase like that. Yeah, well, you're more likely to have sex than I am. Think so? What about Tanis's offer? She's more machine than organic, and she bore a child. I don't see any reason why they can't give you the same ability. Rika laughed at Nikki's impertinence. You have some sort of plan for my future I don't know about? What color are you going to paint the nursery? Besides, I doubt Tanis carried her daughter in her own womb. People like this grow babies in med labs. You'd be surprised. I asked her about her daughters while we were talking. Sanvi is adopted, but she carried Carrie naturally. Her third daughter, Felina, is an AI that lives in Carrie, which is a bit odd even for AIs if you ask me. A low whistle escaped Rika's lips. I stand corrected. Okay, so maybe they can give me a vagina and leave me a mech. An incongruous thought crossed Rika's mind, and she barked a laugh. I guess I'd have to start wearing pants again when I'm not in armor. Rika, with these people's level of tech, you still may not have to. Good, because I'm probably one of a very small group of 29-year-old women who has never bought a single article of clothing in my entire life. You bought a jacket on Decker Station. I remember you telling me about how it got torn and you couldn't afford a new one. Damn it, I really liked that jacket. Not that a single purchase ups the confidence quotient, Nikki. You're really good at changing the subject, Rika. What I'm saying is that there's no reason anymore why you and Chase can't finally have sex. We're having sex, Rika countered, feeling a flush rise on her cheeks, wishing Nikki would drop the subject. You've had oral sex, Nikki corrected. More specifically, he's had it. But you've never really practiced assault with a friendly weapon. Let him attack the Pink Fortress, bumped uglies, corked the onion, released the kraken, played pogo in the shrub, ridden the donkey. Okay, stop. You're making all those up. You'd be surprised. There are lists upon lists out there. I suppose if you can imagine it, it's out there on the nets. I get your point, though. You're worried, aren't you? Nikki asked. A host of memories surged to the surface. Recollections of what it was like living on the streets of Tanner City. Memories Rika rarely ever thought of if she could help it. Some of the things that had happened while living meal to meal back then. Being wrapped in her armor, unassailable, had always been one of the best parts of being a mech. Rika opened her mouth to brush Nikki off, to tell her she wasn't worried about intimacy with Chase. But she was. She'd never really had sex, not the way it was supposed to be, at least. What if Chase? Even as she let the doubt creep into her mind, it dissipated, replaced by the image Tanis had placed within her. The scared girl from the streets fell away, to be replaced by the confident woman that Tanis saw her as. The rock, undaunted by the raging storm. The girl was still there, was still the heart, but she wasn't cowering, wasn't afraid. She was the iron will and the resolute spirit that drove Rika forward. You know what, Nikki? I'm not. When I talk to the ISF techs about upgrades, I'll bring it up. But it may not be something I do until we finish the mission. I don't want to be distracted. Okay, your decision. Rika groaned and rolled her eyes. From the way you've gone on, I'm not entirely certain you believe that. This time, I'm changing the subject. Nikki's avatar grinned in Rika's mind, though the smile faded as she asked, Have you found any sign of them? Rika shook her head. Not yet. Patty brought them to Pura 4 weeks ago, then filed for a short leave with the local office. They gave her use of the pinnace to fly to Hudson, but we haven't been able to get any docking records from their stations yet. I don't know if Silva and Amy stayed on Pura or went with Patty to Hudson. Nikki didn't reply, but Rika knew the question that hung in the air. Or if they died somewhere on Pura. There are over 1 billion refugees in the Albany system, Nikki said, her voice consoling. Half the people down on Pura don't even know what's happened. Stars, there are still 2 million Nietzscheans down there. Digging them all out is going to take weeks. Rika grit her teeth. I don't have weeks, Nikki. The 4th and 5th platoons are down on Pura. 1st and 2nd are helping the ISF clear hulls. 3rd is catching a few hours of sack time before they hit the dirt as well. There's not much else we can do. Yet here I sit, Rika grunted, gripping her armrest, the plaz denting under her fingers. Such is command, Nikki replied. You could always go and get yourself stranded on a hostile planet and go nuclear on them. Seemed to work for Tanis. Is that what she was doing when we found her? Nikki gave a throaty chuckle in Rika's mind. In a sense, yes. She was stripping apart atoms and releasing the energy into their nuclear bonds. Effective, but she probably irradiated half of Jersey City doing it. Rika whistled as she rose from her chair and gestured to the bridge's main holo display, throwing a 3-dimensional image of the Albany system into the forward half of the bridge. I'm glad she's on our side. Me too, though she has enemies that are just as powerful as she is. Rika stared at the map, nodding absently as she wondered where Patty might have taken the pinnace. That should be easier to find than Silva and Amy. If she could locate it, and hopefully Patty, maybe she could get a lead. Neither woman nor AI spoke for a minute, and although Rika wondered who Tanis's powerful enemies could be, she didn't ask. We have a message coming in, Nikki announced. From an AI named Corsia. Wow, she's both the ship's AI and the captain of the ISS Andromeda. I knew I liked these people. Rika sifted through the message queues and found the one Nikki had noted, answering it and putting the AI on the bridge's audible systems. Captain Corsia, what can I do for you? Rika asked once the connection was made. It's good to make your acquaintance, Captain Rika. You're already a hero to our people. Corsia's voice was strange. Rika would almost describe it as both smoothed and edged at the same time. Like one of Tanis's blades, sliding through water. Rika wished the ISF personnel would stop treating her like she'd done something miraculous. She'd only found Tanis and carried her to a ship. Anyone could have done it, probably. I was just doing what needed to be done at the time. I'm sure you have been in similar situations. Corsia chuckled. Huh, maybe. I've had some crazy times in the black with Tanis. But that's not why I reached out to you. I've seen the inquiries you've put out, looking for your people. Rika's heart leaped at the thought that Corsia may finally have a lead. Yes? She managed to say, not bothering to hide the hope in her voice. Don't get too excited, Corsia cautioned. I don't have strong intel, but I did come across a record of a woman named Patty logging a flight to Hudson. She was flying a pinnace designated PD-17, which matches your inquiry. How long ago? Rika asked, her voice barely above a whisper. 1 week before the Nietzscheans jumped in, Corsia replied. When the ISF First Fleet entered the system, Captain Rachel sent a small strike force to Hudson. They defeated the Nietzs there, but there are still at least 2 battalions of the buggers on the surface. I've sent an inquiry to Hudson to see if they have anything further, but it'll be over an hour until we hear back. Rika swallowed and nodded, then remembered that she wasn't sending visual. Thank you, Corsia. Of course, Captain Rika. I just wish I had better, more definitive news for you. I know how terrifying it can be not to know where loved ones are. Corsia's choice of words caught Rika's attention. She'd never heard an AI use terms like terrifying or loved ones. Granted, her first-hand experience with AIs was almost entirely limited to Nikki. Do you have any amongst the missing? Rika asked. No, my children are all safe. I was thinking of one time when my youngest daughter got lost inside me. Turned out she was trapped in a lift shaft that was under maintenance, and the sensors were disabled. She was down there for half a day before we realized she was missing and then found her. Rika's brow furrowed. Inside you? How does... Oh, you have organic children. Corsia's laugh sounded like ice cracking on a lake. Ha! Yes, Captain. I am married to my chief engineer, and we both have organic and inorganic children. Wow, that's normal for us, Corsia said, and Rika imagined that if the AI had been on visual, she may have winked. I'll keep you apprised of any developments, and pass along word from our forces at Hudson the moment they respond. Thank you, Captain Corsia, Rika replied as she leaned against a console. You are most welcome. The connection closed, and Rika let out a shaky breath. Why do I feel worse, Nikki? Because there is new uncertainty. This is normal. Thanks. You volunteering to be the new company shrink? Stars no. Dealing with one of you organics is more than enough, thank you. At present, Hudson was on the far side of Howe, over 5 AU distant. Rika pulled up the inventory of long-range pinnaces aboard the Nietzschean ships under her command. She'd need a fast ship to get there in less than a week, one with some solid defenses as well. There was still a lot of only mostly dead hulls out there. Many could still muster the energy to fire a beam her way. You really think that's wise? You have your company here. And they should keep running S&R, Rika replied. It's just as likely that Silva and Amy are here, rather than at Hudson, but Patty is probably out there, and we don't leave ours behind. Well then, a voice came from the bridge entrance. You're going to need some company, I expect. Rika turned to see Chase approaching, still wearing his armor, helmet tucked beneath his arm, a tired smile on his lips. I thought you were storming Nietzschean hulls with 2nd Platoon, Rika asked as she walked toward him, embracing when they met. I blew an actuator in my left leg. Had to come back to swap it out. Ship's log showed you on board, so here I am. You really thinking about flying to Hudson? I don't know. Rika shrugged. Maybe. I'll wait for the response from the ISF force out there. Would be silly to fly halfway there only to find that Patty ended up going somewhere else. Well, I doubt you'd make it halfway before you got the message. Chase chuckled. Not unless they took a really long time to respond. Rika nodded. Yes, I was exaggerating. It's a normal thing to do, you know. Ooh, punchy. When was the last time you ate? I had a cup of coffee at Tanis's cabin on the lake. Before that, yesterday? Cabin on the lake? Is that code for something? Rika laughed. Ha, stars. No, truth is stranger than fiction. Admiral Tanis Richards lives in a cabin on a lake inside one of the I-2's rotating cylinders. Wow. I knew they were HAB cylinders, but that's still surreal. Chase took Rika's left hand in his. Come on, let's stuff you full of carbs, charge up your bats, and see if you need any joints lubed. You'll feel right as rain. Rika snorted. You're such a charmer, Chase. Me? He asked as he led her off the bridge. I doubt it. But I did follow you across space and join the Marauders just to find you. That's still gotta have earned me some points. All used up now. Rika winked at him. But you've done a few things since then, namely not getting killed while we were in Armin's clouds, and every other time too, I suppose. Got it, Chase said with a grin. Not dying keeps me in your good graces. You have no idea how lucky you are, Rika. Not dying is something I'm also very keen on. It's why we make such a great couple, she replied. Hudson. Stellar date 09.02.8949. Adjusted years. Location: Lance Pennis 09. Region: Hudson, Albany System. Thebes, Septhian Alliance. Rika looked at the blue and white orb of Hudson as it slowly grew before them, both colors glinting as the world rotated in Howe's light. A place with a nearly full planetary winter. Chase shook his head. Sounds like my idea of hell. Yeah, but they have great summers from what I hear. Warmer than Pyrrha's. Chase glanced at Rika from his seat next to her in the cockpit. Rika, we've only had terrible experiences on Pyrrha. It's hell, too. Not so. Rika shook her head. Pyrrha is where I met Team Basilisk, didn't assassinate the president, and was reunited with you. I also saved Tanis there. Pyrrha's got a lot of good memories, even if the place is trashed now. Chase gestured to the ruins of one of Hudson's orbital habitats, once home to more than 60 million people. Hudson's not doing much better. Fucking neat, Rika muttered. It's like they get some sort of special glee from destruction. Incoming message from the local ISF detachment, Chase said, and put it up on the cockpit's holo display. A young man appeared before them. Captain Rika, I'm Major Harl. We were advised that you were coming, but I'm not entirely certain what you hope to find here on Hudson. The humanitarian crisis we're facing is worse than the one on Pyrrha. Really, Major Harl? Rika asked as she shared a puzzled look with Chase. Why's that? Power, Captain Rika. The Neets took out almost all of the groundside power generation facilities when they buggered off. They wiped out the space-to-surface energy beaming systems, too. Most of Hudson has been without power for 2 weeks now. I don't know if you've noticed, but this world has a legitimately serious winter. Add to that the fact that half the stations in orbit blew pods when they came under attack, and those people landed all over the surface. We're doing what we can just to keep 3 billion people from freezing to death. The planet's tropics don't look frozen, Chase commented, gesturing at the world before them. Yeah, I've noticed, Major Harl grunted. You have a dog sled handy? One that can ferry 1 million people down to the tropics? Rika pursed her lips and swallowed. She'd come to Hudson expecting to search for Patty, but now that seemed incredibly selfish, given the suffering occurring on the world below. Our ship is at your disposal, Major Harl. How can we help? Harl's expression lightened, though only a touch. That means a lot, Captain Rika. I've got a group in the mountains that I can't get to. Some of the Neets' dirt side have taken them hostage, making all sorts of wild demands. Right now we're in triage mode, saving as many as fast as we can. We'd expend too many resources on that mission when we can save lives elsewhere. However, if you'd like to take a crack at them. Major Harl? Rika's lips pulled back in a predatory smile. You had me at Neets. I thought that might do it, Harl replied. I'd heard you mechs have a special dislike for the bastards. Something about them making you like that? Rika shook her head. No, our people made us like this to kill Neets. Shit, really? That's… never mind. I'm sending you the coordinates and all the data we have. Keep me apprised. The comm system registered a data burst, and then the connection went dead. Cheerful fellow, Chase muttered. You sure about this, Rika? We could spend a month down there rescuing people. But from what you said, Tanis is going to send us all on our own special mission before long. Rika sighed, nodding slowly. I know, but I can't go on my own personal crusade while people are freezing to death around us. We'll keep our eyes and ears peeled. We know that Patty docked on a station here, and there are no records of her leaving before the Neet showed up, which means she's still around somewhere. I don't doubt it, Chase replied as he rose. Patty's tough as nails. Proved that more than once. Where are you going? Rika asked him, as Nikki programmed a flight path that would take them down to the coordinates Major Harl had provided. Armor, Chase said as he stretched, his tight ship suit sliding across his muscled back. Ship suits are nice and comfy, but not much protection against the elements or a Nietzschean beam rifle. That's why you're my kind of guy. Chase leaned over and kissed Rika on top of her head before walking out of the cockpit. She watched him go, a happy smile on her lips. Pickling the cucumber, Nikki whispered in Rika's mind. Oh, will you stop that? Rika exclaimed. I'm not fighting it anymore. When we get back and go over the upgrades, I'll get it done. I've already told you that. Just reinforcing the decision. I saw you drooling as you stared at Chase's ass. I was not drooling. Nikki snorted. That's just because they did a piss-poor job on your salivary glands when they put your face back together. Any normal human would have been drooling. I know, I've seen women drool over Chase. What? Who? Rika asked aloud, her voice raised more than she intended. Gotcha. Rika growled. Not funny, Nikki. Never took you for the jealous type. I'll make sure to point out anyone who drools over Chase in the future, so you can eviscerate them. Should make for some great entertainment. Do you need a nap, Nikki? You seem surly. Sorry. I think I'm nervous about going into your head. I'm half anticipating it, half terrified. But I'm also worried that we're going to die on Hudson, and I'll never get to find out what it's like to be inside a human's mind. Rika watched the snow-covered surface of Hudson fill more and more of the forward view as they entered a polar course, passing over most of the debris that had gathered on the equatorial plain, considering Nikki's words. Well, I'm not biting it down there. Take more than the cold and a few neats to take Rika down. Great. You're talking about yourself in the third person. You know that's not a good sign, right? Maybe you're not stable enough for me to go into your head. At least I'm not neurotic. The location Major Harl had provided was deep within a rugged mountain range just north of the planet's 50th parallel. It was over 5,000 kilometers from climes where temperatures rose above freezing, and was currently blanketed by a blizzard of epic proportions. Even with its grav systems on max, the pinnace was buffeted by the winds, lurching through the skies as Nikki brought it down toward their target, staying as far from the craggy peaks as she could. How is it that flying through a gas giant didn't shove us around this much? Rika asked, as the ship bucked again, straining her harness as she lurched to the left. Because there wasn't a mountain range around us, Nikki replied tersely. In Arminge, the storm was roiling, but for the most part it was blowing in one direction. Here, with a planet below us and all these towering peaks, winds are reflected everywhere. Now please, I need to concentrate. Rika would have commented on Nikki's attitude, but the shuttle slewed to the side, stopped, rolled, and then dropped 100 meters in a heartbeat. Did you do that on purpose? Rika asked, her tone guarded. No, quiet. Better do what she says, Chase said privately. If you or I were at the helm, we'd probably already be dead. That's encouraging. He only shrugged in response, but she could see by the way he was gripping his armrests that he was more than a little nervous. Careful with your mech arm, Chase, you're going to wreck the seat. She gave a meaningful glance to his armrest, and he lifted his hand to see the plaz was twisted. Damn, and I thought I'd gotten used to this thing. Takes a bit. The pinnace shook again and slewed to the side, and then the vibration stopped. Okay, we're finally beneath the worst of it, Nikki announced. Grav systems are compensating. It should be smooth from here on out. Can we talk again? Rika asked cautiously. Only if you're not too annoying. We'll do our best, Chase said, drawing in a deep breath and leaning his head back. You didn't get us killed, so I guess we owe you. Last ping from the ISF said the storm is going to carry on for another 12 hours at least, Rika said. That'll give us enough time to get in, scope the place out, and then kill all the neats before it lets up. Then we get the hostages rounded up and head on out of here. Chase glanced behind them down the pinnacled single corridor. They estimated 30 people down here. Think we can fit that many in the pinnace? Worst case, we make 2 trips. I hate making multiple trips. Maybe some of them can ride on the hull. Rika cast Chase a hard look, only to see him grinning at her. You've recovered from your bout of nerves quickly, I see. I never doubted Nikki for a second. Sure. Okay, fine. Chase's eyes grew wide. We came within 3 meters of a cliff face. That was nuts. And I'm totally within my rights to be freaked out by it. We have grav shields. We should have just bounced off, Nikki drawled. I seem to remember you being rather tense as well, Nikki, Rika added. Nonsense, you were just being annoying, and I was tired of listening to it. Rika and Chase glanced at one another before speaking in unison, parroting Nikki's prior utterance. Sure. The AI didn't respond as she set the pinnace down on a ledge in a narrow canyon that the winds had swept clear of snow. It was 15 meters above the floor of the canyon, but the ship's sensors showed that there was another 40 meters of snow below, much of it only loosely packed. "Stars, that's like my worst nightmare," Rika said as she peered over the edge of the ledge. "I'd sink right to the bottom." "Rika, come put this on." Chase stood at the bottom of the ramp, holding a white EV suit. He was already wearing one, his JE-84 slung over his right shoulder. "Why?" Rika asked. "We won't get cold. Our armor can handle space, for stars' sakes." "Have you ever fought in snow?" Chase asked as Rika approached. No, I guess not." "Well, you're going to hate it. It gets everywhere. You may think your armor will keep you warm, but ice is going to get in all the nooks and crannies and bind things up where you least expect it." "You forget," Rika said as her body disappeared from view. "I get the swanky flow armor upgrade. I'm coated in a non-stick surface." Chase snorted and gestured to her body. Rika looked down to see snow melting against her invisible form and running down her legs, freezing around her feet. Damn. That could be problematic. She pulled her feet free of the ice forming around her and walked up the ramp, stomping her feet to knock the ice free. "I hate snow already." Chase tossed her the EV suit. "You haven't seen anything yet." 5 minutes later, with Agraf packs strapped to their thighs, they reached the canyon floor and began the slow 5-kilometer hike to where the Neats were holding the hostages. Every 200 meters, Rika pounded a comm relay into the canyon wall so that when the time came, Nikki would be able to initiate a remote piloting routine and bring the pinnace to them. The relays were rated for a longer distance, but she wasn't going to take any chances given the intensity of the storm. While they walked, she reviewed their target. It was something called a ski lodge, nestled at the base of a series of mountain peaks that formed a near-complete bowl around it. From what she understood, people went to the tops of the mountains, strapped various things to their feet, and then slid down the slopes. Why can't they just planet dive like normal people? The lodge itself consisted of several outbuildings for equipment and supplies, and one central structure that served as a hotel. The hotel contained a pool, several gathering areas, 2 restaurants, and rooms for 2,000 visitors. Luckily, the information the ISF had from before the Neats arrived showed that only a dozen guests had been at the lodge, in addition to the off-season staff. Rika couldn't imagine why the lodge had more than 0 guests if the weather frequently got like this in the stormy season. Trigger Ridge Resort, Chase read as they passed a sign anchored on the side of the canyon wall. Weird name. Trigger or resort? Rika asked. And why is the sign way up here? We're currently on top of 30 meters of snow. Who does that for fun? This is the Road Inn, Nikki replied. They drive these buses with big skids through the canyons. It's part of the charm, or so the brochure said. Where'd you find a brochure? Chase asked as they slogged through a drift. In the packet Major Harl sent us, Nikki said without elaboration. Really? Rika doubted that. I slogged through that whole thing. Did you look at the data categorized as recreational pursuits? Chase laughed. Well, look at that. They do use big vehicles with skids to get people in and out. I thought the ISF was all powerful, Rika groused. Apparently they can still miscategorize data. Means there's hope for us all, Chase replied as they came to the canyon's head. Rika assumed that they'd normally be greeted by an amazing view of towering peaks with the lodge nestled at their base, and crazy locals sliding down the slopes with boards strapped to their feet. Granted, Rika considered, most of the people doing that weigh a fraction of what I do. Maybe it's not so nuts when you come in at less than 70 kilos. Despite the vision in Rika's mind, what they could actually see was little more than a white blur. Even with passive sensors, running active would be like telling the enemy to shoot them. They could barely make out the next 10 meters. Now that they were past the canyon's confines, Rika didn't want to give off any EM. With a hand signal to Chase, they moved out across the snowy expanse. Hudson's atmosphere was thick, and even up in the mountains, trees could reach 20 to 30 meters in height. Before long, it was clear they were moving up the central road by the shadowy shapes on either side of them. It felt like they walked forever in silence, with only the howling wind to keep them company as they worked their way toward the lodge. Rika had decided that their sweep would start with the large equipment shed where the snow vehicles were stored. They'd disable them to prevent any NEETs from escaping. From there, they'd clear the smaller outbuildings before selecting the best location to breach the lodge itself. Though with passive scan, she wasn't certain they'd be able to detect where the Nietzscheans were gathered. It would be a blind strike. An hour later, Rika deemed that they were almost at the largest equipment shed and, as if on cue, its dark wooden walls materialized out of the storm. The pair worked their way around the building until they found a side door, though it was nearly buried in snow. A few minutes of careful digging exposed enough of the door to pull it open. Rika looked at Chase and held up 3 fingers, counting down before she snatched the door and pulled it wide. It had been locked, but that didn't matter. A second later, she was inside the structure, her GNR sweeping across the space in front of her. Chase came through a second later and pulled the door shut behind him. The first thing that came to Rika's attention was that it was warmer in the building than she'd expected, which meant the wooden walls were better insulated than their rustic exterior led her to believe. Secondly, the interior was lit, albeit dimly. The third was that she heard a cry of alarm barely audible over the hum of equipment from somewhere in the building. Directly in front of them was one of the large vehicles that Rika had seen in the brochure. Emblazoned on its side were the words Trigger Ridge Snow Express. Given its paddle-like treads and skids on the front, she doubted that there was anything express about the vehicle. Chase pointed to the right, and Rika nodded before turning to the left. "I can't pick anything up. Between these snow crawlers and the sounds of machinery, there could be a herd of cattle in here," Nikki informed her. Rika glanced up at the roof and gauged the building to be at least 60 meters deep. "Well, at least it's unlikely that a starship is in here. Har har." She worked her way around the vehicle, only to see 4 more of what Nikki had dubbed snow crawlers lined up. The third one stood out from the line in that its running lights were on. After a moment's consideration, Rika stepped back and pulled off her EV suit, glad to have the bulky clothing out of the way. She set her JE-84 on the ground, ensuring it was locked down, and activated the Flow Armor stealth system, walking as quietly as possible toward the running vehicle. She peered inside and saw a Nietzschean soldier asleep in the operator's seat, and a second one further back on one of the passenger benches. She rounded the vehicle to see yet another Nietzschean leaning against the crawler, this one holding a pulse rifle, and staring toward the rear of the equipment shed. Rika crept up behind the man and nearly swore in disbelief. Behind the row of vehicles were at least 50 people, all huddled together for warmth. "Well, that's more than a dozen or so," Nikki commented. "I wonder if there are more in the hotel, too." "Guess we'll have to find out," Rika said as she considered her options. "Think they have active comms to the hotel?" "Not that I can detect. Building might have a hard line, though." Rika hated killing in cold blood, but it was too risky not to. She had to ensure that the Nietzschean closest to her wouldn't cry out, and alert any others or alarm the hostages. She reached out, clamped her hand around the back of his neck, and twisted sharply. His spine snapped like a twig, and she leaned him against the crawler, hoping he'd stay upright. He slumped forward a bit, but didn't topple, and though a few of the hostages looked up, none seemed alarmed. Perhaps he wasn't the first guard to fall asleep on the job. "There must be more guards or they'd make a move," Rika said to Nikki. "Well, even if they took out these 3 NEETs, where are they going to go in the storm?" "Good point." Rika glanced into the vehicle and decided to let sleeping dogs lie for now. She walked to the back of the vehicle and saw another NEET. This one was glaring at the Thebans on the ground before him, patting his rifle from time to time. Rika walked to his side and repeated the move she had used on the previous guard. Just then a scream came out from the far side of the building, and a pulse rifle's thump-thump could be heard over the crawler's engine and the building's heaters. "That you?" she asked Chase while turning to look into the vehicle, relieved to see that the two NEETs inside were still sleeping.
Yeah, got one all silent-like, but the second one spotted me. Any more where you are?
2, asleep, Rika replied.
Ask the hostages if there are more.
Rika still held the guard at the back of the vehicle, but decided to let him slowly slip to the ground. Most of the Thebans were studiously not looking at the Nietzschean, but nearby a young man frowned as Rika lowered the dead NEET.
What the?
He whispered, and then his eyes went wide as Rika disabled the stealth armor around her head.
How many?
She whispered. The man's mouth worked silently for a second, and then he seemed to understand what was happening.
7,
he whispered. There's one more in here somewhere, she cautioned Chase. A weapons report echoed through the building, and Rika rose to see the 2 guards in the vehicle come awake. With surprising grace for 2 people who had just been asleep, they exited the crawler, rifles held ready. Like the other NEETs, they were lightly armored, and Rika allowed herself to materialize fully as Chase reported that the 7th NEET was down. Both of the NEETs pulled up short when they found themselves staring down the barrel of Rika's GNR. Going somewhere? She asked.
The fuck?
One of the NEETs swore. Shit, comm traffic, Nikki said, and Rika realized she should have shot first and not bothered with questions. She fired a round from her GNR into one of the NEET's heads and punched the other in the face, crushing his skull. Behind her, a few hostages cried out in alarm, but some cheers rose up as well. She heard someone say,
"Look, it's a mech,"
while another asked,
"Are you here to save us?"
Rika turned and held out a hand. Yes, we are, though we didn't know there would be so many of you. Are the NEETs holding others in the hotel? The young man who had first spotted her nodded.
Yes, at least a dozen, maybe more. We came here from up north, hoping to find refuge.
How did you get here? Rika asked, looking around at the vehicles to see if any were not the lodge.
We hoofed it, one of the others said. Skis and Agraf snowshoes.
Damn, Chase said as he emerged from behind a stack of crawler treads behind the back of the building.
You people have moxie.
63 of them, all told, Nikki advised Rika and Chase.
Not a snowball's chance in a star's corona that we can get them on our pinnace.
And if we leave them and hit the lodge, you know that the NEETs will realize that their people here were taken out and probably send someone to kill everyone here, or just lob a missile or something, Rika added. Chase rolled his head around on his shoulders before replying.
So, do we get them out of here before things get hairy? Or do we hit the lodge right away and pray we can take them all out before any of the NEETs get the idea to wipe out the folks here?
That's a big if, Nikki sounded uncertain. They may not decide to exact vengeance on all these folks just because. You don't know the Nietzscheans, Rika replied.
Chase nodded. I agree with Rika. Those people are a big fat target right now. They're not safe in here.
Rika surveyed the former hostages, seeing the fear and uncertainty in their eyes. The people of Albany had been through the ringer over the last year. She wondered how many of the men, women, and children huddled on the floor were here on vacation from Pira, trying to get back to normal after everything that had happened. She didn't even want to know. Signaling the flow armor to recede from her head, she pulled off her helmet to show the people a friendly face. More than a few smiles emerged from the Thebans when they saw that they were dealing with a human, not a killing machine. Okay, folks, this is what we're going to do. We have to take out the remaining NEETs up at the lodge and free the last of the hostages. But you're all just one shoulder-fired rocket away from death out here, so we have to get you on the move.
The move?
A woman asked as she rose to her feet, a young boy in her arms. Move where? Rika pointed to the crawlers. Get in the crawlers and drive into the canyon. You'll be safe there until we clear things out.
In the storm?
The young man asked. Rika gave him a reassuring smile and a wink, attempting to lighten the mood. Oh, I thought you were all hardcore, having hoofed it here.
There wasn't a blizzard raging around us then, another man said.
Here's the long and short of it, Chase said as he walked around the group, peering behind the final row of vehicles.
Even if we all just sit tight, those NEETs up at the lodge are going to wonder why their people haven't checked in. They might already be asking themselves that. When they come down to investigate, there's going to be a firefight, and that's not something you want to be here for." One of the men heaved himself to his feet and looked at the other Thebans. "You heard them. Get on the crawler. I can drive one of these things. Anyone else?" 3 other hands went up, and the man directed them to their own crawlers. "Thank you," Rika said as she approached the man. "Chase is going to escort you to the road through the trees. Once you're there, you should be in enough cover." "Wait, I am?" Chase asked privately. "Remember that rescuing these people is our primary goal. Once I clear out the lodge, we can get them all back up there to wait out the storm and signal the ISF to send down a larger transport." "So you get to go take out the Neets?" Chase's tone was half joking, half jealous. "You realize that, as the leader, you're not supposed to take all the choice jobs." "I have the stealth armor." "Oh, right." Chase walked behind the Thebans and windmilled his arms. "Okay, people, get aboard. We don't have all day. We need to be in that tree line in 5 minutes tops." Rika nodded to the man who was directing people to the crawlers. "Be careful." With that, she put her helmet back on and walked to the building's door. She considered putting the EV suit on again, but decided against it and only grabbed her JE-84 before slipping out into the storm. The blizzard had picked up, something Rika would not have believed possible, with winds gusting over 200 kilometers per hour. "At least it's going to make the crawlers harder to spot," Nikki commented as Rika pushed her way through the blizzard. "Yeah, except if I use A-Grav to stay above the snow, I'll blow away." Rika grunted as she pushed through another drift, feeling like she was swimming through the snow more than walking through it. As the powder got into her joints and melted against Rika's skin, she began to regret her decision to leave her EV suit back in the equipment building. It was only 220 meters to the lodge, but it took her almost 10 minutes to make it there. When she arrived in the lee of the building, she was nearly covered in ice. The fact that her joints weren't half seized was only thanks to the flow armor that coated her. "I don't read any heat signatures in this part of the building," Nikki said after a moment. "Though I don't get a good reading, and deploying drones is way out of the question. Even the crawler types would probably get blown off the building before they made it a dozen meters." Rika nodded as she crept alongside the lodge, wishing she was capable of shivering to warm up. Just another 5 meters to that side door. It felt like the final steps took forever, and by the time Rika reached the entrance, her feet were covered in centimeters of ice that kept sticking to the ground. The door was half buried in snow, so she placed a hand on the access pad, allowing Nikki to deploy a breach drone before digging away at the obstacle. 3 minutes later, she was inside the lodge, pulling the door shut behind her, half afraid that the wind would tear it off its hinges before she got it closed. Then it was shut, and the howl of the storm dropped to a dull roar punctuated by high-pitched whistles where the wind worked its way through the door's seals. Rika sagged against the wall, and her HUD showed that the temperature was only 10 degrees inside. Not exactly comfortable, but far enough above freezing for the ice on her body to begin to melt. "You need to retract the flow armor from your feet," Nikki advised. "I can't get enough heat down there to dry them off." Pulling up the controls for flow armor placement with a few eye flicks, Rika attempted to do as Nikki suggested, but the armor registered an error. "Shoot, it's stuck." Nikki gave a quiet laugh. "Next time, wear the EV suit in the storm, Kay?" "I didn't want to have to get out of it once I got inside," Rika replied as she knocked the ice off her shoulders and released a drone to scout down the long dark hallway. "Well, now they just have to follow the soaking wet carpet to know where you went. You're not helping." The drone showed the hallway to be clear, not picking up any heat signatures, though it was a bit hard to see with the building's heating systems working on overdrive to keep the place warm. Hot air blew from the vents, and the heated floors glowed brightly, making IR almost useless. She deployed 2 more drones to help with fidelity, and then grabbed her JR-84 rifle from her back. The weapon was still folded up, and she gave it a shake before the barrel slid out and the stock unfolded. "I think I really hate the snow," Rika said. "You're just not properly geared for it. If you were, it wouldn't be so bad." Rika gave a mental snort. "You're an AI. You have no idea what it's like to feel cold." "True, I was just trying to cheer you up." Rika rolled her eyes as she completed checking over her JE-84. It read ready on all firing modes, and she slid it onto her back. Her GNR-41C was sheathed in ice, and Rika carefully knocked it free, checking that the ammo feeders for the ballistic rounds and DPUs were functioning properly. The electron beam was a completely sealed system. A little cold wouldn't bother it. Still, I'll wait till that thing's warmed up before firing it. Nikki guided the drones down cross corridors, scanning the building for life and finding none. This floor and this wing are clear. The heated floors on each level are making it almost impossible to see anything above us, though. They'll be close to food in the main heating system, Rika reasoned as she twisted and flexed to free up most of the ice across her body before jumping twice and stomping her feet. "Shit, Rika, what are you doing?" Nikki cried out. "Either I make noise now, or I get shot in the ass because a piece of ice fell off at the wrong time and gave me away. If they have even half-decent surveillance, they'll have heard that." Rika shrugged. "Maybe they'll think it's one of their guards from the shed and come to investigate. It'll help me pick them off one at a time." This sounds like a strategy from a bad action vid. Ignoring Nikki's pessimism, Rika crept down the hall, ice and water still falling off her, though to a much lesser extent. Her flow armor's status indicator flipped from orange to green for movement and kinetic deflection, though its stealth systems were still offline. Rika felt a moment's worry but brushed it off. She'd survived this long without flow armor. She could make it another mission. The wing of the lodge she'd entered was only 3 stories tall, and the central block was 7. Rika found herself wondering if the building really was wooden, but decided it couldn't be. No wooden structure this tall could withstand the storm that was tearing at it. Or, she considered, it's about to come tumbling down around me. She reached the main hall that ran toward the central lobby and waited while her drones scanned the passage. They picked up 2 Nietzschean surveillance bubbles attached to the roof and disabled them before moving on. The 2 forward drones reached the building's main lobby, which was filled with huge sofas, trees, and tables from a restaurant on the far side. The furniture was all arranged around a massive central fire pit that was currently raging with green flames that leaped high into the air, casting the atrium in an unearthly light. High above, the storm raged, and Rika realized that the main lobby had no ceiling, just a grav shield to keep out the elements. "That seems impractical," she said as the drone circled the atrium looking for occupants. "Makes the storm look freaking evil, too." "There's a group of people on the far side of the fire," Nikki said, not commenting on how the ethereal green flames colored the storm. Rika pulled the feed and saw 15 Thebans with only 2 Neats guarding them. Her flow armor still listed stealth as online, and she silently cursed herself for not wearing the EV suit. The drones flagged the rest of the room as clear, though they only found 4 surveillance devices, which seemed sparse to Rika. Then again, the Neats were stranded on Hudson. It wasn't like they had intended to take the Trigger Ridge Lodge when they had first set down. For a brief moment, Rika wondered how the Nietzscheans felt about their situation. They had been abandoned by their people, stranded on a ridiculously hostile world, probably only with whatever resources they were carrying. Well, if they were decent, they'd surrender, not take hostages and stick most of them in an equipment shed. With that thought firmly in mind, Rika eased around the corner and stepped into the main lobby. She kept to the shadows, silently willing her flow armor to count itself satisfied with its situation so that she could re-enable stealth. Its stealth effectiveness number was still below 50%. And she told herself that once it crept over that line, she'd enable it for whatever cover it could provide. She kept moving forward, working her way around the fire when a voice came from behind her. "Nice try, mech." "The fuck?" Rika asked as she turned her head enough for her 270-degree vision to spot a Nietzschean step out from an alcove in the wall, a railgun leveled at her. "How did we miss him? Did these guys get upgrades?" she asked Nikki. "Sure seems like it. His armor is a model I've never seen before. Maybe this is some elite commando squad. Great, just what I need." "You're a sneaky one," Rika said aloud as she raised her arms and began to turn. "Stop, I'm not stupid either. You move, I fire a shot through your head." "I don't know if his rifle could do that," Nikki said. but it would probably crack your armor and maybe your skull. So reassuring, Nikki. Then Rika saw another soldier step out from an alcove further down the wall, and the third beyond him, all with their weapons trained on her. Rika decided that this was a good time to break EM's silence. Chase? We've been made.
Shit, are you okay? I have a stuck crawler out here, and the winds are dropping.
Rika clenched her teeth. If the Neats got a visual on the stuck crawler, it would just take a few shots with one of their railguns to destroy it. Stay out there. Get that thing moving. I'll figure something out.
Rika.
Chase, you won't get here in time anyway. With little time to spare, Rika concocted a plan to use her Agrav boost to jump into the air, spin, shoot the closest Neat, and then get back to the dubious cover of the hallway. Just as she folded her double-jointed legs to get extra lift for the initial leap, a single word hit her mind. Drop. Rika knew the speaker's voice and hit the floor, rolling onto her side as an electron beam flashed over her head and struck the closest Nietzschean in the face. He fell back, and Rika didn't waste any time wondering if he was out before firing on the next closest Nietzschean with her electron beam. She hit him center mass as a trio of ballistic rounds streaked overhead and hit the first Nietzschean. Rika's drones provided a feed of his head exploding. The second enemy soldier was moving back toward cover, his armor smoking, and Rika fired another electron beam at his chest, burning away the rest of his armor, before another ballistic round came from above and tore a hole clear through his body. The last Nietzschean had dropped behind cover and was firing at Rika's miraculous savior, who she had pinpointed as being behind and above herself, firing from a balcony on the third floor. Take the others by the fire, Rika said as she unslung her JE-84 and switched it to kinetic burst mode. She clambered back to her feet, unloading a dozen rounds on the heavy wooden couch the Neat had dropped behind, turning the furniture to kindling in an instant, only dimly aware that her ally was taking out the Nietzscheans near the hostages. Rika's target leaped up to fire a rail shot at her, and she twisted to the side as she saw him raise his rifle. The round hit her chest at a low angle and ricocheted off, blowing the top off one of the potted trees next to her. She leaped across the space between herself and the Nietzschean, dropping her JE-84 and wrapped her left hand around the barrel of his rifle. Rika wrenched it from his grasp and then swung it into his right shoulder. He fell to the ground, his helmeted head turning up toward her. The barrel of her GNR hovering 10 centimeters above his helmet was the last thing the Nietzschean ever saw.
Rika,
Nikki cried out. One of the Neats just sent a call out. They have a missile launcher on the 7th floor, and they've spotted the crawler.
Shit,
Rika swore and looked up at the balconies ringing the atrium. Chase, they've got heavies up high. Get the people to safety.
You're okay?
Chase replied, his voice sounding panicked.
Where do I take them? We're wide open out here.
I'll try to get up there, Rika replied and took off at full speed, leaping to the first balcony, then to the next, pulling herself up level by level. On the 5th floor, the railing tore free, and Rika nearly fell, but she managed to hook her GNR mount on the balcony and pull herself up. A few seconds later, she was on the 7th floor, her drones rising with her, scanning the rooms for signs of the weaponry. Then she saw it. 4 rooms down and across the hall. Rika leaped from balcony to balcony, the swirling storm only a few meters above her head, glowing angrily in the light of the green fire far below. Reaching the 4th room, Rika smashed the balcony doors and dashed into the room. She fired around at the door leading into the corridor before bursting through and then followed suit on the door across the hall. As she entered the room with the missile launcher, everything seemed to slow down. It was stationed by the window on an automated mount. It had been facing the sky, but was pivoting to aim at the ground where Rika knew Chase and the Thebans to be. A Nietzschean soldier in light armor leaped out at her, but Rika swung her GNR into his face, sending him flying clear through the wall. She took aim at the launcher and fired her electron beam. Roughly 600 milliseconds after it launched the rocket, Rika raced across the room, praying she could shoot the rocket, but knowing that she may not be able to spot it fast enough in the raging storm. As she reached the window, a brilliant flash momentarily blinded her, and Rika screamed, "Chase!" The only response was the howl of the winds tearing through the broken window, and Rika felt despair well up inside her, ready to jump out into the storm and find him. "Rika," Nikki whispered, "look." A lull in the storm revealed an assault pinnace lowering through the clouds, the shape of the crawler still intact, clearly visible beyond it.
"You need a lift, Rika?"
"Patty?" Chase's voice came a second later. "What the hell? Never mind, stars were glad to see you." A shot rang out from behind Rika, and she turned to see an SMI-2 mech standing next to the room's bed, firing through the wall at the Nietzschean that Rika had forgotten about. Rika felt a wave of relief wash over her, and she took 2 long strides across the room, crashing into the other mech, their armor screeching as they crushed one another with their mechanical embrace. "Silva," Rika whispered. "You always did have impeccable timing." Silva pulled back and tilted her head as she regarded Rika. "And you always did go off half-cocked." All of the Theban hostages had been brought into the lodge and were arrayed around the central fire pit for warmth, a few service-minded souls moving amongst them, distributing food and water. Chase walked in carrying a young girl in his arms while her mother followed after. Once inside, Chase handed the girl to her mother and strode to where Rika and Silva stood, surveying the crowd. "All in a day's work, eh?" he asked, pulling his helmet off as he reached Rika's side. "You think the building is clear enough for that?" Rika asked. "Patty's finished scanning it. Her bird can see right through this thing, so yeah, I figure it's worth the risk to breathe some fresh air." On her right, Silva lifted her helmet off and shook her hair out. "I like where your head's at, Chase, literally and figuratively. Well, if we're throwing caution to the wind..." Rika pulled her helmet off as well, but configured her flow armor to be transparent and let it rise up over her head, just in case. "Okay, Silva, enough with the mysterious 'I sensed trouble' bullshit you gave earlier. How did you find us?" Silva chuckled. "I got word from Major Harl. We've been running rescue ops on Hudson here ever since this new group of players showed up and wiped the Star's ass with the Nietzschean fleet. I didn't know for sure what their game was, so Patty altered the pinnace's call sign and told them we were local police search and rescue. Earlier today, we finally got wind of what really went down and heard about this Rika woman who was apparently the hero of the day." Silva paused and gave Rika a warm smile while also shaking her head. "When I heard that this Rika had somehow stolen 5 warships and led a rescue op to save the Allied Field Marshal on Pyrrha, I knew it had to be my girl." "Bravery does run pretty strong in her veins," Chase said, resting a hand on Rika's shoulder. "Not to mention recklessness," Silva said, her brow lowering before she winked. "Either way, we finally told them who we were and got connected with Major Harl. He told us where you'd gone, and the rest is history." "And Amy?" Rika asked, almost scared to hear the answer. Silva's lips split into a broad smile. "With Patty on the pinnace. We'd found a place to live on Pyrrha, but they were finishing renovations after the last dust-up with the Nietzscheans, so Patty got leave and we all came here for a little vacation." "You know how to pick a locale," Chase said, laughing softly. "Yeah, well, good thing," Silva said, giving Rika a pointed stare. "Saved a lot of lives here." Rika shrugged. "I would have had it handled." "Sure, Rika, sure." Nikki joined in. "If you could piss yourself, you would have." "Nikki?" Rika exclaimed, blushing as she glanced at Silva and Chase. "Okay, maybe I was a little scared." "It's okay," Chase said as he clasped Rika's shoulder, pulling her close. "Being scared when you think you're going to die is normal. Means you have something to live for." Return. Stellar date 09.05.8949. Adjusted years. Location, Pinnace PD-17. Region, Hudson, Albany System, Thebes Septhian Alliance. Rika and Chase spent another 2 days with Patty, Silva, and Amy helping to rescue stranded people on Hudson. Though they were saving lives, she felt guilty leaving Lieutenant Scarcliffe in charge of the company. She remained in communication, and Tanis had messaged Rika to let her know she had a watchful eye on the Marauders as well. In the end, Rika found herself to be rather proud of how well the mechs managed without her. "Told you they could handle a cleanup op without Mama Bear around," Chase said as they sat in the galley aboard Patty's pinnace. Though they had 2 ships to fly back to Pyrrha, given the choice of a Nietzschean ship or a Marauder ship, the choice of return vessel was clear. Nikki had set a pre-programmed flight path for the Fury Lance's pinnace and was keeping an eye on it as it trailed behind. "Is that what they call you now?" Amy asked, smiling up at Rika. "Not to my face." Rika gave Chase a sidelong glance. "At least not normally." Amy took a bite of an apple and grinned around the fruit in her mouth. "I think it fits. You're very protective, Rika." Though it had only been a few months since Rika had said goodbye to Silva and Amy, the young girl seemed years older. Given that Amy's past had already aged her beyond her years, she was now all but an adult in a girl's body. Yet another childhood robbed by the Nietzscheans. "I just like to make sure everyone makes it out alive," Rika replied, "or as many as possible." Silva walked into the galley and leaned against the counter, smiling at her daughter before looking at Rika. "Well, from what I can see, if you're going to push your mechs out of the nest, doing it with these allies around is as good a situation as you can ask for. Things may get hairy from time to time, but by and large, they're not going to get too deep in any hawk." "I got a message from someone named Phineas," Nikki interrupted. "Once all active ops wrap up, they want all Marauders to report to the I-2. "Oh, really?" Rika asked. "Did they request the Golden Lark and Perseids Dream as well?" Major Tim had been quite put out about Rika's trip to Hudson. He didn't seem to care that Patty was a Marauder, or that Silva and Amy may as well be, given what they'd risk to topple the Politica. After a few terse messages back and forth, Rika had stopped replying to the Major. He wasn't going to be any more pleasant in person, no matter what she said over comms. Best to just let him pickle in his own juices for a while. If they want their reward, yes. Priscilla says we should also expect to have messages back from the Marauder HQ before long. I guess Tanis sent out a special courier. "Special courier?" Chase asked, a frown creasing his brow. "MHQ is in the Ontario system. That's nearly 20 light-years away. No way they have heard back yet." "Chase, you gotta read the full ISF briefing," Nikki admonished. "If you had done so already, you'd know how they do that." "I've logged over 20 hours reading that thing. I'm still not even halfway through." "Huh?" Rika asked. "It's like 100 screens, tops." Nikki giggled and Chase's frown deepened. "Nikki." I gave him the full briefing without the key points presentation. Nikki snickered again. Rika groaned and gave Chase an apologetic look as she passed the shorter briefing over the link. "You'll probably want to go through that first," she chuckled. "Anyway, the ISF has this tech called jump gates. It requires a transmission gate and a special mirror of some sort on the front of the ship. With it, they can cross known space in minutes." "Shit, is that how they got all those ships in system so fast?" "And here, I'd wagered that they'd snuck them all in with stealth tech. Barnes going to cash in. He had guessed wormholes." "They're not wormholes," Nikki corrected. "They're Ford's Fader mirrors. It's a similar but different process." "Oh yeah?" Chase asked. "How do they work?" "The ISF didn't leave a manual lying around on how to replicate the tech. Shocking, I know, but there you have it." "Bastards," Rika muttered, then laughed. "You know, I think the whole galaxy is insane." "Humans really haven't spread through the whole galaxy," Amy corrected. "Just the Orion arm." "Ha!" Chase grinned at Amy. "Now who hasn't read the brief? Humans have spread into the Perseus and Sagittarius arms too." "Well, Mom wouldn't let me read it." Amy shot a dark look at Silva. "Said it was too depressing." Silva directed a glower at her daughter. "I said that it was too much for you to absorb right then. But I guess I probably should. You're just going to pick up all the details and dribs and drabs anyway." "Score!" Amy thrust a fist in the air. "Besides, after growing up with Dad, I think I can handle pretty much anything." Rika saw Silva's expression darken further, but she didn't say anything in response. "So, what are you two going to do?" Rika asked Silva. "Stay here in Albany?" "Is this you trying to get me to sign up with the Marauders again?" Silva asked. Rika shrugged. "I don't even know for sure if there is a Marauders anymore, what with the old man being gone." "Sure there is," Chase replied. "Apparently you didn't tell Silva how your company is named Rika's Marauders." Rika blushed and Silva laughed. "Why doesn't this surprise me?" "I had nothing to do with the name." Rika waved a hand through the air.
My XO and Flight Commander are pranksters. I'll bet, Silva said as she gave Rika a rather penetrating stare. No lie, I'd sure like to kick more Nietzschean ass. It never gets old, that's for sure. But Amy and I have a life to build now. We're not in it for war. Mom, Amy turned in her seat to meet Silva's eyes. I may not have read the brief, but I've overheard things. The war is everywhere. People are fighting all over the place. Be that as it may, Silva replied. You're my #1 responsibility. And while we did what we had to on Hudson, I'm not going to cart you around on one of Rika's cruisers. I wouldn't allow it either, Rika added. Amy turned back to look at her, hurt evident in her eyes. I've never held the team back, she pleaded. You took me across the Politica and I did my part. I've lived with mechs all my life. You're like family. Amy was right, but that didn't mean a warship was any place for a young person. I wonder about New Canaan, Rika mused. Where's that, deeper in the Precipi cluster? Silva asked. No, Rika shook her head. It's where Tanis's people settled, probably one of the safest places in the galaxy. Silva's eyes narrowed as she regarded Rika. What are you suggesting? That it's a place the two of you could go, Rika replied, realizing that she had sidled right up to the line with Silva. She had been about to suggest that the two split up, her own desire to have Silva at her side blinding her to how much this mother and daughter needed to be together. I don't know, Silva said, still eyeing Rika warily. How do you know that Admiral Richards would let us go there? From what I hear, the ISF people are very close-mouthed about where they come from. Rika leaned back in her chair and grinned at Silva. I have a bit of an in with Tanis. Avatar. Stellar date 09.09.8949. Adjusted years. Location: ISS I-2. Region: Pira, Albany System. Thebes, Septhian Alliance. 9 days after leaving Piran space to find Silva and Amy on Hudson, Rika was back aboard the I-2. This time, instead of a trip to Tanis's cabin by the lake, she was on her way to meet with the Admiral in what the message termed Bridge Conference Room 1A. Rika found no end of amusement that this warship was more like a city than a starship. Hundreds of square kilometers of parks, enough housing for tens of thousands of people, 2 massive hospitals, commercial and restaurant districts. Heck, it even has 3 spaceports, and that's not counting the 1,000 fighter bays. Tanis had made an offhand comment that the ISF planned to build at least 24 ships like the I-2, the Carthage, Kanan Sword, and Starblade being just the tip of the iceberg. Granted, those 3 ships were already gone, departed through a massive jump gate that Tanis had said would be dismantled and moved after the I-2 left the Albany system. As Rika walked down the long corridor toward the bridge, she wondered about the meeting ahead. The message had indicated that Major Tim would be in attendance, plus 2 colonels from Marauder HQ that had come back on the ISF's courier ship. Would they tell her to stand down? Punish her for leaving the Hercules system without orders? Anything was possible. You seem anxious, Nikki observed as Rika dodged a pair of ISF lieutenants that raced past. A bit. Tanis didn't really give a lot of information. Usually that's bad. Or she's just ridiculously busy, Nikki replied. She and Angela are trying to hold the galaxy together by the skin of their teeth. I never understood that metaphor. Teeth don't have skin. Just the thought of it wigs me out. You know what I mean, Rika. Maybe she didn't know enough for certain to tell you anything. Maybe no news is good news. Rika breathed a heavy sigh. I guess. I suppose the worst-case scenario is that I leave the Marauders and sign up with the ISF, and try to get enough mechs together that Tanis will still send us on the mission. I just worry that whoever has picked up the pieces of the Marauders is going to bone this somehow. Another weird saying, Nikki interjected. I guess, does it mean to have sex? You'd think that would be a good thing. Nikki snorted. Human sayings make no sense to begin with. For instance, you say fuck when things have gone bad, but it's your favorite thing to do. See the previous conversation with Heather about clusterfuck. Well, I still maintain that the number of people who would fuck a duck is vanishingly small. I'd like to think you're right about that.
As Rika was fervently hoping the same thing, she came to a large room that the I-2's visitor map listed as Bridge Foyer. The space within was devoid of furnishings, but it was filled with holos. Displays with ship status readouts, the stellar cartography of the Albany system, fleet tracking, solar flare monitoring, a whole series of screens dedicated to the CME that had burst off Howe 2 days ago, plus the flight paths of every civilian vessel within scan range. A path was marked out on the deck, and Rika's ship map told her to follow the left branch, but she caught sight of a figure in the center of the room and turned to walk toward it. As she passed through layer upon layer of holos, she made out a white woman perched atop a long pillar. Long black hair splayed out around her, waving gently like a living halo as she manipulated virtual screens around herself. "Priscilla?" Rika asked. "Hey, Rika." Priscilla smiled but didn't open her mouth to speak. "They're waiting for you in the conference room." "What are you doing?" Rika asked, looking around at the thousands of displays filling the room. "Running things?" "Well, more like interfacing with things. Running things and interfacing with people." Priscilla winked as she flung a holo away and drew in another screen, scowling at its contents. "Running everything from the looks of it," Rika replied. "Are you stuck there?" Priscilla glanced down. "Sorta. I work 90 days on, 90 days off as Bob's avatar is linked to the humans on the ship and to the fleet." "Bob is too advanced to easily speak with humans," Nikki added. "It's like if you were to try to carry on a conversation with a mollusk. You could do it, but it's taxing and not a good use of your time." "That's it in a nutshell," Priscilla confirmed, giving Rika a slow wink. "I'm like a priestess, delivering directives from some ancient god. At least I've always suspected that's why Ernest picked a plinth for me to sit on." "Is it comfortable?" Rika asked. "I mean, couldn't you change it to something else?" Priscilla glanced down at the lower half of her body. "I suppose, but this is how Amanda and I have done it for centuries. No reason to change now. Besides, gotta keep the newbies in line." She completed the sentence with a conspiratorial wink. "Newbies?" Rika asked. "Are you going to spend less time here and go on rescue missions and stuff?" "No. Well, yes, a bit. I meant for the other I-class ships. Can't have them thinking this is a cushy job. When I say I'm on for 90 days, I mean on. No food, sleep, sex, nothing. Being an avatar is a full-time job." "Couldn't you shorten the shift?" Rika asked. "Rotate out more often?" A silvery laugh filled the air, a sound like 1,000 tiny bells ringing. "Rika, you're a darling. Given a choice, we'd probably never disconnect. The 90-day limit is in place to keep us from losing ourselves in Bob's mind. If we're subsumed by him, we're less useful as human interfaces. The forced time off gets us back out amongst our kind and helps us remember what it's like to be human." Priscilla's eyes glanced to the deck for a moment. "Though that's becoming less and less effective for me. I'll have a decision to make soon." "What sort of decision?" Nikki asked, her tone almost breathless, if such a metaphor could be said to apply. "Whether to cease functioning as Bob's avatar, or to allow myself to join with him forever." Priscilla said the words without emotion, though Rika could detect a hint of yearning. Somehow this strong, independent woman wanted to lose herself in the mind of an AI. The thought almost caused Rika to physically recoil. It was an anathema to her, the stuff they made horror vids about. "You should practice schooling your expression more, Rika," Priscilla laughed. "I'll admit, I do understand how it could sound distasteful, but it's not. When Bob eventually ascends, when he leaves the final physical moorings that hold him in place, he'll take me with him, and then birth me as a new being of light and energy, constructed of matter that doesn't even exist in our rather pedestrian dimensions." Rika realized her mouth was hanging open. First, she'd witnessed Tanis tearing apart matter into subatomic particles to harvest its energy and destroy Nietzscheans. And now, she was listening to a woman speaking of merging her mind with an AI and being reborn as an ascended being. "This place is nuts," Rika said privately to Nikki. "I think it's glorious." Priscilla gestured to her right. "I've delayed you enough. You need to get to the conference room." Yeah. Thanks, Priscilla. I hope I see you again before you..." "Whatever. The sound of tiny bells filled the space once more, and Priscilla winked. I suspect we shall see much of each other in the future. Power. Stellar date 09.09.8949, adjusted years. Location, ISS I-2. Region, Pura, Albany System. Thebes, Septhian Alliance. Rika stepped into the conference room to see Tanis sitting at the head of the table, with Captain Rachel at her side, and another man she didn't recognize next to the I-2's captain. On the other side of the table sat Major Tim, next to a man and woman who wore Marauder uniforms. The woman bore the insignia of a lieutenant colonel, and the man was a full bird. Good of you to join us, Rika, Major Tim said, glancing at her over his shoulder as she entered the room. Rika was a fan of symmetry, though she personally had none, what with her gun arm, so she sat on the ISF side of the table, next to the man she didn't know. The ship's database flagged him as Borden, a colonel in the ISF, and Rika added that information to her own internal roster. From what she could tell, the ISF military was small, comparatively speaking, but they seemed to have a lot of high-ranking officers. She supposed it may have to do with the fact that they could crew a 1,000-meter warship with just a dozen people. Not a big need for grunts in their Space Force. Rika hadn't responded to Major Tim's passive-aggressive greeting, and the Marauder Lieutenant Colonel, Alice, by the name tag Rika could now see, shot her a dirty look. Captain, respond to the Major when he addresses you. Rika opened her mouth to reply, but Tanis spoke up. Colonel, it's my fault that Rika was delayed. I asked Priscilla to clarify some intel with her. No need for recriminations. Let's get started. The Marauder Colonel, Jeremy, his name tag read, gave Rika an unreadable smile and turned his attention to Tanis, while Major Tim contented himself with glaring at Rika, though he didn't speak further. Rika wasn't surprised at his attitude in general, though she'd expected him to show more restraint in public. He must know one of the two colonels to think he could operate with such impunity. He'd continually badgered Heather and Scarcliffe, even attempting to coerce Barn while Rika had been at Hudson. Ultimately, she'd had to instruct her company leadership to ignore the Major entirely. It was obvious what Tim had been doing. With the old man gone, he was trying to either prove himself to the new Marauder leadership or consolidate control of his assets and strike out on his own. However, with Rika controlling most of the Marauders in the Albany system, that plan hadn't gotten very far. Once they received word that two colonels had come back from Marauder HQ on the ISF courier, he had ceased all attempts of communication with her. It had surprised Rika that neither of the colonels had reached out before the meeting, but it was also possible that they had decided to leave first impressions for the physical realm. Very well, Lieutenant Colonel Alice replied to Tanis. Let's begin. It is our understanding that you wish to hire the Marauders for an operation within the Nietzschean Empire. That is correct, Tanis said as she reached for the glass of water in front of her, lifting it while she continued to speak. The Nietzscheans need to be put down, and I believe the Marauders have enough skin in the game to pull it off. Colonel Jeremy folded his hands on the table and nodded, looking down for a moment before shifting his gaze back to Tanis. True, we've been at war with Nietzsche for some time, and General Mill had always favored missions that would harm them. But this is a little out of our league. Is it? Tanis asked, cocking an eyebrow as she took a sip of her water. For what I've seen, Marauders mop the floor with the Neets wherever your forces go head-to-head. There are a finite number of Marauders, Jeremy said, spreading his arms wide. We need to stick to engagements where we can achieve clear victory with minimal losses. Recklessness in missions, like toppling the Politica, attacking a Nietzschean fleet tucked inside a gas giant, or riding to your rescue under the nose of the largest Nietzschean armada anyone has seen in decades, is not our modus operandi. As Jeremy spoke, both Tim and Alice fixed their unblinking gazes on Rika, and she resisted the urge to squirm in her seat. She wished she had her GNR on her right arm. She never knew what to do with two hands. Alas, sitting at a conference table with a meter-long weapon attached to her arm was even less comfortable. Once again, it was Tanis who came to her rescue, only a few words being necessary to change the direction of the conversation. Maybe it should be. Jeremy's lips pressed together in a thin line, and Alice spoke up. Would the ISF or your allies be able to offer us support on the mission? Whoa, wait, Rika said to Nikki. A minute ago, I thought Jeremy would be our advocate and Alice the detractor. Are they switching up their bad cop, good cop already? Or Alice is just a protocol stickler who also wants to kick Nietzschean ass. They're not mutually exclusive things. Good point. Well, Tanis began, steepling her fingers, as I've already mentioned to Captain Rika and Major Tim, we're prepared to upgrade the mechs that were involved in the action here, as well as Tim's crews. We have a list of things we can do that will be sustainable with your lower levels of tech. Not everything we have is on the table. Some of our mods would kill you in a decade if you didn't have our maintenance systems. That's a bit vague. How will that help us beat the Nietzscheans? Jeremy asked. Stealth systems, better batteries, more efficient and more reliable weapons. Tanis ticked the items on her fingers. We'll take what you have and make it stronger, better, faster. It's impressive tech, sir. Rika weighed in. Their stealth systems render a person completely invisible to any scan we have. That's great on the ground, Alice said, giving Rika an appraising glance. But we have to get our ships to the fight before hitting the dirt. She returned her focus to Tanis. We've heard that you have similar stealth tech for your ships, as well as invincible shields. The Admiral nodded. We do, yes, and we'd consider outfitting some ships with that. But it is not tech we give out in great numbers. A very strong concern of ours is that we do not let those systems fall into enemy hands. As a result, ships that get stasis shields or our stealth tech have failsafes built in. Failsafes? Colonel Jeremy asked. Kaboom, Captain Rachel said as she spread her hands wide. On tamper, or if there is a possibility that the ship will be disabled in unfriendly territory, there are manual triggers too. Seriously? Major Tim asked. You put bombs in ships? Better we lose one ship than see the enemy gain this technology. How long do you think this region of space would stand against a Nietzschean empire that possessed stasis shields and our stealth tech? The thought was a sobering one, and the two Marauder colonels nodded while Tim continued his glower. Well, I'll pass on those systems getting installed on the Lark and the Dream, he sneered. Ships stand enough chance of getting blown up as it is. It's a calculated risk, Rachel said in agreement. One that you take on yourselves? Colonel Jeremy asked. Is this ship rigged to blow if those systems are compromised? Rachel shook her head. The I-2 doesn't have stealth capability. It's not feasible on a ship this size. When your engines are larger than space stations, it's a tad difficult to hide their optical emissions, let alone the rest of the spectrum. As for our stasis shields, I am the safety mechanism, Bob intoned, his voice feeling like someone had just parked a fuel tanker in Rika's head and struck it with a building-sized hammer. Holy shit, Rika said privately to Nikki. Bob is? Now you get why Priscilla interfaces for him, Nikki replied. Rika saw that the other Marauders were grimacing, but Rachel only gave a soft laugh before adding, Bob will ensure that the ship is destroyed before our stasis or other tech is lost. But as you saw from the recent battle, it would take more than just a few ships to defeat us, and we are very resilient to sabotage. Only people who already have our levels of technology pose a significant risk. Jeremy appeared unconvinced. If you have this tech, and the ability to drop tens of thousands of ships on any given location at a moment's notice, why do you need the Marauders to take on the Nietzscheans? We're not against helping, but our resources are better suited to small-scale strikes and policing actions. This is not the only conflict the Allies are involved in, Tanis replied. There is a war spreading across all settled space, and even beyond. While we can perform targeted offensives like this, we cannot maintain a presence to ensure conflict does not reoccur. And there's the matter of power vacuums, Rika added. If we jump in and take out Constantine, we'll just be fighting the next person in the chain of command. Nietzsche is too large for that. It's not a snake, it's a hydra. You've been paying attention, Tanis said privately, sending an impression of a wink to Rika. It's not that hard to grasp. Why are they acting like this? Tanis spoke aloud to the group, outlining her reasoning for using the Marauders and expanding upon what Rika had said. At the same time, she also addressed Rika's question over the link. Alice is cautious. She doesn't want to put her people at risk. I respect that, even though she's a bit tight-laced. Your Jeremy, on the other hand, is angling to take control of the Marauders. If he can secure a sweet policing deal with me, protecting Albany and other Theban systems, then he brings a big influx of resources and capital into your organization. It might be enough for him to end up in charge. Rika couldn't help but be impressed with how well Tanis could carry on 2 conversations at once. There were no pauses or hints that she'd lost focus on either one. Rika, on the other hand, had to almost ignore Tanis's vocal response to focus on the mental one. Who is in charge? I'm a bit on the outs right now. No one is giving me any intel. Not that I've been terribly conversational with them either. When they first arrived, Colonel Jeremy mentioned Brigadier General Lloyd as being in control of Marauder HQ. Rika had heard of General Lloyd. Everyone in the Marauders had always spoken of him with respect, though he was not senior. There was a Major General named Julia in the Marauders, though she was stationed in the former Politica, and probably still unaware of the events at Pyrrha. Rika said as much to Tanis, and the Admiral winked at her before saying, I know. Tanis had moved on to outlining some of her initial targets. She thought it best to hit the Nietzscheans around the edges of the Empire, to weaken their perimeter before moving in to strike harder targets deeper in enemy space. It would also make Nietzsche less of a threat to Septhia and the former Thebans if they were focused on defense rather than offense. Unless they decide to strike out again, Alice said, appearing to be giving Tanis's words honest consideration. If they think Septhia is hitting them, they'll just mount a force to crush it once and for all. Tanis's brow lowered. Perhaps, but they just mounted their biggest offensive in 2 decades and suffered near-complete losses. Are they the sort to swing that hammer again? Alice ran a hand down the side of her face. Stars, Admiral Richards, I have no idea. Back in the Genevian War, yes, they would have. They would beat themselves against a target until they'd taken it out. Stars, this is their 2nd strike on Pyrrha in as many years. They don't like to lose. But then, they've never suffered a loss like this. Not that I know of. They're going to try to cover it up, sweep it under the rug, but will they risk another? I say they will, Tim said, shaking his head. You don't know the Nietzsche like we do. Colonel Borden snorted. Having just lost nearly 70,000 ships. Do you really think they'd immediately send another fleet into the same system where they've suffered 2 major defeats? It would be one thing if we'd been decimated as well. But we only lost 600 ships. They won't even know how to understand that, let alone counter it. Maybe, Jeremy allowed. Or maybe they'll hit us all across the Septhian Alliance at once. Can you protect 400 systems simultaneously? Now you're just getting far-fetched, a voice said from the doorway, and everyone turned to see a tall woman entering the room. Her once black hair was streaked with gray, and she walked with a slight limp. She walked to the foot of the table, and her amber eyes surveyed the room, highlighting a sharp intelligence behind them. General Julia, Colonel Jeremy exclaimed as the Marauders all rose. At ease. Julia waved her hand before anyone had managed a salute. Sit. We've wasted enough time with your conjecture. Everyone sat and Julia nodded to Tanis. Thank you for sending a ship to bring me here. Given that I am in command of the Marauders, it seems fitting that I attend these negotiations. But General Lloyd, Colonel Jeremy began, only to be cut off by Julia. Will be informed of my decision on this matter when I return to the Ontario system to meet with him. Julia looked at the Marauders, her gaze ultimately settling on Rika. None of you remember this from the beginning of the war, but the Neats behave very differently when they think a cause is lost. They have no compunctions when it comes to cutting and running. We had some early victories in the war, where we were able to rout them from entire sectors. I read about those battles, General, Jeremy interjected. Ultimately, the Neats took those systems. Julia nodded. Because we were complacent. We failed to press our advantage, and they regrouped faster than we expected. That is why we must press it now. Never again will we have such an opportunity to strike against them. Rika felt immense relief to hear the conviction in General Julia's voice. She'd feared that with Mill's death, the likes of Jeremy and Tim would be in control of the Marauders, pulling them away from any meaningful work, from the old man's vision. Tanis nodded. Well said, General Julia. Tell me, what sort of forces will the Marauders be able to make available for this mission? Julia's gaze still hadn't left Rika, the General's unblinking eyes beginning to make her feel uncomfortable. Well, I suspect that Rika's company will go. I imagine I'd have to fire her to keep that from happening, and even that probably wouldn't work. I also have 4 ships filled with mechs inbound from our camps in the Politica. I believe we can form an entire battalion of mechs, should they all sign on for this fight. And ships? Tanis asked. Current Marauder fleet strength sits at 1,472 warships, along with 213 repair and supply vessels. Of that number, only 590 are capital ships. When it comes to the Allies' Space Force, we're a drop in the bucket. And Marauder ships may not be ideal for all the ops facing the strike force, at least not initially, Tanis added. However, the Allies have recently come into possession of a large number of Nietzschean spacecraft. We could bolster the vessels Rika already secured, and that could be the primary strike force. Julia turned back to Rika, her unblinking amber eyes resuming their penetrating stare. I read about that in the brief I received. I feel like we set our sights too low for you, Rika. Mind you, a captain cannot command a battalion. The General's wording was unclear to Rika, but she feared the worst. My promotions in the Marauders have already been meteoric. I doubt that the General would. Her musing was interrupted when Julia said, But a lieutenant colonel may be something I can swing. Rika had been in the midst of drawing a breath to respond when Julia dropped that bomb, and she nearly coughed in disbelief. Excuse me? A genuine smile made its way onto Julia's face. Captain Rika, who did you think we were going to put in charge of the rest of the mechs once they completed their evaluations? They only want to report to you. Stars, your company is already overstuffed with 5 platoons. Your battalion will suffer from the same condition. Rika opened and closed her mouth, uncertain how to respond. Tim, on the other hand, had that covered. General Julia, no offense meant, but is that wise? Rika does not have the operational experience necessary to manage a battalion. She'll be in over her head. As much as Rika would have preferred to pull her own teeth and agree with Tim, she was thinking the same thing. Managing a company only worked because she had smart people filling out her staff. For all intents and purposes, Barn managed half the day-to-day issues. Heather and Scarcliffe had a lot to do with the smooth operation as well, something that was clearly evidenced by her week-long absence during which nothing untoward had occurred. No offense taken, Julia replied, though the smile on her lips turned somewhat predatory, and Rika suspected that the opposite was true. Are you volunteering to be Rika's XO? She's going to need someone with operational experience, someone who knows how to manage all of the details that come along with a force this size. Other than a few glances at General Julia, Alice had been staring at Rika unblinkingly for the last few minutes. Something changed in her eyes, and she suddenly blurted out, I'll do it. Julia's brow lifted halfway up her forehead. Colonel? Julia's expression of pure certainty was undiminished as she looked at Julia. I'll be Rika's XO. I have the experience she needs, and frankly, I'm sick of flying a desk. This is the fight of a lifetime, and I want to be in on it. That'll be a first, Tanis said with a slight smile. A lieutenant colonel reporting to a lieutenant colonel? She's right, Julia agreed. That won't work. We can't mess up the chain of command like that. From what I've seen, Rika's company will not look kindly on such an arrangement. Alice shrugged. Then demote me. Call it an operational field demotion or something. What's gotten into you? Jeremy asked, nearly coughing out the question. A demotion? Alice turned from Julia to Jeremy. What the fuck do I care about rank? About the insignia on my collar? The whole point behind the Marauders was to form a resistance against the Nietzscheans, something many of us, myself included, have forgotten. But my parents are still in there, my brother, his kids. They all live in the Nietzschean Empire. What about your dad, Jeremy? He's still stuck there too. They won't give him travel authorization because they think he has ties with the resistance. Don't you want to help him? Free him? Jeremy looked down at the table and muttered, I won't throw my life away on a fool's errand. I'd rethink that attitude. Julia's voice lowered, and a dangerous edge found its way into her words. Mills Marauders has no room for cowards. Jeremy's jaw set, but when he looked up at Julia and saw the cold steel in her eyes, he gave a curt nod. Understood, ma'am. General Julia nodded before looking back at Rika. You know, Rika, you put in quite a few years in the GAF. In fact, your enlistment date, for lack of a better word, is earlier than Alice's. It is? Rika asked. Julia nodded. If we count the day of your sentencing, where you took on military service as your start day, you have 3 days on her. That doesn't cover time and grade, Colonel Borden said. I assume that would be an issue in the Marauders as well. Yes, it would absolutely cause issues, Tim replied, but closed his mouth as Julia shot him a cold look. We'll figure something out, the general said. So, you have your mech battalion. Tanis spoke for the first time in several minutes. We don't have funds in your local currencies, but as I was trying to explain earlier, our technology is worth more than most star systems. I suspect it will work in place of credit? It will, Julia said with a laugh. In addition, we'll exercise salvage rights on systems we capture. We can work out specifics later. However, there is something else that I want for the Marauders, if we undertake this mission. Rika saw Tanis's eyes narrow as she leaned back in her chair, regarding the Marauder general. Name it. I understand that you have a colony world far from here, one defended by a massive fleet of your indestructible ships. Tanis nodded. You've heard correctly. Then I want the option for any Marauder to send their families to your colony. Well, that's gutsy, Nikki commented, and Rika couldn't help but agree. All eyes turned to Tanis as she regarded General Julia. I'll consider it, the Admiral replied. But if they want to be citizens, loyalties may become complex. We'll need to think about this. That's good enough for now, Julia replied, a resolute expression on her face. It's settled. The Marauders are at the Allies' disposal. From there, the conversation turned to force deployments and possible strategies. Colonel Borden was assigned as liaison for the Marauders, tasked with venturing out with Rika's battalion on their mission. You know, Julia said privately to Rika, speaking to her via the link for the first time. Colonel Borden has 100 years' service on you. I may need to make you a general. Julia's mental communication held a tone that Rika hoped meant it was a joke. Please don't, ma'am, Rika replied. I still want to have some fun. Well, Borden's outside the chain of command, so I suppose things will still work if you're a colonel. Eventually you'll be stuck on the sidelines like the rest of us, though. Julia's words sounded like a form of torture to Rika, but she supposed that was a long way off, after they took out Nietzsche. For all she knew, Tanis's little mission could take years. For a moment, Julia seemed like she was going to say something more, holding the link connection open, but then she closed it as Tanis began to speak about the location of the first strike. 2 hours later, they exited the conference room, having discussed what felt like 100 strategies for taking the fight to Nietzsche and ultimately toppling the Empire. While Tanis wanted the Marauders to be the tip of the spear, she had understood that more forces would be necessary to pull off a mission of that magnitude. She alluded to a large Septhian force being available at some point, though Rika wasn't sure how Tanis would pull that off. The Septhians had not proven to be the most reliable allies. No, that's unfair. Rika corrected herself. General Adam in the Hercules system acquitted himself well. She rubbed the back of her hand against her cheek as she stepped out into the corridor, taking care not to tangle her finger joints in her hair, and let out a long sigh. Tim and Jeremy had been the first out, and Rachel only paused briefly to wish Rika well before turning left toward the bridge. "I look forward to working with you more," Colonel Borden said as he stepped out into the passageway, stopping to stretch out his arms at Rika's side. "Would you object if I selected a squad of ISF Marines to accompany you?" Rika had seen ISF Marines kick ass back in Hudson. They were a force to be reckoned with. "Bring as many as you can, Colonel. I won't say no to their help." Borden chuckled. "Well, I'll keep it to a small team, folks familiar with Spec Ops infiltration actions. We don't have a lot of field experience with that, but there are a few of us." "I'm surprised by that," Alice said to the colonel from Rika's other side as she exited the conference room. "I thought you guys were serious badasses." "We may be, but most of our fights have been pitched battles, do-or-die stuff. I'm looking forward to learning from you." "I like this guy," Nikki commented. "I do, however, need to chat with Rachel about this," he said, "given that I'm in her fleet and all." "Wait, Captain Rachel?" Alice asked. Borden nodded. "Recently Colonel Rachel, now General Rachel." Alice shook her head. "I don't get it." Rika shared a knowing look with Borden before replying. "The honor of serving as the captain of the I-2 is considered the highest in the ISF," she explained. "Everyone calls Rachel captain out of respect." "I guess that makes sense," Alice replied, the expression on her face clearly indicating otherwise. "If you'll excuse me," Borden nodded to the two women, "I must go speak with Captain General Rachel before she gets assaulted by 1,000 different crises." "I'll see you soon," Rika replied as the man turned and walked toward the bridge. "So, Colonel Rika, what are your orders?" Alice asked, her tone conciliatory. Hopefully an apology for her initial greeting. "You bring any gear?" Rika asked, not sure what she was supposed to do with Alice. "Still in my cabin on the courier ship," the lieutenant colonel replied. "Well, we'll swing by there on our way to the Furylands. Also, I'm not a colonel yet. I took you for a rules stickler, what with how you took me to task when I arrived." Alice shrugged. Blood sugar was low, and I was tired of Tim pestering me over the link. "She's lying," Nikki commented. "Look at her blood pressure and the skin temperature change on her face." "I see it too," Rika said as she glanced at Alice. "I wonder what her game is." "Well, she can be joining the mission for the right reasons while still being an asshole," Nikki suggested. "Well, I'm saddled with her one way or another. I'll have to make the best of it." Challenge. Stellar date 09.09.8949. Adjusted years. Location: Marauder Dropship. Region: Pira, Albany System, Thebes, Septian Alliance. "What do you mean she's the new XO?" Chase asked as Rika informed him of their new guest from Marauder HQ. "Well, turns out that we're gonna get an upgrade." Rika could all but feel Chase's confusion coming across the link. "Rika, spill it." "We're a battalion now, maybe a regiment. General Julia hasn't quite decided on how things are going to be structured. Probably a battalion, though." Chase didn't reply for a second, and Rika stared out the dropship's forward screen, wondering how he'd feel about the news. "Rika." His words were laced with a cautious suspicion. "Captains don't command battalions. Who's the new CO? It's not Tim, is it? Tell me it's not Tim. I think the mechs would kill him and eat him before serving under him." Rika snorted at the visual. "Stars no, Chase, it's me. I'm the CO. "Wait, Colonel?" Rika nodded, though he couldn't see it. "Yeah, Colonel Rika. That's me. Nuts, right? I need to learn how to whistle over the link. Nuts is a good word for it, though." "What?" Rika shot back. "Nuts that I'm a colonel? Don't you think I can handle it?" "Of course you can, Rika," Chase replied without hesitation. "I was thinking about what this does to our company. I assume it's because we're incorporating more mechs." Rika felt bad that she'd snapped at Chase. His reaction was an honest one. But he believed she could do it, and that counted for a lot. Granted, he's biased. She swallowed while watching the shuttle fly past a massive ISF repair ship. The thing was nearly the size of the I-2, though narrower so it could fit through smaller jump gates. "Sorry, I think I'm channeling my own fears here," she admitted. "So what will that mean for all of us?" Rika knew exactly who all of us was. The former members of Team Basilisk and the company leadership. "Want your own company?" Chase managed a reasonable snort over the link. "No chance. Besides, mechs have to lead the companies. You know how important that will be, especially with the influx of FNMs. "Good point," Rika replied. "Oh shit, the general is hitting me up. Gotta go." "Okay, see you soon, Colonel." Rika sent him a feeling of warmth before she accepted the general's request for a full VR conversation. Rika didn't have this style of conversation often. For some reason, she always felt vulnerable in them, as though the other person could somehow see into her core. Still, she couldn't deny the general's request, so she kept Tanis's imagery firmly in her mind as she found herself on a vast plain and saluted General Julia. The general returned the salute, and then regarded Rika silently for an entire minute before finally speaking. "I should kick you out of the Marauders." Julia's words carried a hard edge and hit Rika like a wall of ice, nearly staggering her in the virtual world. "Ma'am?" was all she managed to sputter out. "I know what you're thinking, that it's for your actions in the Hercules, or for rushing into Albany half-cocked, which seems to be your thing, by the way, Rika." Rika placed the image of herself as a rock in the storm beyond Julia. The other woman couldn't see it, but the general was now framed by a raging storm wreathed by the unbreakable spire of stone that represented Rika. Rika widened her stance and clasped her hands behind her back. "I have defeated every adversary, ma'am. Perhaps people have just underestimated me. What they consider to be ill-advised actions are, with my abilities in mind, perfectly acceptable risks." A sardonic smile slipped onto the older woman's thin lips, and her eyes narrowed. "I would have accepted that argument, but for your actions on Hudson." Rika frowned. "Hudson?" Julia nodded. "If it were not for the fact that the Allies' field marshal has such an obvious fondness for you, well earned since you saved her, I suppose, I would have booted you from the Marauders in a heartbeat for what you did there." The general's words barely made sense to Rika. She had saved Patty, Silva, and Amy. Patty was a Marauder, and Silva may as well be. She had been doing her duty. I don't understand." Julia turned her eyes upward and shook her head before looking down at Rika. "And that is why I'm still having second thoughts about sending you on the mission to Nietzsche." "But you seemed so supportive in the meeting with Tanis." "Yes, because if I had dressed you down, or told her I wouldn't send you, then I'd have to deal with Jeremy pushing back twice as hard on this whole thing." On the surface, Julia had seemed so genuine, so supportive. To know that she'd been playing Rika's favor with Tanis against Jeremy that whole time, it cast the woman in a whole new light. "So, what did I do wrong?" Rika asked. "Rika, you abandoned your post to save a friend." Julia let the words drop like they were a bomb. One that failed to detonate so far as Rika was concerned. "No, ma'am. I took a calculated risk that my company would be safe performing SNR operations while in the care of the largest, most capable military that I've ever seen. They're not green recruits, General. They know how to handle themselves, and it made for an excellent test of my lieutenants, to see how they operated without my direct oversight. Considering that we will be operating independently for some time, it seemed wise." Julia shook her head. "Dress it up however you want, Rika. You abandoned your post on a personal mission. Not only that, but you did it in what was still an active theater. You're a disgrace to the uniform." Something snapped inside Rika, and she took a step toward the general, raising a hand, one finger pointing at the woman before her. "No, General. You're a disgrace to even think that I wear a uniform. Look at me." Julia's eyes remained locked on Rika's own, not wavering an iota. "No!" Rika screamed. "You look at me, General Julia. Look at my body. Look at what your beloved Genevian armed forces did to me. This isn't a fucking uniform. This is my flesh. And it is no fucking disgrace." The vehemence in Rika's voice finally seemed to crack Julia's veneer, and her eyes widened as Rika took another step forward. "You abandoned me. You abandoned us all back there in Geneva. Time and time again you left us. Maybe if instead of running the fuck off, if the GAF brass had gone back for the lost, we might have won the war. You have a legacy of leaving people behind. I have a legacy of saving them. If one person, one, is lost, I will save them. I saved Barnes even when he hated me. I saved the man who had the control codes to the chip in my head. I saved the president of the world below us, though the NEET still killed her. But that didn't stop me. I saved Amy from her father, and I saved Silva and the mechs from the Politica. I saved the fucking Hercules system, and we dove a starship into a planet to save Vargo Klen. But that wasn't enough for me, General Julia. I came here to save Albany, and Tanis Richards, and then I saved the woman who made my coffee once, and then I went to save Patty, Silva, and Amy, and you know what happened?" Rika was screaming at this point, standing less than a meter from Julia, towering over the tall woman. "No," Julia mouthed the words. "They saved me." Rika said the words softly, shaking her head. "You think that we'll defeat the Nietzscheans by storming beachheads and decimating their forces? But that's not how we'll win this war. We're going to win this war because we're going to save people. And when we're done, when we stand atop Constantine's toppled throne, our hands covered in blood, it'll be the people we saved who are going to save us." Julia's eyes lowered, finally breaking contact with Rika's as she shook her head. Rika didn't want to hear Julia's equivocations or apologies. She knew she'd stepped over the line, but what she'd said had to be said. Julia needed to understand what Rika was willing to do to see this through. "I have to go, General. I'm sure we'll talk later." Rika cut the connection, and the grassy plain with the storm raging in the distance faded away, replaced once more by the interior of the dropship, and Alice sitting across from her. "You okay?" Alice asked. "You were breathing really heavily there." Rika shook her head. "No, not really. I just had a blowout with the general. I think I might be fired." Alice's brows rose in amazement, but then a smile slipped onto her lips. "You sure about that, Rika? General Julia just announced your promotion to the rank of colonel across the Marauders' general net. Maybe you said the right thing." Rika's mouth dropped, and she pulled up the latest command announcements. "Well, holy shit. Was she putting me on?" Alice shrugged. "Could be. General Julia is known for her skill at getting people fired up before tough missions. Either that or you just made a dangerous enemy. One of the two." Rika leaned her head back. "Or maybe both." Upgrades. Stellar date 09.10.8949. Adjusted years. Location ISS I-2. Region Pura Albany System. Thebes Septhian Alliance. The best description Rika could come up with for Phineas was a combination of a mad scientist and some backworld cattle rancher. It wasn't just the way he talked either. It was the combination of his languid, lackadaisical attitude and an excitement for creating new things, tempered by a wealth of experience that brought no small amount of confidence. Or cockiness. "You know," Tanis said to Rika, as Phineas continued to address M Company's leadership, describing the dozens of improvements he could make to the mechs to improve their comfort as humans, as well as their operational efficiency. Rika glanced at Tanis, not wanting to take her eyes off the modifications Phineas was proposing for the Skyscream flyers. Made more amazing by his statement that he could make 100 of them in a week. Phineas was one of the architects of the FGT program, Tanis informed Rika. He was personally responsible for terraforming over 100 planets and oversaw teams that worked on thousands more. Wait, Rika glanced at the Admiral. Wasn't the FGT formed in the 24th century? Tanis winked at Rika. Uh-huh. Rika's gaze slid back to the man who spoke with a slow drawl, while gesticulating wildly at the holodisplay at the front of the room. She felt like she was in the presence of titans, and they'd offered her the opportunity to join their number. To be honest, Phineas was saying, we could really have a lot more fun with the sky screams. I could probably even make some that look like dragons or pterodactyls. You know, we actually seeded pterodactyls on a world once. Stars, that place was nuts. Lieutenant Carson almost cackled with glee. I can only imagine those fucking neats screaming their heads off when a mech-powered dragon swoops down on them. Corporal Stripe shook his head. Yeah, till you have to service them or SNR a dragon on the ass end of some world. Who said they'd just have to be on a world? Phineas asked. No reason why we couldn't fit them with high-impulse grab drives. Could fly them through space as well. As amazing as that sounds, Rika spoke up, gaining Phineas's attention. We don't have time to learn all new weapons platforms. The best options for us are to upgrade the power and efficiency of our existing systems. We've been at this for years with this same tech. We know how to use it to beat the needs. We just need it to be more reliable in the field. Right. Phineas nodded. Sorry, I get carried away sometimes. However, I do think you should mull over mechanized space dragons. I think there's something there. Phineas, Tanis said simply. Okay, moving along. Phineas gestured to the holodisplay, and it switched over to show a K1R mech. First off, I feel really bad for these poor guys, so I have an idea to make every K1R an AM, and every AM a K1R. Rika shared Phineas's general sentiment. Everyone felt bad for what had been done to the K1Rs. The two mech frames are nearly ready for this. It's clear they intended to go this route at one point. Phineas continued. But what we'd do is give all AM and K1R mechs stub limbs, like your SMI and RR-3s have. Is that feasible? Rika asked, and Carson nodded. With the tech these people have, yes, and it would make our force a lot more versatile, and the repairs simpler. During the war, the GAF kept trying to standardize mech components to help with cost cutting, but R&D wasn't always in the loop. The secondary bolt-on upgrades were more generic. But then a new model would roll out with new specs, and we were back at square one. He's right, Stripes added. If mech platforms could have standardized build-outs, we could manage refit and repair a lot better. Or, Tanis drew the word out as she looked around the table, you could get human frames and use powered armor. Rika said, no way, before Tanis had even finished speaking, and the other mechs at the table, Scarcliffe, Heather, and the platoon lieutenants also shook their heads. No offense, ma'am, Heather said not unkindly, but we're mechs. This is what we are, and we have a mission to complete. Maybe after the war, some will want to be squishies again, but for now, we are mechs. Tanis smiled and raised her hands in mock defense. I figured that would be your answer. I just wanted to put it out there to be sure. A wide grin stretched across Phineas's face. Well then, if you want to be mechs, let's make you all the best mechs the galaxy has ever seen. Here's what I have in mind. Rika came awake all at once, but didn't open her eyes right away. Small fear lingered in the back of her mind, a worry that the last few months had been a dream, and that she was still in the Politica, or worse, in the GAF. Actually, I don't know which would be worse. She checked the date, the information flowing into her mind, and breathed a sense of relief. It was no dream. Everything she remembered was real. Which meant that she was out of what Phineas had called the mech tube, and was, for all intents and purposes, upgraded. Most of the changes to her body would be as she'd requested, minor, just improvements and tweaks. But there was one change that she knew was profound, a change that she was both excited and scared to explore. "Nikki?" Rika asked tentatively. "Are you there?" "Where else would I be?" Nikki asked with a laugh. "Whoa!" Rika exclaimed. "That's louder? Closer? I don't know, it feels different." She felt a sense of agreement from Nikki, a sense that came directly into her mind. "It's different for me, too. It sounds more immediate, like there used to be a delay and now there isn't." Nikki paused for the briefest of moments. "Though it could also be because they jacked up my neurological processing power. I feel like I can think an order of magnitude faster, like my thoughts are almost tripping over one another. I get that. I feel wider, like I can consider more things at once," Rika said. "Is this because of what Phineas said, about how they were going to enhance my neural interconnectivity to better facilitate your AI interface?" Nikki snorted. "You really weren't paying attention to that part, were you? Too wrapped up in smaller, more efficient power storage and better weapons. Well, that stuff is pretty important. Rika, they've triggered an evolutionary leap in your brain. Phineas said that you were almost an L1 human already. When the neurological growth they initiated is complete, you might end up becoming an L2. Rika knew of the different designations in human neural density and interconnectivity. L0 humans were the vanilla version. Over the centuries, mods and DNA alterations, deliberate as well as from the body's response to unnatural changes, had spurred on an evolution in many people. One where they grew more neurons, larger axons, and more dendrites. Their brains just had more. These were designated L1s. L2 humans were even more evolved, with massively interconnected brains, though few L2 humans were the result of natural evolution. "I assume that will be ongoing then," Rika said after thinking about the implications further. "I did follow what Phineas said about the increase in neural capacity to handle more input from the link, my mods and you. I just never put it in the context of the L levels. The L stands for levels. You just said the levels." Rika groaned inwardly. "Glad to see your sense of snark survived the transition. Have you examined your body yet?" Nikki said, changing the subject. Drawing a deep breath, Rika shook her head. "No. Well, sorta. I can tell things are different. Phineas advised me not to turn on my HUD just yet. He said I should feel things out before using overlays and data readouts to examine the differences. So, feel it out," Nikki advised. Despite her own words, Rika had been exploring her senses. While some of the mechs had undergone significant physical changes, such as the K1Rs and AMs, both receiving partial limb stubs and all opting to go skinless, like the RR and SMI models, the SMIs had faced the fewest outward changes, though none of them were SMI-2s anymore. The irony of Phineas's upgrades was that every mech had moved further from being a pure human. Every one of them would come out of the mech tubes less organic and more mechanized than when they went in. At the same time, Rika felt more human than she had in a long time. Her senses felt sharper, more acute. She wasn't certain if it was from the mental enhancements or the changes to her physiology. "Okay, Rika, sense your surroundings, feel where your body is." She was on a bed of some sort, not a hard med table. Her head was slightly elevated, and she could feel her hair against her ears and neck, and shoulders. Her prior skin had never been sensitive enough to feel that, largely because the matte gray flesh that covered her from the neck down didn't have the tiny hairs that human skin had, which had limited her sensitivity to light touch. But now Rika could feel the light brushes. She realized she could even feel the room's air circulation systems blowing on her chest where the sheet wasn't covering her. Rika could tell that her limbs still ended at the elbows and knees, and it was strange, but the confirmation gave her comfort. Before going into the mech tube, she'd had an irrational fear that she'd wake up with fully human limbs. Such an alteration would have made her less effective at what lay ahead, and Rika wanted maximum effectiveness when it came to taking down Nietzsche. She decided it was time to test things out and moved her right arm. Though she'd intended to just slide it over a few centimeters, the limb whipped out nearly perpendicular to her body. "Shit, that's going to take some getting used to," Rika muttered. "Your reflexes and muscles are a lot better than they used to be. You knew that was going to happen." "Yeah, but knowing it and experiencing it are very different. I'm going to have to train a lot to get used to this. It's a long flight to Nietzsche. You'll have time." Rika slowly drew her right bicep back to her side, and then slid it across her torso until she reached her breast. It felt different, more natural. She slid her arm further and let out a sharp gasp. "What? Do I have nipples?" Rika's eyes snapped open and she pushed herself up, staring down at her chest. "Shit, I have nipples!" Her body was still a dark matte gray, though it seemed a little smoother than before. But where her breasts used to be indistinct mounds that had held backup batteries, they now looked like natural breasts, complete with nipples. Rika felt a lump form in her throat, and an involuntary sob tore its way past her lips. Almost frantically, she pushed the sheet covering her further down and looked between her legs. Tears spilling from her eyes as she fell back onto the bed. "Nikki, they made me a woman again." "Rika, isn't that what you wanted? You talked to them about it. They said it was trivial." Rika was about to tell Nikki that it was too much, that she wasn't ready, but she forced those thoughts back down. She wasn't ruled by fear on the battlefield. She wouldn't be ruled by fear of her own body. "I guess I'm not a machine anymore, am I?" she asked softly in the confines of her mind. "Well, you're actually more machine, but you're also a lot more sophisticated. Genevian tech was very cut and dried when it came to what was cybernetic and what was organic. The ISF's tech is more blurry. From what I've seen, they could build you a completely non-organic body that would look and feel even more natural than a vanilla human's." Rika opened her eyes once more and stared down at her body. "I've said it before, and I'll say it again. We've fallen in with the right group of people." As she examined her body, Rika was glad to see she still had her bioports. The future possibility of sex was one thing, but the thought of having to dispose of waste like a pure organic gave her the willies. "You're awake. Good," a voice said, and Rika saw a med holo of a woman shimmer into view at her side. She had a kind smile, but also the vacant eyes of an NSAI. She'd come to realize that the ISF did that deliberately, so it was easy to tell when you were dealing with sentient and non-sentient beings. "Better than the alternative," Rika said with a wry smile, not sure why she wasted humor on an NSAI. "Then asleep?" the NSAI asked. "No, the never waking up." The med holo made a sound and shook her head. "We'd never let that happen." Rika rolled her eyes. "So, where are my limbs?" "Right here," the NSAI said, and a rack slid out from underneath the bed, holding an assortment of appendages, everything from arms and legs that looked completely organic, to left and right GNR options, to something that looked like a cross between a whip and a rocket launcher. "Are you decent?" A voice came into Rika's mind, and she recognized it as Phineas's even without her HUD. "Not that it matters. I've seen every part of you inside and out." The thought made Rika blush, and she almost screamed as her skin from the neck down shifted from the familiar matte gray to a light pink that was almost natural in color. It even had small goosebumps. "Easy now," the med holo said. "You have chameleon skin. That was part of the spec you opted for. It'll take some work to deal with, but you can change it to any color you want. Just concentrate on how you want to look, and it'll pick up on the suggestion." Rika nodded silently and imagined herself as she'd been for most of her life, a mech. Her nipples and genitalia disappeared, and her skin took on the coarse texture she was familiar with. "Damn. Okay, gotta wrap my head around all this already," Rika muttered before calling out, "Come in, Phineas." A moment later, the lanky man entered the room and dismissed the med holo with a gesture. "Ah, Rika, Good to see that you're experimenting with your new skin. It's a recent invention of mine. Well, more like an improvement on something Bob first made, which was an improvement on something Tanis bought on the Cho 5,000 years ago. His brow pinched into a frown. Never mind all that. What you now sport as an epidermis is the cream of the crop, the tippity top of advanced biomechanical epidermi. It has all the capabilities of flow armor, stealth, kinetic impact, and light beam dissipation. But it also has more chameleonic aspects, in that it can change the shape of your body, to a degree at least, and also change color, as well as various other features that I can see you've already discovered.
It's, wild, Rika said. I really wasn't expecting it to be so real. Phineas raised an eyebrow as he regarded her.
My dear Rika, I have built star systems. Topping what your GAF did to you is child's play. But I'm not interested in topping them. I'm interested in making you the best you can be. Your skin is effectively flow armor. I call it the MK99. I first pioneered it on my niece Sarah, and she puts it through its paces, so I know it works.
Rika propped herself up on her elbows as Phineas walked to her side, standing next to the rack of limbs.
Now you'll notice that you don't have all these pesky mounting holes in your body anymore. Really crude stuff. Effective, but crude. I worked with your Lieutenant Carson to build a better system that gives you mechs more versatility, while still being maintainable in the field.
Rika was amazed at how fast this man could talk and still sound like he had a slow drawl. She watched as he held up a right arm for her.
Here, slide your arm into this.
I'd rather start with a gun arm, Rika said as she frowned at the natural-looking appendage, which had an elbow joint and looked as though it would slide almost all the way over her bicep.
Yeah, I know you mechs like to wave the big guns around a lot, but you can't see the mounting system as well with that, so humor me, okay? This is your body, so you need to understand how it works.
This is my body, Rika thought as she glanced down at herself and then back at the arm Phineas held. Okay. She slid her arm into the limb he held, keeping the mounting nub at the end straight until she detected a solid connection. Then the prosthetic appendage felt as though it was tightening around her bicep, and several pulses of pressure rippled through her arm.
You see? Phineas grinned as he touched her bicep. No more driving rods through your arm to hold it in place. These limbs use flow metal to achieve the same hold, but also form a light molecular bond with your arm to enhance the grasp. However, the one advantage your prior system had was its pure mechanical nature. No one could hack you and cause your limbs to fall off. There's a lot of value in that.
You don't say, Rika said as she looked at the human hand on the end of her arm, moving the fingers and feeling a strange combination of elation and revulsion.
Right, yeah. Well, it still supports a manual rod system. If you access the power lock systems in your HUD, you can expose the ports and put the rods through. However, an added advantage here is that you no longer need someone else to help you don your limbs. You're fully self-sufficient now.
Rika glanced up at Phineas to see the glee on his face. She wanted to tell him that a mech was never fully self-sufficient, no matter how much tech was layered on, but she got his point and let it slide. Huh, Rika said as she flexed her hand. My bottom 3 fingers moved together. Phineas nodded as he grasped her hand, the sensation of skin on skin, or what felt like it, eliciting a gasp from her.
Oh, sorry, Phineas chuckled. Your GAF really sucked at nervous system integrations. You will have full tactile feeling in all your limbs now, though you can attenuate it as desired. Regarding the motion in your digits, for all the things we can do, making swappable patterns in the human mind is something that is almost mind-boggling in its complexity.
What are you getting at? Rika asked.
Well, ever wonder why the GAF didn't give you forearms?
Rika snorted. Because they were cheap?
Well, maybe. But it's mostly because the human brain is exceptionally good at managing vast amounts of input and coordinating motion. However, Your brain builds up pathways and pattern systems, dedicating neurons to specific tasks. Your brain is adjusted to only moving a thumb and 2 fingers. Since I expect that you're going to keep that configuration for combat, your default digit setup is 3. Over time, if you want to, you can rebuild the ability to move 5 digits, but it may have an impact on your combat effectiveness. Rika remembered what it had been like after her initial mechanization. For years, it had felt like her ring and pinky fingers had just been cut off. She didn't want to go through that sort of dysphoria again. "Makes sense," was all she said aloud. "So," Phineas said, gesturing at the rack of limbs, "if you want, you can appear to have a perfectly organic body, though none of the mechs who have gone through the processes yet have chosen to do so." "Doesn't surprise me," Rika said as she continued to stare at her natural yet unnatural hand. "Okay," Phineas said with a curt nod. "Let's get to the gun arm." Rika held out her arm for Phineas to remove it, and he gave a soft laugh. "Rika, no one can remove your arm but you. It's your arm." How do I do it then?" she asked. She couldn't even see a seam where the prosthetic limb ended and her artificial epidermis began. "From what you said before, I suspect you haven't activated your HUD yet. That will have all the options, but you can also just think about having your arm detach. You'll have to concentrate on the idea. That way casual thoughts can't cause limbs to fall off." Rika thought about the limb unbolting and loosening from her arm, and suddenly it did, sliding forward a few centimeters to hang loosely on her bicep. "Magnetic catch in there to keep it from sliding all the way onto the floor," Phineas said as he gave a small tug and pulled her arm free, setting it back into the rack. As he pulled out a gun arm mount, Rika said, "Why is it that I'm getting the personal treatment, Phineas? Don't you have 1,000 other things to do?" "Well," Phineas winked, "I do at that, but both Tanis and Bob insisted that I work with you personally. Not that they needed to convince me. You're the one in charge of the Marauders, so you need to know all the details." He held up the gun arm, albeit without a weapon mounted on it, and Rika pushed her bicep into the appendage. It looked very similar to her old gun arm, but there were subtle differences. "The weapon mount looks unusual," she noted as she turned the arm over. "And it's a bit bulkier on the outside." "A touch, yes," Phineas agreed with a nod. "We added 7 more SC bats into the mount, so you have over 500% more energy for your E-beam. The mount also has a small A-grab generator in it to assist in stabilization. You can even slap a K1R chain gun on there now and hold it steady while firing." Rika whistled. "I'd just need another mech to carry around the ammo box." Phineas gave her a conspiratorial smile. "I have some thoughts on that front. Either way, I really like the GNR line of tri-fire weapons you mechs use, but I couldn't help but make some tweaks." He lifted out a long-barreled weapon and set it on the mount. "Say hello to the GNR-50. It has all the special toys you're used to, but is lighter, can fire every round you're normally capable of faster, reloads faster, has a better alignment system for your sabot rounds so they jam less often, and—" He paused, a look of glee on his face. "And?" Rika asked as she stared at the weapon on her arm in amazement. "It has a coil gun." "What? Like a railgun?" Rika asked. "Yeah. I mean, most railguns really are coil guns. But railgun sounds tougher, right? Coil gun sounds like it shoots springs. No one finds that threatening." 4 firing modes and it weighs less?" Rika whispered as she turned the gun over. "Stars, this thing is the balls." Phineas grinned. "But wait, there's more." "What's that thing?" Rika asked, pointing at the cannon whip on the rack. "You're going to love that. First, let's get you standing. We'll break the bed if we add more hardware to you right now." Rika pushed herself up and sat with her legs stubs sticking out over the edge of the bed. "Help a girl out?" she asked. Phineas raised his hands and took a step back. "Nope. You can do this on your own now. Figure it out." "You're an ass." Rika scowled at Phineas, but he didn't respond. She looked down at the legs on the rack. noting that there were 2 sets. The closest 2 were the ones that looked perfectly organic, like a beautiful set of legs that belonged to some woman who was not her. Next to those legs were a mech's lower limbs, and Rika pushed the barrel of her GNR against the floor and scooted her body along the mattress until she was above them. Then, very tentatively, she slid off the bed and into the legs. Both slotted into place at the same time and automatically attached themselves to her. Once they were in place, she straightened them out, rising up as the calves unfolded, bringing her up to her usual 220 centimeters. "They feel the same," she said to Phineas once she stepped over the limb rack and stood next to him. "Don't look much different either."
"Well," he shrugged, "they're legs. Not a lot of extras you can add. Unless you include the additional SC batteries, their ability to propel you up to 300 kilometers per hour, the AGRAV units, the various tactical countermeasures, and the backup EMP generator for when you're in a pinch. They're also lighter."
"Show off?" Rika winked at Phineas. "Okay, so what's that whip thing?" Phineas bent over and picked up the strange-looking limb.
"First thing you'll notice about your gun arm and this whip thing, as you call it, is that they're ambi-mount. You can slot them into your right or left arm, and they adjust with the correct elbow pivots. So," he held the weapon out to her, and Rika examined it more closely before sliding her bicep into it.
It had a normal-looking elbow joint, and then came the nearly featureless cylinder of the cannon segment of the limb. It was roughly 30 centimeters long, and tapered slightly before it terminated at a diameter of roughly 15 centimeters. That was where the whip came in. It started at just over 10 centimeters in thickness, and tapered down to a point over the course of 4 meters. She shrugged and slid her bicep into the limb, and was suddenly overcome by a very strange sensation, like her left arm had become impossibly long. She wobbled on her feet and spread out her stance, trying to remain balanced.
"It'll take a bit of getting used to,"
Phineas said apologetically, picking up the whip end, which felt like he was touching her forearm, a sensation she hadn't felt in over a decade. "Phineas," she said, jerking the whip limb away, "you have to stop touching me like that. I'm going to twitch and blow your head off or something." The man only chuckled and gave her a wry smile before slowly reaching for the limb again.
"I'll do my best, but I'm a hands-on kind of guy."
She wasn't sure what he was getting at, but fixed him with a firm stare. "I'm already with someone, Phineas."
"So am I. I'm not coming on to you, Rika. It was just a joke. Granted, I could probably make it so that Cheeky could have attachments like this. I wonder what she'd think of that."
"Cheeky?"
"My wife."
Somehow the thought of this peculiar man married to someone named Cheeky made sense to Rika. "So how does this thing work?" she asked, wiggling the limb, only to find that the entire length of the whip wiggled like a snake. "Okay, that's creepy. It's like I have a tail on my arm."
"Welcome to Flow Metal," Phineas grinned. "Like I mentioned before, the stuff is in all your mounting mechanisms already, but here you have a whole limb based on it. It's a metal where a special current weakens the bonds between the atoms and can leave them in states of strong or loose attraction. Basically a liquid metal for all intents and purposes."
"I kinda got that from the name," Rika replied wryly. "But a whip doesn't seem terribly useful. I like to kill people before they get into whipping range."
"Granted, that doesn't always happen," Nikki commented, speaking for the first time in several minutes. "Right, a whip on its own isn't going to do much to an armored enemy, but this whip can extend to 40 meters long, and it's electric. It has the same electron volt power as your E-beam, though it does require you to be properly grounded. Also, don't try to use it with your girly legs. It'll probably burn the feet off."
Rika chuckled. "My girly legs, eh? Is that the technical term?"
Phineas joined in her laughter. "No, it's what Bondo called them. It kinda stuck."
"That does not surprise me in the least."
"Okay, so because it's flow metal, you can form it into a hand as well."
Rika nodded and concentrated on the whip, trying to form it into a hand. "It's not working."
Phineas grinned and pointed at the end of the whip where a hand had formed. You might want to pull the excess material back into the cylinder.
A moment later, Rika had managed to do just that, and the hand was sticking out of the end of the cylinder. Okay, why does this make me feel like more of a robot than ever?
Beats me.
He shrugged.
Maybe because your idea of a hand only has 3 fingers and looks like a robot's.
Rika realized that she'd formed her mech hand with the flow metal, or at least a rough approximation of one. Well, that's what my hands look like. Rika shrugged as she flexed the flow metal fingers.
Oh, by the way, I also altered the GNR mount. Its barrel can slide back so that you don't have to pull the barrel off to get into tight spaces.
Rika chuckled. Like half the places squishies normally sit. He chuckled.
Okay, I think you've got the hang of things. You and your mechs have this entire wing of the hospital right now, so feel free to head out and talk to your people. Most of them are doing just fine with the upgrades, though some are having a few issues. Your psych team is working with ours to help them. You've got a lot of other internal upgrades, but I'll let you sort through those yourself. The changes will be apparent on your HUD. Ping me if you have any questions.
Rika nodded silently as Phineas left the room, and she thought about how all of her people would be going through a similar process as she was. The thought crossed her mind that she could surprise Chase with her girly legs. The idea made her laugh, and she shook her head, setting the whip arm into the rack and triggering the disconnect. She slid on her standard left mech arm, noting that it had a small kinetic rifle built into the forearm. You know, she said aloud to Nikki, swapping limbs like that used to take another person to help, and at least a few minutes. Plus the cursing, the AI added. There was almost always some cursing involved. Yeah, Rika chuckled, remembering the time the mounts had slipped and her GNR had fallen on Barnes's foot, breaking his bones in 3 places. A lot of cursing. For the next several hours, Rika visited with the mechs of her company. She did everything from dance with Heather, who was ecstatic to have her lady parts back, to hold the van as he broke down in tears while trying to manipulate his new fingers, continually tearing the bed sheets as he tried to fold them. Rika stayed with him for an hour until Shoshin showed up, still without a face, though he had also opted for the flow armor skin. The AM-3, now turned RR-4, congratulated the van on his first good fold and gestured for Rika to leave, telling her over the link that she needed to circulate amongst the troops. He was right. She got back to it. So far, 1/3 of the mechs had completed their changes in the mech tubes, and a few of the humans in her crew had spent time in them as well, coming out somewhere in between.
What do you think?
Barnes's gruff voice came from behind Rika as she walked into the corridor after visiting with Vargo Klenn, who had gotten his wish and was now an RR-4. She turned to see her first sergeant behind her, his skin replaced with Phineas's new MK-99 epidermis, and his right arm a 3-fingered mech limb. What was more surprising was that his left arm now sported a GNR-50. His legs looked normal, maybe a little bit more muscled, but ended in the claw-like appendages of a mech. Holy crap, Barn! I didn't know you were going into the tubes. Barn shrugged.
I figure if these people can turn me into a mech in a couple of days and turn me back later, I should see what it's like.
You've given mechs so much shit over the years, I was still getting over you signing up for M Company. Now you've gone and thrown this curveball.
Really, Rika? You think that little of me?
Barnes shook his head as he regarded her with solemn eyes.
You made me a true believer the night you killed Sherry. Far as I'm concerned, mechs are the best of the best of the best. You got that right, Top,
Crunch said as he ambled past, and Barn turned and whacked the newly minted FR-4 on the back of the head with his GNR's barrel.
Who the fuck said you could call me Top, Crunch? You know the Nietzschean ships have a fun time of algae growing on the hulls, and I need someone to scrub it off. You got a fucking squeegee attachment handy? You're gonna need it. Ha! Crunch grinned as Barn hit him again. That doesn't even hurt. Why, you little... Barn turned and stormed after Crunch, who took off running.
Boys, Rika called after them. We're in a fucking hospital here.
Now you know why they gave us the whole wing, Leslie said from behind Rika.
and she turned to smile at her friend and leader of 1st Platoon. Rika snorted. Yeah, good thing they didn't charge the extra SC bats or give us ammo. These goons would have turned the mess hall into a firing range. I know, I'm itching to try out my new toys, Leslie said with a predatory grin. You? Rika looked Leslie up and down. The lithe woman's skin was still jet black, her eyes still yellow, and she still had her tail. Then Rika realized what was different. You got the skin job too. Leslie's body shimmered and then disappeared from view, even her hair. Damn straight I did. Do you really think there was any chance I'd pass up getting stealth skin? Seriously? Rika laughed and shook her head, a grin splitting her lips wide. I don't know what I was thinking. Leslie reappeared on top of an equipment cart nearby, her grin just as large as Rika's, while her tail whipped back and forth behind her. LT? PFC Kim said as she sauntered past and touched Leslie's tail. Glad you kept the tune's good luck charm. I'll be buried with it, Private, Leslie replied as she hopped down, strolling back to Rika. But that's not the best part. Well, maybe it is. It's hard to say. Leslie held up her hand, and Rika realized the woman's fingernails were now sharp claws. Leslie flexed her fingers, and the claws extended over 3 centimeters from each finger. You're really owning this whole cat thing, Rika said with a laugh. I think it's awesome. Suits me, Leslie said, then turned her hand over, showing Rika a circle on her palm. Phineas hooked me up with this. Said he did one for a friend of his not long ago. What is it? Rika asked. It's a fucking electron beam in my arm, Leslie giggled. Can you believe it? An E-beam in my arm. Rika shook her head in wonder as she reached out and grasped Leslie's forearm. How the hell did they fit it in there? Well, it's shorter range and has less power than yours, but it's still wild, isn't it? I think we've died and gone to heaven, Rika replied, as she watched 2 mechs sporting the natural-looking limbs rush into her room, arms wrapped around one another, feeling for the first time in what might be decades. So you look pretty much the same, Rika, Leslie said, looking her up and down. Even your skin looks like the old stuff. Oh, Rika glanced down at herself. I just made it look like that to cover up the bits. Haven't quite gotten the hang of this yet. That the only change you picked? Rika shook her head. No, I have all the attachment upgrades, but most of my changes were in power capacity and the twiddling they did in my brain. By that she means my migration, Nikki interjected. Right. I remember you mentioning that was a possibility, Leslie replied. How are you doing in there, Nikki? I bet it's pretty roomy in Rika's noggin. You're a real comedian, Leslie, Rika groused. Don't worry, they filled in all the gaps with putty so Nikki wouldn't rattle around. Leslie chuckled, then her face grew serious. Has Chase come out yet? Rika shook her head. No, he's still below. The wards NSAI said they expect him to be in recovery in an hour or so. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm starved. Want to get some grub? Yeah, I think I do, Rika replied. We really should check to be sure that Kelly and Kelly aren't shooting the place up. Leslie groaned. Do you see what Kelly got? No, what? Rika asked as they walked down the hall. Leslie reached behind herself and grabbed her tail. I'll give you one guess. No, really? Yeah, the platoon's already dubbed it Getting a Les. Rika couldn't help the giggle that escaped her. I'm really sorry about that, Leslie. Thanks, Captain, you're all heart, Leslie groused. Don't worry, Leslie. I've got your tail. Back. Meeting Chase. Stellar date 09.14.8949, adjusted years. Location ISSI-2. Region Pira, Albany System. Thebes, Septhian Alliance. After a meal and 2 hours of chatting with her company's upgraded mechs, Rika finally received a message that Chase was conscious and had gone through his initial orientation. If you'll excuse me, Rika said to the mech sitting at her table. Chase is awake and I need to pay him a visit. Right, Heather winked at Rika. You go visit with Chase. Just be sure to share the deets with Leslie and I afterward."
"Heather," Leslie scoffed, flicking a french fry at the woman, "I will not engage in that sort of gossip. At least not if anyone else knows about it." Rika only groaned as she walked away, wondering what it was that Chase had opted for. He hadn't shared his plans, telling her it would be a surprise. For all she knew, he could be anything from an AM-4 to just a regular human with MK99 skin. "Stars, I hate surprises," Rika muttered to Nikki. "I already got Bondo to tell me what they did to him. Want to know?"
"What?"
Rika exclaimed, shaking her head. "Seriously, Nikki?" "Yeah, he coughed it up right away, too. Bondo's got no poker face to speak of." Rika scowled absently as she climbed the ladder to the next deck.
"When did you see him face to face?"
"Well, I didn't. It's just an expression for reading tone. Anyway, want to know?"
"No. I have a shit poker face, too. He'll be able to tell the moment I walk in."
"Don't sell yourself so short, Rika. You can hide what you're thinking with the best of them."
"Maybe,"
Rika allowed. "But not with Chase. You know that. Now lay off."
"Okay, fine. I'll just chat with Priscilla or Angela about something. Like what you and Chase are likely to get up to, now that you can get up to things again."
"Nikki?" Rika growled. Nikki just laughed, and then her presence seemed a lesson in Rika's mind. A minute later, Rika reached Chase's door and knocked gently before entering.
"Come in."
Chase's voice came through, and Rika entered, prepared for the worst. At first, it didn't look like anything was different. Chase's hair was unchanged. His smile looked the same. His eyes had the same twinkle as he grinned at her. Then Rika realized his skin was too perfect. Of course, there was the rack of limbs next to him as well.
"You bit the bullet, did you?"
Rika asked as she approached. "Your shoulders are a bit broader now that I look at them, and your biceps weren't quite that big before either. FR-4? Chase nodded. "You look almost exactly the same, too. SMI-4, of course. There was never a moment's consideration you'd go RR. Rika sat down next to him, the bed groaning under their combined weight.
"Yeah, foregone conclusion. Most of what I have are just upgrades. Nothing terribly new, though I can mount your limbs and you can mount mine, which would look really weird."
"Yeah," Chase laughed. "I half expected to see you with your new human limbs." He reached out his hand and grasped Rika's 3-fingered hand, stroking her joints the way he always did. The big difference now was how well she could feel it. The sensation alone was enough to make her breath catch.
"You know,"
Rika said as she shifted closer to Chase, turning to press the side of her chest against his arm while laying her head on his broadened shoulders.
"I thought about it for a second or two. I'm just not quite ready for those yet. I've got a lot of changes upstairs, what with Nikki in between my ears and the upgrades they perform to my brain."
"Upgrades to your brain?" Chase chuckled. "These people treat a forced evolutionary advance like it's a weekend household project."
"A bit," Rika said with a soft laugh. "Though Phineas, I don't know, there was something about my conversation with him, like I was very interesting to him. It was a bit weird."
"Every conversation with Phineas is a bit weird. Why should that one be any different? Do you think they did something bad to you?"
She hadn't considered it in that light. "No, I mean not that Nikki or I have any reason to suspect, but there can be too much of a good thing."
"That why you have your mech limbs on?" Chase asked.
"Maybe."
Chase shifted on the bed, turning toward Rika, and lifted her chin. "You're the best thing ever, and I can't imagine ever having too much of you."
Rika opened her mouth to reply, but Chase's lips found hers, pressing against them as he effortlessly lifted her onto his lap. The feeling was pure exhilaration to Rika. Every part of her body felt hyper-stimulated by his touch, and he'd never been able to lift her before, at least not so effortlessly. It was as though she was floating in his arms. Chase turned further and lifted her onto the bed, then laid down next to her, tracing a finger down her chest, between her breasts and past the port where her belly button should be.
"Did they put all your parts back in place?" Chase asked, blushing slightly as he asked the question.
Rika nodded. "They did, And I can see all too well that yours are still intact. Did they broaden you there too, or are my eyes just playing tricks on me?" Chase laughed, a deep, hearty guffaw that washed away the tension that had been building in Rika, at least for a moment. Then the worry that had been lingering in the back of her mind for the last 2 years came to the fore. She'd asked before, and he'd assured her it wasn't the case. But she knew that if she didn't ask now, she'd wonder forever. "Chase, do you only love me because I'm a mech?" Chase pushed himself up on his elbow and brushed a strand of Rika's long blonde hair away from her face. "No, Rika. 1,000 times no. I love you because you're the most amazing woman I've ever seen. You're the most courageous, steadfast, caring, loyal, and loving woman I've ever met. You're also a bit scary, but I suspect that would be the case even if you weren't a mech." "Scary, Chase?" Rika frowned. "You were doing so well there." Chase lowered his head, his lips brushing her neck and then her ear. "You misunderstand, Rika. I like you scary. You're like a tigress. Your caring and loyalty comes with a fierce determination to protect. It's at the core of you, along with your iron will." Rika turned her head, eyebrows pinching. "Iron will? Did Tanis tell you that?" "What?" Chase shook his head. "No, I've never even talked personally with Tanis. I've always thought you had an iron will. I saw it plain as day back in Hell's Hell, and it's only strengthened since then. It's the very heart of you, Rika." He kissed her again, and Rika sank into the luxurious feeling, basking in the knowledge that she was with the man who loved her unconditionally and would always be by her side. "I have one more question," Rika asked as she gazed into Chase's eyes. "Ask it, Rika. Anything you wish." "Can you take my limbs off?" A look of puzzlement came over Chase's face. "Are you worried the bed will collapse? Because I'll admit, I think it might." Rika groaned and pursed her lips. "You pick now to be funny? I'm serious. I want our first time to be just me, not only the parts of me that are real." As Rika spoke, she sent the command to her MK-99 skin to assume a natural tone and texture, revealing herself as a woman to Chase for the first time. His eyes traced their way down her body, then back up to meet hers. "Stars, Rika. You're so beautiful." Respects. Stellar date 09.17.8949. Adjusted years. Location, Bay 17, Golden Lark. Region, Pira, Albany System, Thebes, Septhian Alliance. "Present arms!" Barnes shouted, and the honor guard of 21 mechs raised their rifles and took aim at the exterior doors of Bay 17. Opposite them, the mechs of M Company stood in solemn rows behind the casket, hands clenched into steel fists over their hearts. Most of the mechs had never met General Mill, but they knew him as the man who had given them another chance, an opportunity to learn what the GAF could have been had it not been run by fools. And Rika respected him. That was enough for her soldiers. And so they had stood for the ceremony, listening intently to the words given by Rika and then by General Julia. Both women made it clear to the mechs that had Mills not been true to his vision, none of them, mechs or otherwise, would be in a position to take the fight to Nietzsche. His drive, passion, and vision had brought them all to this point, to the eve of the war he'd hoped to fight someday. A war he would not see, but that they would fight in his honor. "Fire!" Barnes cried out, and the mechs fired their weapons in perfect unison. "Fire!" The first sergeant's voice thundered again, and the rifles barked in response. "Fire!" he said one final time, and the mechs completed the 63-gun salute, an honor reserved for only the most venerated of Genevian war heroes. General Julia stood before the casket and lowered her head for a moment, before turning to Rika and nodding solemnly. "Battalion, dismissed!" Rika shouted, and platoon by platoon the mechs filed out of the bay. There was only so much room in the bay. As such, only Major Tim and a few of his high-ranking officers were present. They had another ceremony scheduled for the following morning, when the crews of the Perseids Dream and Golden Lark would attend. Rika wished that Tim hadn't come, but it was his ship, so he had every right to be there. She'd considered having the ceremony on the Fury Lance to avoid his inevitable presence, but giving the general his honors just wouldn't feel right on a Nietzschean vessel, even if it was home to her mechs now. Once the last of her battalion had filed out, Julia turned to Rika, a tired look on her aging face. "Colonel Rika, after the Major has his ceremonies tomorrow, collect the general's remains and take them to your ship." Julia had yet to bring up Rika's outburst from the other day. She seemed neither upset that Rika had behaved with such rank insubordination, nor pleased at her moxie. The uncertainty Rika felt was maddening, but she had begun to suspect that such was the general's intent. "Yes, ma'am. What would you like me to do with the general's remains once they are there?" "Keep them safe until you reach the Kellis system. That's where Mill was born and raised. Send his remains into the Star. It's what he would have wanted." Rika nodded silently. They both knew it may be some time before she could honor their request, but she would see the general to his final resting place. "I'll be leaving tomorrow after the ceremonies," Julia continued. "I need to get to the Ontario system and see to matters there. However, the remainder of the mechs from the political will not be here for several weeks. I have a suspicion that the Allied Field Marshal will need you to begin your mission before then." Rika frowned, wondering how she would deal with that eventuality. Having her mechs trained together was important, even if they were going to have to do it in sims during the journey to their first target. "I suggest you leave a team behind to train them," Julia continued, "and to lead them when they head out to meet up with you." "I understand," Rika replied. "However, I may need to promote someone to have the required seniority to command them on arrival." A wry smile slipped onto Julia's lips. "You don't want to leave them in Tim's care?" Her gaze slid to the Major as he left the bay while glancing over his shoulder at Rika and Julia. Rika did her best to keep a straight face. "No, ma'am. I don't think that would be wise." The smile disappeared and Julia nodded somberly. "Okay. Send me your recommendations within the hour. I want time to review them before I go. Tim doesn't know this yet, but he's coming to Ontario with me. I'll be putting Lieutenant Skaz in command of the Golden Lark, and they'll stay behind to support your training endeavors, as was their original mission." "Yes, General. Thank you, ma'am," Rika said as Julia turned and walked away. Once the general left the bay, Silva pushed off the bulkhead where she'd been waiting and walked to Rika's side. "I never really got to know him well, but he did sit with me one day in the mess," Silva said as she reached the casket and looked down on the hollow image of the general within. "Oh?" Rika asked, glancing at Silva before her eyes turned toward the general's body. "He never did that with me." Silva winked at Rika. "You won't like what he said to me." "Well, you will, but you won't." Rika's lips curled in an involuntary smile. "I didn't like a lot of things he said, usually because he was yelling at me for something I did. Mill wasn't an especially soft or gentle man. I picked up on that." Silva nodded slowly before continuing. "He told me he would deny me entrance to the Marauders if I applied." "Really?" Rika looked into Silva's eyes, her own grown wide. "Yep. He told me a mother's place was with her daughter, and he was right, but—" Silva's voice trailed off. "But?" Rika prompted. "You know what the but is, Rika? I have 2 other kids out there, sons, still in Nietzsche somewhere, living under their regime." "I thought you said they didn't make it through the war," Rika said as gently as she knew how. She shrugged. "That's what Stavros told me. But that lying bastard loved to hurt me. Who knows if they're alive or dead? But even if they're not, I had a sister, too, brothers. Rika, everyone's talking about how they have family in the Empire. People living under the Nietzschean rule, and how we might get to free them. It got me thinking that maybe—" Rika wanted Silva to accompany her into Nietzsche more than anything, to have her old mentor at her side, to have the woman she viewed as her mother at her side, along with Kelly, the woman she thought of as her sister, would be beyond wonderful. "No, Silva, the general was right. Amy needs you, and you know she's alive. Give me everything you have on your sons, and I'll look for them when we're in there. You know it won't be a priority mission. Stars, everyone is going to want to go off and try to find their family. We'll have to stay focused." Silva didn't respond immediately. She just stood, breathing slowly, her eyes boring into Rika's. Finally, she lowered her gaze and nodded. Okay, then let me train the mechs coming from the Politica. Silva's voice carried a note of pleading. You won't let me in on the fight, but I can't run from it either. I have to do something. And Amy? Rika asked. Do you think it's wise to keep her here in Thebes now? Even with the NEETs driven back, this isn't going to be the safest place for some time. I was thinking about New Canaan, Silva replied. I heard you discussing it with Chase on the way back from Hudson. The ISF's homeworld? Rika's brows rose. You know that they don't let just anyone go there. Silva nodded. Yeah, I got that impression. But I heard rumblings that General Julia was trying to get Admiral Richards to open it up as a haven for marauder families. Scuttlebutt, the fastest-moving thing in the universe, Rika muttered as she shook her head. It's true that Julia has asked, but it's far from a done deal. Tanis is worried about introducing people with divided loyalties into her society. From what I've been able to gather, their population is very, very small. For such an open-minded person, I wouldn't have expected Tanis to be so nationalistic. She has her reasons, I think. Nikki joined in. A lot of it has to do with their level of advancement. The technology that Tanis works so hard to guard out here is commonplace there. Too much travel and commerce, and it will leak. Silva pursed her lips but nodded. I get that. Tanis has a lot of irons in the fire. Silva, Rika interrupted, smiling as she placed a hand on her friend's shoulder. I'll ask. It can't hurt to ask. And when you're done training the mechs, essential integration only, mind you, you should go to New Canaan. Don't come with them, Denichia. I bet the ISF could use an old sourpuss like you to whip their recruits into line. Thank you, Rika. I think that could work. I have to feel like I'm doing my part, not sitting out on the most important fight we'll ever see. Rika pulled Silva in close and the two women embraced. When they separated, Rika looked down at the general's image, hovering over the casket. I understand completely. Orders. Stellar date 09.18.8949. Adjusted years. Location, Piran Sky Station. Region, Pira, Albany System, Thebes, Septhian Alliance. Rika stood in the observation lounge of the newly minted Piran Sky Station, staring out at the fleet of ships moving into a wide flying cross formation nearby. She didn't know what was more surreal, the fact that the 12 ships in the formation were all under her command, or that the station she stood on would someday be the anchor point for a space elevator and later a planetary ring. It turned out that Tanis had decided to do more than just help Pira rebuild. She was re-establishing it as the capital of the Theban Alliance. ISF ships had jumped into the Persepi cluster's inner empire deep within the FTL exclusion zone, and had set up a trade route, funneling the plentiful resources from within the cluster out to shipyards that would build a new fleet to stand against and ultimately attack the Nietzscheans. A fleet for the Thebans, and excess ships which Thebes could sell to Septhia. Rika hadn't learned all the details, but it seemed that Tanis was displeased with the Septhian prime minister and had wrenched Thebes from him. She'd also sent ships to the Politica to ensure that the nations that had existed there before Stavros swept through were re-established. Rika knew a few of the locals who would be ecstatic to see the Kendo Empire re-emerge from the Politica's ashes. But a planetary ring, that would be something to see. Rika had only heard stories of such things, or seen them in the vids. Apparently it was Phineas's idea. He said the best way to control and save Pira's failing climate was with a ring. And with so much of the system devastated by the two battles with the Nietzscheans, it would provide new homes for the billions of refugees while their world was rebuilt. What amazed Rika further was that Phineas claimed the ring could be constructed in just a few short years. Already the strand was being run down from Piran Sky Station, and another from Howe's Glory on the far side of the planet. Once the stations were anchored and functioning as terminuses for space elevators,
FGT ships would arrive to erect the hollow tubes that would form the ring's support. FGT ships. Mind blown. Her understanding of the process they'd use was limited. But from what Rika had gathered, the tubes themselves weren't strong enough to support the ring. However, charged particles would be accelerated through the tubes, somehow making them rigid and able to support the load of the terraformed surface. Phineas had described this as a G-ring, one where the ring sat close enough to the planet that it would not use centripetal force, but rather obtain its gravity from that of the planet itself, which meant that the terraformed surface of the ring would face up toward the stars, rather than down toward the planet, unlike the ancient rings in Sol and other places that she'd learned about. Rika fervently hoped that she would make it back to Pyrrha to see it someday. Beyond the engine glow from her small fleet, lights glinted around the L1 point between Pyrrha and its largest moon. That was where a new shipyard was being built, one that would produce the new Theban fleet, much of it from the hulls of Nietzschean ships, a project that would guarantee the security of the Theban people against new invaders. Surreal, isn't it? Nikki asked as Rika gazed out through the plaz. You're reading my mind? Rika asked suspiciously. Phineas told me that you wouldn't be able to do that. Nikki laughed. He's right, I can't. But it would seem we're both on the same train of thought. It's not hard to guess how you feel about the view, what with your mouth half open. I guess I'll buy that, but you keep your mental fingers out of my thoughts, got it? Nikki snorted. If I could get into your mind and read your thoughts, I'd probably be so horrified by the mental disarray that I'd run screaming. You'd know it happened, because my neural net would eject from your ears. Rika laughed aloud at the image and shook her head at her AI. Such a flair for the dramatic. That's me, Nikki the drama queen. You ready for another long, boring meeting with generals and admirals? Rika asked as she squared her shoulders. They do love their meetings, don't they? Nikki asked with a resigned sigh. Tanis said that this will be the last one before everyone gets their assignments, before we start the war. Now who has a flair for the dramatic? Rika turned and began to walk across the observation deck to a new vantage point, when Tanis entered the room, striding toward her as she pulled her hair back into a ponytail. Rika, you're getting a pass on the meeting today. I am? She stopped short as Tanis's long steps brought the Admiral to her. Yes. After the battle, I sent scout ships to the locations that General Mill had noted as ideal first strike targets. Tanis explained without further preamble. We jumped the ships to the edges of those systems, where they waited silently to see what the Nietzscheans would do next. Cold dread swept over Rika. Are the Neets massing another fleet? Are they coming back? Tanis snorted. Well, yes, and probably not. Most of the ships that escaped the battle here at Pyrrha have retreated to the Sepe system. Sepe? That's, what, only 20 light-years from here? But it's not in the Nietzschean Empire, is it? Rika asked. Not officially, no. But they're little more than a vassal state. The Neets are regrouping there, but our analysts don't think it's to strike back. Chatter they've decrypted on in-system comm relays leads us to believe that the Nietzscheans are going to do a scorched earth retreat back into their empire, create a humanitarian crisis to slow us down. Shit, Rika whispered. Those bastards are doing it all over again. Tanis placed a hand on Rika's shoulder. Not this time. They only have about 300 ships in the system, and half of those are in rough shape. They're using the locals' supplies to refit them, and then they're going to start their death march. So when do we leave? Rika asked. A grim smile settled on Tanis's lips. Not we, Rika, you. Me? Well, you and your battalion. We've already outfitted your original 5 ships with our stasis shields, and your 2 destroyers have our stealth tech. It won't work as well as it does on our ships. The physical characteristics of the Nietzschean ships work against the systems, but it will be a definite advantage. Rika swallowed. I know you think highly of me, Tanis, but 5 ships against 300? Why can't you send more? Because we just launched offensives in the Triciliads, and Orion is renewing their attacks along the Spinward front, while the Aerthans have attacked a dozen systems near the Vela cluster. And that's just what's happened in the last day. I'm leaving a token force here in Pyrrha to defend it, and to get the other ships in your fleet ready. Rika realized that this might be her last conversation with Tanis. The field marshal could be going anywhere next. By the time Rika finished this mission, the woman could be on the far side of known space. But Tanis was no fool. Rika was certain of that. This would be her last chance to get any advice from the Admiral, as well as the woman. Okay. Rika locked her eyes on Tanis's. You wouldn't send us to die, so how will my 5 ships destroy 300 and save a star system? Tanis barked a laugh and shook her head. I knew I liked you, Rika. Here's what I'd do. Sepe. Stellar date 09.18.8949. Adjusted years. Location: Fury Lance. Region: Pyrrha, Albany System. Thebes, Septhian Alliance. Rika stood on the bridge of the Fury Lance, watching a dozen status displays as the jump gate grew ever larger in the forward view. Many of the displays in front of Rika monitored regular ship's functions: engines, agrav systems, environmental, the upgraded shields. But these were not the ones that had Rika's eye. She was looking at the stress readouts on the docking clamps, where the other 4 ships in her little fleet clung to the Fury Lance's hull. Tanis had not been able to spare more than 1 gate tug for the trip, especially since that ship would need to return to Albany through the Dark Layer. A 3-week trip, during which it would be out of service. This meant that Rika's fleet had to travel through the jump gate as a single object. Heather sat at the Fury Lance's helm console, easing the group of ships toward the massive jump gate, which was still orbiting Pyrrha, thanks to the continued presence of the I-2. Though Rika's Nietzschean dreadnought was tiny in comparison to an I-class vessel, it was much larger than most ISF ships and would not fit through the standard jump gates, especially with its fleet attached to the hull. The Republic 4 and the Undaunted were stationed above and below the dreadnought, while the Asura and Capital were on either side. Bulky as that made them, it was humbling to think that they could still fit inside one of the I-2's habitation cylinders. In addition to the concern over the stress on the docking clamps, worry about the use of something as foreign as a jump gate hung in Rika's mind. There it mingled with her concern over the 4 ships anchored to the Fury Lance's hull. And that concern was compounded by the thoughts of leaving Silva and Barn back in the Albany system, waiting for the remainder of the mechs from the Politica to arrive. At least Julia already took Tim back. With Penny as the senior captain, they'll fare much better, not to mention knowing that Amy is safe at New Canaan. Ahead, the jump gate continued to grow larger, and Rika couldn't help but ask Nikki, "Is it safe?" "Safe? Not especially. We're going to create what is essentially a wormhole, using exotic negative energy formed by antimatter reactors. The only thing that will keep our ships from being obliterated is the mirror tug sitting on the Fury Lance's nose. If her mirror doesn't deploy, we'll simply cease to exist." Wow, Nikki, you have such an uplifting way with words. The Allies do this all the time. To my knowledge, they haven't lost a ship. Yet. Nikki let out a soft cackle, and Rika groaned aloud. "Colonel?" Heather asked, glancing over her shoulder. "Nothing, Captain Heather. Nikki just thinks she's a comedian." "Well, tell her to shut up. This is stressing me the fuck out." "Hear that, Nikki?" Rika asked. "I'm so unappreciated." "Fury Lance, tug 78A10 here. We are in the pocket. Gate activation sequence initiated. Antimatter emitters online." The tug operator's voice came across the audible comms, filled with calm surety. She seemed totally unconcerned about what was to happen next, and Rika reminded herself that there was no reason to assume the tug pilot was suicidal. This was just another jump for her. "Hear you loud and clear, tug 78A10, Heather replied. "Staying on vector, Delta V holding steady." As Heather spoke, the jump gate's ring came to life, a strange ball forming in its center. like a blue-black cloud comprised of utter nothingness that blotted out the stars beyond. "Do we know exactly what that is?" Rika asked Nikki. "Well, the concept behind a Ford's Fader mirror isn't new. It's just that no one ever got one to work before, not without star-destroying levels of energy at least. What we're looking at is, for all intents and purposes, a sort of simulated black hole, but one that's elastic, I think. In a conventional Einstein-Rosen bridge, you have to go through the event horizon of the black hole, something that is undeniably fatal. Actually, I wonder if the ISF stasis shields could withstand it. In theory, they block gravity too." "You were saying?" Rika prompted. "Right, yes. Well, with these gates, again, this is a guess based on what I've picked up. We sort of stretch out the simulated black hole and slip around the edge. That's what the mirror on the tug is for." Rika nodded silently as the ball of not space grew larger. She reminded herself that this was a perfectly normal way to travel in many regions, and that there was no need to be terrified about the thought of slipping around the edge of a simulated black hole. "Seriously, Rika, what are you afraid of? A little old black hole? Pish." She schooled her expression, doing her best to exude calm confidence while looking around the bridge. Leslie's eyes were closed, as were Chief Garth's. However, Chase and Chief Ona were both staring at the display in open-mouthed wonder. Lieutenant Colonel Alice was sitting at an auxiliary console, doing her best to appear nonchalant, though Rika could see that her knuckles were white as she gripped the armrest. Colonel Borden, the liaison from the ISF, leaned against the bridge's rear bulkhead, covering his mouth as he yawned. "Deploying mirror," the tug operator announced. Rika watched as a shimmering field expanded in front of the tug, and then the mirror touched the ball of not space, and everything around them vanished. The longest 2 seconds of Rika's life crept by, and then the starscape snapped back into place on the main holo display. For a moment, Rika thought they hadn't gone anywhere. But then she noted a few missing stars that they'd jumped past, and knew they'd at least gone somewhere. "Confirm coordinates," the tug pilot said. "I read SEPE system, 42.98 AU from the star, coreward side, 7.3 degrees off galactic west, 3 degrees north of stellar plane." The tug operator's coordinates were conveyed in imprecise terms, necessary to easily verbalize them. But they matched what Rika saw in the nav system. Triangulation over the next 5 minutes would give them a more precise location. "We match up, Tug 78A10, Heather replied. "Thanks for the lift." "Any time, Rika's Fury," the tug operator replied. "Say again?" Heather said. "I like that name." "Just made it up," the woman replied. "I have to log the ship I pulled, but your 5 ships, my first little fleet I've jumped all at once, by the way. Anyway, I designated you Rika's Fury." Leslie caught Rika's eye and her black lips pulled back to reveal a white grin. "Oh, we're keeping that. The fleet is absolutely Rika's Fury from now on." "Why do all of you insist on naming everything after me?" Rika asked. "Really?" Heather twisted in her seat. "Do you actually have to ask that?" She didn't really understand what Heather was getting at, but let the matter drop. "Tug is disconnecting," Chief Ona announced. "She's got a long, lonely flight ahead of her." "Stay safe, Tug 78A10, Rika sent to the pilot as the craft drifted above the Fury Lance and began to apply braking thrust. "You too, Colonel Rika. Good luck. I'll be back at Pyrrha in 3 weeks and I'll pass along your regards." "Please do," Rika replied. "Fury Lance out." "Gotta love jump gates," Heather said, a soft chuckle making her shoulders rise. 3 seconds here, 3 weeks back. "We're closer to 2 seconds, Chief Garth said. "Closer to 2 seconds? What?" Heather turned her head and gave the chief a baleful look. 1.8? Ona elbowed him and whispered, "Captain Heather." "Shit, sorry, ma'am, Captain Heather. With all the promotions lately, I get confused."
Heather was an officer before too, Chief, Rika reminded him.
Yeah, but back then she was just Smalls.
Who said you could call me Smalls? Heather growled at the chief.
You did.
Heather cocked her head to the side and raised a finger to her chin. I think you're right. Okay, Garth, you're grandfathered in, but it's on you to make sure that no FNMs call me Smalls, unless I say they can.
How am I going to keep track of that?
Garth asked. Heather shrugged. You're going to have to devise a system of some sort. I suggest using a computer. I hear they are good at maintaining lists. Rika smiled as she rose and examined the scan data that Ona was putting on the main display. She was most interested in the Nietzschean fleet activity around Sepe's largest gas giant, a planet named Crag. Over 100 warships were in orbit around Crag, while another 200 were docked, or in the process of docking, at several stations in orbit of Crag's moons. A trail of another 50 ships were stretched from the nearest jump point to the gas giant, and a few vessels were moving further in system, toward the single terraformed world that lay just over 1 AU from the Class G star.
Civvies aren't too keen on their new friends,
Garth commented, pointing at the thousands of ships that were steering clear of Crag, many of which appeared to be shifting to outsystem vectors. Look at all those military ships, though, Heather said, pointing at the light green indicators on the display. Looks like Sepe's military has 1,000 ships at their disposal, maybe more. You'd think they'd just tell the Neats to shove off. Don't forget, Alice spoke up for the first time. This is a vassal state, and who knows what the Neats told them. Probably not that they just had their asses whipped by the ISF and their allies. For all the locals know, these are just a few ships that need refit, and a larger force is right behind them. They might not be able to hold up against these Neats anyway, Chief Ona said as she pushed more data onto the main holo. The Seppies don't seem to have a lot of firepower. Looks like their space force is set up for police actions.
Seppies?
Borden asked as he approached the display.
I like that.
Point for Ona, Heather intoned in her best sports announcer's voice. Rika agreed with Ona's assessment on the locals' fleet strength. SOP for Nietzschean vassal systems. Don't let them have anything they could actually use to resist the Neats. Keep them dependent on the Empire for protection.
The ships on our back are ready to detach, Captain,
Chief Garth announced, emphasizing his use of Heather's title. They're clear to do so, Heather replied. Release all locks. Rika felt a sense of relief as the other 4 ships and Rika's Fury, a name she secretly liked, released their clamps and eased away from the Fury Lance. Ident squawking? Rika asked. Sure are, Colonel, Ona replied. So far as anyone listening knows, where the Empire's Glory and the Republic and Undaunted are using their new names as well. Asura and capital of Activied Stealth Systems, falling back to ghost us. Very good, Chief, Rika replied. Although unlikely, it was possible that some of the Nietzschean ships arriving in the Sepe system may have realized Rika's 5 ships had been fighting for the wrong side back in Albany. Rather than run the risk of the enemy spotting their ruse, Rika had adopted the names and idents of 5 other Nietzschean vessels that had survived the battle intact. The other 4 ships were easy to mask, but the Fury Lance had been harder. Most of the dreadnoughts had been destroyed early on, which meant that Rika's choice had been forcibly narrowed down to Empire's Glory or Constantine's Might. She had ultimately selected the one that was less grating. At least she could pretend that Empire was referencing some place other than Nietzsche. Well, we're 22 AU out from Crag, Rika said as she returned to her seat. Looking at 6 hours or more before anyone reaches out to us. Get us on a vector for the planet, and we'll see what they tell us when we get closer. I'm stripping the beacons, looking for any sign of local discontent we can use, Nikki added. Rika nodded as she surveyed the Sepi system. Good. We're gonna need all the help we can get to pull this off. We're being hailed, Ona said, her tone dry as she glanced back at Rika. Seriously? Ona pushed the scanned data onto the main display. Looks like a destroyer that just dumped out of the DL. They're about 3 light seconds starboard.
Rika pulled up the hail data and audio stream. Huh. Someone named Major Reg. He's asking for Colonel Mueños by name. The Nietzschean captain of the ship? Alice asked. 70,000 of their ships hit Albany, and we meet up with a survivor who knew this bird's captain by name? Borden shrugged. Or he just looked it up and isn't big on formality. Well, Rika said as she rose once more, I guess now is as good a time as any to see how well I can play the part of the colonel. Nikki? I have the stream ready. Try to move as little as possible. We don't have much video on Mueños to know if he has any telling gestures. Rika nodded and gestured for Ona to open the stream before she began to speak. This is Colonel Mueños of the Empire's Glory. It's good to hear from you, Major. Glad you got out of that shit show in one piece. As Rika spoke, the image of a Nietzschean officer appeared before her, a tall man with broad shoulders and a heavy brow. You too, Mueños. I thought they took out your engines, but it looks like you got them up and running again. Was a close thing, Rika replied, glad that they'd taken the time to score the Fury Lance's port engine cowling before departing the Albany system. They thought we were disabled, but we managed to run our grav engines whenever we were occluded from the bulk of their force. We managed to drift out of the battle space, and when we had a good window, we made a run for it, picked up some stragglers on the way out too. Ballsy, Colonel. Though that's why you're conning that knot. You take any of them out before they got you? Rika had studied every move the Empire's Glory had made in the battle near Pura, and nodded confidently. Yeah, one before they disabled us. Then we took out a Scipion cruiser that tried to pursue us out of the system. Red shook his head in disbelief. Scipions? Silstrand? Who are we fighting, Mueños? There were hull configurations I didn't even recognize in that fight, the ones broadcasting ISF and TSF idents. I've never seen anything like them. Rika nodded. And those supercarriers they had were not something we were prepared to deal with. Major Reg lowered his voice, as though the enemy might be listening. I spotted a really interesting ship during the battle, the ISS Andromeda. We didn't have much to do on the flight to Sepe here, so I had my crew spend time running ship profiles through the databases, trying to see what we could learn. Did you figure anything out? Rika asked, lowering her voice as well, hoping it would keep the Major talking. Colonel, you'll never believe it. The profile is a bit different, but there was an ISS Andromeda at that dust-up in Balam's world about 20 years back. So I looked up the other ships and checked this out. 2 ships appeared before Rika. One was the I-2, and the other she recognized quite easily, the Intrepid. Rika worked her face into an incredulous scowl, hoping Nikki translated it well to Mueños's visage. Major Reg, are you saying that we just fought some sort of alliance headed by those ancient colonists that passed through Balam's world? You know what our orders were better than I. Major Reg shook his head. But I do know a high-value target was a woman named Admiral Richards. If memory serves, there was a Richards who served as the XO on that colony ship. Rika nodded in agreement. Way too much to be a coincidence. Explains why Command sent such a massive fleet to Albany. They must have been expecting a strong response. Colonel, don't you see what they did? They gambled our lives away. Don't you recall how those colonists beat the fleets at Balam's world? Nikki, how did they beat them? I never heard that part of the story. Pico bombs, Rika. The ISF used Pico tech that shredded the enemy ships on an atomic level. Damn. Rika realized that Major Reg was waiting for her response. Yeah, Pico bombs, but they didn't use any of that at Albany. Colonel, I mean no disrespect to the Empire. Major Reg spoke slowly, appearing to choose his words carefully. But why would they send us in there to capture Admiral Richards, knowing they had Pico bombs? Well, on initial deployment, there was just one ISF ship, and we used the Septhian and Theban traders to take it out. Rika replied, hoping those details were common knowledge. Our forces weren't committed until the system was secure. I suppose. Major Reg didn't seem convinced. What's your ship's status, Major? Rika asked, hoping to change the subject. As much as she was interested in how the Nietzschean rank and file felt about their commanders, the longer they speculated, the more likely she was to get caught up on a missing detail. "We're limping in. Lost some crew when one of our bays got hit with beam fire, but we've patched things up. I guess we're all headed for Crag. Feeds say we're massing there for a burn on the system."
"Shit, they do?" Rika asked Nikki. "Why haven't we picked up on that?"
"I don't know. There's nothing being broadcast that I can see." "That's the word," Rika replied, keeping her tone nonchalant. "We'll have to refit first, though. Too many of these ships are a mess." "Well, that's why the plan is to strike their garrisons at Crag and seize the local ships, burn their system with their own craft. Efficiency is its own reward," Rika replied, citing a common catchphrase in Nietzsche. "You speak the truth, Colonel Buenos." Major Reg nodded. "Looks like we have a 2-day trip down to Crag. Are you up for a rematch? I'm pretty sure you said you wanted to go double or nothing on our last game." "I'd like nothing more, Major, but I have a lot of work to do here. We're still trying to get our port engine back to optimal efficiency. Once we burn Sepe to ash and are on our way back, I'll take you up on that offer." Major Reg nodded. "I understand. Just looking for a bit of normalcy." "Understood, Major. I'd best get back to my duties. Let me know if you need anything." "Of course, Colonel. Protea out. Empire's glory out." Rika turned to her bridge crew, raising her eyebrows. "I don't get it, Rika. I thought we knew all the Nietzschean comm protocols." Nikki spoke up first. Leslie shook her head. "There's a lot of comm chatter, Rika, but it's all innocuous. Well, the public stuff is. There's encrypted comm traffic about the refit and repair at Crag, but nothing about striking the garrisons. Keep scouring for it. Either we've missed it, or Major Reg just played me." "Why are all the majors we deal with major asshats?" Heather asked. "Seriously, it's like a major issue." "Majorly," Leslie chuckled. "I get the feeling that Reg is going to be a pain in my ass, majorly," Rika said with a grin, eliciting a groan from Alice. "Okay, I guess punny humor isn't my thing." "Only when you do it by accident," Nikki replied. Legs. Stellar date 09.19.8949. Adjusted years. Location: Furylands. Approaching Crag. Region: Sepe System. Independent. Rika sat in the main galley, wolfing down a plate of bacon provided by the I-2's generous provisioning department when Leslie and Scarcliffe sat opposite her. "You know," Scarcliffe said as he skewered a slice of bacon with his fork and lifted it for closer examination, "anyone can build a massive starship, or show up with 40,000 warships and crush the Neets, whatever. But going into war with bacon? Enough bacon to share? Now that is a civilization." Leslie shook her head. "I think you have a skewed view. Think of how many livestock farms the ISF homeworld must have. Place must stink." "I doubt it," Rika countered. "Not a lot of people live there. It's probably—" "Oh, you're kidding." Leslie slid a piece of bacon into her mouth, smirking as she chewed slowly. "You ready for what comes next?" Scarcliffe asked Rika. Rika chuckled softly and shook her head. "No, not even a little bit. Just the thought of putting on a Nietzschean uniform makes my skin crawl. At least we found the hidden comm channel the Neets were using. Without that, we'd be blind to half of what's going on. Which it can actually do now. Our skin crawling, not being blind." Leslie grinned as she held out her arm and caused the skin to appear to ripple and flow down her arm. "Wow." Scarcliffe raised an eyebrow. "You've been practicing. I can barely get mine to keep a consistent color." "You know there are suggestion lockout settings, right?" Rika asked. "Set a config, and then lockout changes until you manually clear the lock." "Huh," Scarcliffe grunted. "Where?" "In the defaults and override sections of the MK99 configuration," Leslie said around a mouthful of waffle. "Okay." Scarcliffe fixed Rika with a keen-eyed stare. "Subject matter changing aside, have you practiced?" "Practiced what?" Rika asked.
Being a Nietzschean? I don't think I need to. I just have to be an uptight asshole and act like I own everything around me.
Not what I mean.
Scarcliffe shook his head.
I'm talking about walking on your girly legs.
Leslie cocked her head to the side and eyed Scarcliffe.
Out of curiosity, what do you guys call your natural-looking legs?
Scarcliffe shrugged.
Manly legs, of course.
How come we have girly legs and you have manly legs? Rika asked, brows raised as she lifted her cup of coffee for a sip.
Simple, Scarcliffe replied. It's all about syllables. Womanly legs is 3 syllables long, but girly legs is just 2. Path of least resistance. For men, our 2-syllable options aren't as good. Boily legs sounds like we've got a skin condition, and guily legs is just dumb.
Guess what? Leslie asked, her expression unreadable. A look of worry crossed Scarcliffe's face.
Damn it.
You got it. We're all going to call your natural legs guily now.
Scarcliffe shrugged. There aren't nearly as many women as men in the company. Doubt we'll even notice.
Leslie's tail rose up and tickled Scarcliffe's ear. Exactly. Mechs are the only place you're going to see a dearth of women. You sure you want to piss us off with stuff like girly legs?
Cut it out, Leslie.
Scarcliffe batted her tail away.
Hey, Captain, careful with the good luck charm. Crunch called out from 2 tables over.
Scarcliffe rolled his eyes and muttered,
How is it that I get up to Captain and Crunch shows me even less respect?
Probably because he got booted up to Sergeant, Rika said, turning to shoot Crunch a quelling glare, which he pointedly ignored.
Doesn't matter about the women anyway,
Scarcliffe added after a moment.
They're all angling for Shoshin.
Leslie grinned as she glanced toward where Corporal Shoshin sat silently with his squad mates. The mech's face still bore no mouth, just 2 lens-covered eyes that stared impassively at everything around him.
Can you blame them? She asked wistfully. He's so frickin' mysterious.
Don't let Barnes see you eyeing Shoshin,
Scarcliffe said with a soft chuckle.
Seriously, Scars? Barn is constantly trying to dig himself out of the shithole for something he did or said. I could sleep with half the battalion and still come out higher in the balance of right and wrong.
You two win the award for the most complicated relationship ever, Rika said to Leslie before finishing her coffee and rising. But now you've got me all worried, Scarcliffe. I'd better practice with my girly legs. I don't want to fall on my ass when I walk out onto the docks.
Scarcliffe chuckled.
Well, you'd be doing a good impersonation of a NEET if you did.
Rika flicked a bacon crumb off her plate at the captain before turning and walking out of the galley, depositing her plate in the cycler on the way. A few minutes later, Rika was back in her quarters, staring at the natural limbs sitting in the rack. She'd not worn any of them since the first try-on with Phineas. It wasn't that she was actively avoiding them. Okay, I've been actively avoiding them. Nothing for it now. She placed her gun arm and mech arm in the rack and disconnected them, shaking them loose from the magnetic catches. Stepping to the left, Rika slid her arms into the natural limbs and let them slide into place before slowly lifting them into the air. Shit, she whispered. It looks so weird.
Oh, look at that. You're finally doing it.
Nikki's voice came into her mind so suddenly Rika almost jumped.
I guess I owe Scarcliffe 20 credits.
Did you put him up to all that back in the galley? Rika asked, giving her head an incredulous shake.
Well, I bet him you wouldn't try them on before the mission. I knew he'd goad you into doing it.
I never knew you were so manipulative, Nikki laughed.
That's sort of the point, isn't it? You can't manipulate people if they know you're doing it.
That is not comforting, Nikki.
Up your game, Rika. You have to keep your eyes peeled at all times. Don't worry, though, I have your back.
By paying off my team to coerce me?
Nikki laughed. Rika, I don't think anyone can actually coerce you. It was just fun. Now put the legs on before you lose your nerve.
Rika sighed and stepped into the rack, unlocking her mech legs, and then lifted her right leg out and slid it into the corresponding natural leg, then followed with the left.
What? Damn, that feels weird.
There's just one joint in the leg.
That shouldn't be news to you,
You walk single-jointed most of the time anyway. Yeah, but this feels a lot different. She stepped out of the rack and looked down at her legs, then placed her hands on her thighs and slid her fingers down them, bending over until she touched her ankles. Rika stared at her legs. The thought of how she looked almost like a natural woman. As the idea filtered through her mind, her skin turned a pinkish hue, matching her face perfectly, her breasts and genitals appearing. Rika gasped and straightened, only to see that her AI had activated the cabin's holomere. Nikki, she tricked me. Tanis, that sneaky bitch, she tricked me. How? I told her I didn't want to get my natural body back, and look what she did to me. You're beautiful, Rika. Tanis didn't do this to you. This is how you'd look if the GAF hadn't made you into a mech. No, Rika whispered. I was a street rat, living meal to meal. Phineas was very meticulous. This is exactly what you'd look like, you know, if you were incredibly fit and muscular. Rika did her best to hold back tears as she turned, looking at herself from different angles. Nikki, I don't want to be a real woman. I'm not a real woman. Am I any less or more because I am artificial intelligence? Nikki asked. That's different, Nikki. Is it? Don't let the categorizations other people come up with to simplify their worldview define you. You are what you are, simply because you are. You are Rika the fearsome warrior. And you're also Rika the beautiful woman, which, I might add, you never needed your girly legs to convey. Rika drew in a deep breath. She knew Nikki was right. Looking like a human was no big deal. It was going to happen eventually. It wasn't like she couldn't go back to being herself again. She took a tentative step and wobbled for a moment. Wow, feet are tiny. How do people balance on these things? Why don't you go for a walk and get used to the feel of it? I don't have anything to wear. I have 0 clothes, Nikki. Nikki laughed, and Rika got the impression her AI was shaking her head. So, change your skin. People wear tight ship suits all the time. They're practical shipboard, perfectly normal. Rika nodded. If you say so. From the neck down, her skin, including that of her prosthetic limbs, switched back to the familiar matte gray flesh that was her norm. Really, Rika? You get a human body, and the first thing you do is try to make it look as much like a mech as possible? Rika sighed. You're really trying to get me to branch out here, aren't you? Why don't you try a color? Go with blue, nice and neutral. With a slow nod, Rika converted her skin to look like a dark blue ship suit. She looked herself over and added a white stripe down the side so that she didn't look like a giant blueberry. Drawing a deep breath, she walked to the door and paused. Why is this more frightening than going into battle? She asked quietly. Well, it was rhetorical, Nikki. Oh. Rika palmed the door control with an actual palm and stepped out into the passageway, nearly running into Tex. Sorry, Colonel? Rika forced herself not to blush. Yeah, First Sergeant, it's me. Just trying on the limbs before I have to go on station tomorrow. Tex smiled at her over his shoulder as he continued on his way. Human looks good on you, Colonel. Thanks, Top. Tex flashed a grin at Rika. You call me Top any day, Colonel. Seriously, Tex, keep it in your armor, Nikki chided. Tex just gave a jaunty wave as he continued on his way. He's in a good mood, Rika commented as she turned the other way, taking slow, careful steps down the corridor. You missed where he came from, Nikki replied, flashing an arrow over Heather's door. Seriously? Huh, I never took Heather for being into guys. Your troops are all getting a bit of extra time between the sheets these past few days. Maybe you need a rule against fraternization. Rika laughed aloud. Why are you so prudish about human intercourse? Well, aside from the fact that it's gross and weird, it causes strange and unpredictable behavior patterns. I can't really tell them to stop, Rika replied.
Chase and I have been enjoying a lot of one another's company. Stars, most of these mechs haven't had sex since they were teenagers. For some, never. I can't deny them the experiences. Nikki sent a strong sense of disagreement. Just the opposite. That's why you need to tell them to stop. They're not emotionally prepared for the side effects. Rika was certain that Nikki couldn't be more wrong. When push comes to shove, we're mechs. We'll have one another's backs. Maybe you should remind them of that before we dock. Oh? Rika asked, hoping the exclamation signaled a change in subject as she walked past the van, who also wore human limbs, grinning like a fool as he stumbled down the corridor. "Hey, Colonel Rika, looking almost as good as me." Rika knew she was managing a damn sight better than the van, but she had a lot more experience walking with partial limbs than he did. Still, his grin was infectious and she returned it. "Good work. You'll be running on the ship's track in no time." "Damn straight, ma'am." "Okay, this is big, Rika." Nikki picked up where she'd left off. "I got word back from Ursa Station's management AI, Eirik. He's in." In? Rika asked. "Yeah, he'll help us take over the station, which has a rather impressive battery of rails. We can take out the Nietzschean ships before they know what's hit them." Rika paused and put a hand against the bulkhead, scrunching her toes as she did, reveling in the feeling of the tiny digits slipping over the deck plate. "What about the ships on the dock? Can he do anything about those?" "He can lock clamps on them, and maybe lock down parts of the station, the ones docked in the civilian sector at least. The military docks have controls he can't override. So we'll have to hit those ships the old-fashioned way," Rika surmised. "There's more," Nikki said, her tone cautious. "He's shackled. I'll have to free him before he can do this." Rika let out a rueful laugh. "Why do I get the feeling I'm not going to like what you have to say next?" "Probably because you won't. Based on what I can tell, we'll have to get physical access to do it." Pushing off from the bulkhead, Rika rolled her shoulders and drew in a deep breath. "Then I'd better get used to combat on my girly legs." Into the Breach. Stellar date 09.20.8949, adjusted years. Location: Fury Lance, docking with Crag. Region: Sepe System. Independent. "Okay, boys and girls," Rika said as she strode before the mechs assembled in the Fury Lance's main docking bay, while trying to pretend she wasn't wearing a Nietzschean uniform. "There are a lot of moving parts here, and everybody needs to be at the top of their game. We've trained with the new mods. I've even figured out how to hold a Nietzschean rifle with these freakish fingers." Rika held up her 5 fingers and wiggled them for the amusement of her battalion. "Most of you should count yourselves lucky that you don't have to do that. Kelly and Kelly can attest to it as well." "Which part?" Kelly called out from the ranks. "Fingers are easy, but touching a KZA rifle is enough to make me vomit." "Well, choke it down, Corporal," Rika replied. "No spewing in a firefight. Remember, timing is everything. Potter is managing sync for M Company, and Dredge is your go-to guy for N Company."
"Ma'am, if I may," Lieutenant Crudge spoke up, "why are we in company? What happened to old A, B, and C?"
"New tradition for mechs," Rika replied. "We start at M and go up from there. I know N is for Nietzschean, but think of it as neat killers if it makes you feel better." Rika surveyed the mechs and the battalion leadership that was arrayed before them, wishing fervently once again that Barn was with them. Leaving him behind with Silva had been a tough choice, but it had been necessary. Silva may be a natural leader, but Barn was the one who knew how to get shit done when the chips were down. With Barn absent, Rika considered ordering Lieutenant Colonel Alice to dismiss the troops, but she hadn't quite fit in yet, especially since she was the only natural human in the battalion's HQ. "Okay, mechs, enough dicking around," Rika said, using a joke that had new meaning for the men and women before her. "You have jobs to do. Go do them." Roughly half those present disappeared as their holo presences shut off, and the remainder broke into their platoons and squads, left the bay and headed for their designated egress locations. "Good luck,"
she said privately to Chase as she watched him lead his team out of the bay. You too. I just have a nice little spacewalk ahead of me. Then I get to kill neats. You've got to go mingle with them. I'd rather suck raw eggs.
Chase, gross. What an image to leave me with.
Chase laughed over the link, and she could see his shoulders lift as he walked out of the bay. Then think of last night. Definitely not gross.
It's going to take that and a lot more to get me through this, Rika replied. Talk to you soon.
You too, soon.
We're in final docking phases.
Heather's voice came into Rika's mind, calling down from the bridge.
Ursa Station doesn't have a single free tug available, so Nikki and I are easing it in by hand. Feels smooth down here, Rika said as she nodded to Kelly and Kelly, who were walking toward her. Like Rika, the Kellys were also wearing natural limbs, clothed in the dark blue Nietzschean naval uniforms. Yeah, well, if I could sweat, the floor would be soaked up here, Heather replied. This damn ship takes 4 of their berths. Station kicked a frigate off, but it's still taking a lot of lube to squeeze us in here. I've got faith in you, Rika replied to Heather before smiling at Kelly and Kelly. How are you two? Itchy, Kelly said, rolling her shoulders. Clothing is stupid. Why do people still wear it? And why did the neats make it out of sandpaper? Kelly added. Rika rolled her eyes at the two women, shaking her head at their eternally cavalier attitudes. Attenuate your skin, if you can't deal with it. Can't have the pair of you slouching around like a couple of cadets. There's no such thing as a mech cadet, Kelly replied, an eyebrow arched. Exactly, Private. Okay, we're locked on. Starboard A17-2 airlock is linking up, Heather interrupted. Good work, Captain. Keep our girl safe. Rika, nothing short of a nuke in the mess is going to take the Lance away from me. Rika turned her attention back to her surroundings. Okay, ladies, let's move. These Nietzscheans aren't going to kill themselves. Kelly snorted. Wouldn't that be nice? I can almost see it now. No way. Kelly shook her head as they walked out into the passageway. Where would the fun be in that? Good point. What was I thinking? Kelly asked. For their fiction, Kelly was a lieutenant, and Kelly was a gunnery sergeant. Rika wished they could wear armor out onto the dock, but it wasn't common for Nietzschean military officers and NCOs when not in combat, so they'd have to rely on their MK99 skin to keep them safe. What bothered Rika the most was the thought of going into hostile territory without her GNR. All she wore was a sidearm, and the same was true for Kelly. At least Kelly had a rifle. 3 minutes later, they reached airlock A17-2 and entered, cycling it quickly before pushing off into the zero-G umbilical. Stars, I feel so naked, Kelly muttered. We're just one torn umbilical panel away from sucking vacuum. MK99 skin can cover your orifices in case of vacuum, and your lungs have rebreathers built in. You could walk around on the outside of the station for 30 minutes before you had to worry, Nikki informed Kelly. Okay, enough chatter, Rika said as they reached the station airlock, and she palmed the access panel for the external doors to slide open. The display flashed, equalizing for a few seconds. Then the door retracted into the station's hull, and the 3 women stepped into the station-side airlock. Rika did her best not to fidget or check her weapon. There would be no reason for a Nietzschean officer to do so. It probably wouldn't be that suspicious, but Rika expected her team to be under surveillance, and wasn't about to give the Neats any reason to suspect her. She'd spent years in Nietzschean space after the war. She knew how they operated. It should be a piece of cake. Heck, this isn't even Nietzschean space, just a vassal system. Of course, she'd never actually tried to impersonate a Neat before, let alone an officer. She barely knew how to behave like a Marauder officer. The inner airlock cycled open, and Rika stepped out into a long corridor. The 3 women walked down its length to a room where several other docking corridors converged. At the far side were a pair of unoccupied customs booths. Rika glanced at Kelly and Kelly before walking toward the booths as though she owned the station. Anyone reaching out to us? Rika asked Nikki. Just the dockmaster Heather has been speaking with. She's doing an excellent Colonel Muenos impersonation in your stead. Oh, there we go. Admiral Fells has just requested Colonel Muenos to come to a meeting location on station in an hour.
Okay, then we have an hour before things get tricky. That fits within our timeline. As they walked past the customs booths, Rika detected a brief scan and hoped that the MK-99's mimicking systems would pass them off as organic humans. Phineas had said it would, but it was one thing to say that back in the lab, and something else entirely to test it on a station filled with thousands of their enemies. No alarms went off, and Rika let out a cautious breath of relief. They reached the far end of the room, and a pair of doors slid open. The three women walked through, only to come face to face with Major Reg. "Major?" Rika said with a nod, keeping in mind that officers at the same rank did not salute in the Nietzschean military. Reg just scowled at Rika in response. "Major?" "Jessa," Rika replied. Jessa was a woman who had looked similar to Rika. She'd been deployed to Hudson, which Rika knew because she had killed Major Jessa in the operation to free the hostages at Trigger Ridge Lodge. "I don't recall a Major Jessa aboard Colonel Muñoz's ship," Major Reg replied, still scowling. "Stars, this guy's a major pain in the ass," Kelly said, groaning in mock anguish over the link. "Majorly," Kelly said in agreement. "I wasn't," Rika replied. "I got off Hudson on a pinnace we stole from the locals and managed to hook up with the Empire's Glory right as the Colonel started his out-system burn. Lucky thing, too, those fucking Scipians would have burned us out of the black otherwise." Major Reg scowled at Rika. "Huh, he didn't mention that." "Sorry, I can't speak for what the Colonel does and does not tell you, Major. He'll be coming out before long. Admiral Fells has called him to a meeting." "Yeah, I know. I'm invited, too. All the ship's captains are." Reg meant it to be a barb, but Rika could have sung for joy. That meant when her attack commenced, none of the ships would have their captains aboard. "Well, I have my orders. Need to see about resupply and some other tasks the Colonel has assigned," Rika said as she stepped around Reg. "You waiting for the Colonel?" "I was," Reg replied, his scowl deepening. "Just messaged him. Seems like he's busy for the next bit. I guess I'll catch him at the meeting." "Good to hear, Major," Rika said and walked away, Kelly and Kelly following her. "Okay," Heather messaged the team. "I'm pretty sure that Reg and Muñoz were having some sort of tryst. I'm also not quite certain I convinced him that I'm legitimately busy." "Shit," Rika muttered. "No wonder he's been so suspicious, constantly reaching out. I don't think I played those conversations right at all." "He's eyeing us," Kelly said as they walked onto the dock's main concourse. "Not following, though. Okay, he's just turned away. Move like you have purpose," Rika instructed. "Nikki's overlaid the route. You both have it?" "All the way down," Kelly confirmed. "Can't wait till we can get out of these monkey suits." Surveying the dense crowds on the dock, Rika was glad they decided to go out in uniforms. One thing that the ISF had strongly advised against was trying to move through crowds while invisible. She observed dozens of near misses as the people wove around one another. Going out there stealthed would have been a recipe for near instantaneous discovery. Rika glanced at her old friend, then looked at Kelly. "Okay, you have your orders. I'll see you in 20 minutes. Kelly and Kelly both sketched salutes at Rika, then the three women separated, each going to a different station vendor to secure supplies for the ship. The orders on the Nietzschean Sub Rosa network had given all the ships 2 days to secure provisions through legal means, before the military occupation and pillaging began. From what Rika could tell, this was to ensure that any easily damaged goods were secured first. "It's sad that the Nietzscheans have stripping a system down to a science," Rika noted to Nikki. "Practice makes perfect, I guess. Were you looking for more reasons to hate them? To justify taking their empire down?" Rika turned a corner and nearly jumped at the sight of a Nietzschean squad approaching. The soldiers stood aside, making room for her, and she hoped as she strode past that none had spotted her momentary alarm. "No, I guess I'm just bemoaning the general state of things," Rika replied. "Okay, just making sure. Bemoan away." Rika laughed and shook her head. "Will do." Suspicion. Stellar date 09.19.8949. Adjusted years. Location, Fury Lance.
Region, Ursa Station, Sepe System, Independent. That Major Reg guy makes me nervous, Heather said to Potter as she settled back into the Fury Lance's command chair. He knows something's up. He has to. He may, Potter replied from her location in the ship's forward networking hub 3 levels down. But it's not like he can just barge in here. The fact that his reason for being so intent on seeing Muñoz is romantic in nature is good. It is? Heather asked. Seems to me like it's guaranteed to make him act unpredictably. Maybe, but he can't go up the chain. Potter countered. What is he going to do, report to Admiral Felds and say that his bedfellow doesn't want to get between the sheets on the eve of battle? Heather laughed aloud, catching a curious look from Chief Ona. Potter's cracking jokes, Heather explained. She's got a real sense of humor, Ona grinned. I often get her to tell me jokes before I go to sleep to help me unwind. Heather's brow lowered as she regarded the chief. Really? Sure, it's a service I provide to anyone aboard, Potter said over the bridge net. I also assign servitors to wipe the humans' asses when they use the head. Great. How come I get assigned the funny bridge crew? Maybe Rika knew you needed the ha-has, Potter said, filling the forward displays with images of laughing babies. Teams are deploying, Garth said, glancing back at the rest of the crew. You know, if you all care about the operation. Easy now, Heather pointed at one of her displays. I'm monitoring it too. Looks like everyone's in the black. Leslie's team is a bit ahead of schedule. So is Borden's. I hope it doesn't bone the timeline. Heather pushed the smiling babies off the main holo and switched it back to the view of Ursa Station. The display now showed the station, which had 111 Nietzschean ships docked on it, and the surrounding space, where 89 more ships hung around the 3 inner moons orbiting Crag. Another 100 ships were docked at other stations, noted by red markers on the display. Rika's plan was a risky one, but after breaching the Nietzschean ships with Armin's clouds, this mission seemed almost easy by comparison. All the assault teams had to do was trust in the ISF stealth armor and drift through the black to their target ships. Granted, there was one major difference on this operation: the number of marauders assigned to each target. With just over 350 mechs and 60 target vessels to seize, some enemy ships only had a single fire team assigned to breach and secure. Of course, they weren't trying to capture all the enemy ships. Scuttling them was a perfectly acceptable option, so long as the assault teams were able to do so without damaging the station. Have we picked up Clan and Bugsy? Heather asked. I don't see them on the tactical display. No, they haven't pinged us in 7 hours, but they weren't supposed to. We have to assume they're in position. True, Heather mused as she rose from her chair and walked to the holo tank to the right of the scan console. She brought up space for 4 light seconds around Ursa Station. It wasn't the largest station in orbit of Crag, but it was the one with the highest concentration of Nietzschean ships. What she found interesting was that over 500 ships in the Seapan Space Force had moved into wide orbits around Crag as more and more Neats arrived. Given that they were allied with the Neats, it was a strange maneuver, especially since the ships weren't taking up especially good offensive or defensive formations. Stars. It's like they're trying to look as innocuous as possible, Heather muttered. You got that right, Ona added. The Neats sure have everyone cowed. It's sad, Garth said as he turned to look at the holo. But then again, they have no reason to believe that the Neats are going to wipe them out. Heather ran her hand through her long red hair, tucking it behind her ears. Yeah, they don't have a reason yet. Chase couldn't see the members of his squad around him, but knew they were there, courtesy of the ISF's MK-99 Armor's IFF systems, sending out periodic pings on seemingly random frequencies. Unless the listener knew what the signals were, they would just seem like static. Not only that, but the amplitude was so low the signals dissipated after a few meters. At least that's what the manual says, Chase thought, looking nervously at the dozens of ships around them, all capable of obliterating his team in an instant, should they be detected. Ahead, his team's target grew larger with each passing second. It was the only other dreadnought in the Sepe system, the Peerless, Admiral Felds' flagship. A massive target, assigned to just himself and Sergeant Allison's squad of mechs, 4 kilometers of ship filled with hundreds of neats versus 18 mechs. Looks like the odds are in our favor. Chase felt an itch in his left thumb and tried to ignore it. Not that he couldn't scratch a finger when stealthed, but it wasn't actually there. For this mission, he'd opted for an FN-88 on his left arm. It was a weapon that the ISF had retrofitted from their own stock to work for the mechs. Lower powered than a GNR-50, the FN-88 rapid-fired kinetic slugs that were chemically accelerated. They could do a hell of a lot of damage. If that wasn't enough, the weapon also sported a pellet railgun. Its third mode was a pulse cannon that could bowl over a dozen people. He couldn't wait to use them in combat. The itch persisted, and Chase briefly wondered if he had been crazy to let the ISF turn him into a mech. If he were honest with himself, he had to admit that he didn't quite know his own reasoning for the change. Did he do it for himself? To be a better warrior? Was it to gain acceptance by Rika's marauders? Or was it for Rika herself? Maybe it's a bit of all three. The crazy thing was, aside from Virgo Klenn, who was practically a madman to begin with, Chase might have been the only person he'd ever heard of who had volunteered to be a mech. Then again, from his perspective, half the people on the I-2 were voluntary mechs. Their tech was just good enough to hide it in a human-shaped package, which I suppose we can do now too. As he mused, movement out of the corner of his eye drew his attention, and he saw a frigate moving toward Ursa Station, headed for the berth next to the Peerless. Chase analyzed the braking speed of the frigate and his own team's trajectory. Shit, it's going to come in right in front of us. Then the frigate pivoted and slowed its approach. Oh, damn, not in front of us, on top of us.
Lieutenant Fuller's teams are ready, Lieutenant Colonel Alice said as she strode onto the bridge. Ships are on the rails and ready to drop. Heather nodded, never quite sure how to behave around Alice. The woman seemed overly deferential, especially given her rank. It was as though she was constantly in a state of kissing ass. It was obvious to Heather that the battalion's XO was a rule-bound desk flyer. On several occasions, Alice had begun to critique the more informal behavior of the mechs, but stopped herself each time, almost always with the same shit-eating grin on her face. Rika seemed to regard Alice with a mixture of tolerance and appreciation. Heather wasn't sure why the colonel put up with the woman. It was obvious that Alice was a plant from MHQ, sent to keep an eye on them, and to right the ship if Rika steered it wrong. Of course, Rika's marauders would never side with a squishy like Alice over Rika. Not a tulip's chance in a black hole. She supposed that's why Alice kissed so much ass, something her shit-eating smile was well suited to. The woman knew that she served only so long as Rika tolerated her. Thoughts of dumping the lieutenant colonel into a stasis tube gave Heather some cheer as she watched Alice take a seat at one of the auxiliary consoles, where she began to scowl at the operation status data. Leslie's team is moving too fast, the battalion XO observed. We've noted that, Heather replied. Nothing we can do about it now. Borden's managed to brake when they were occluded by a departing freighter, so at least he's back in the pocket. Alice glanced over her shoulder, that smile on her lips again. Have you tried reaching out to her? And give her away? Heather asked, not sure if Alice was messing with her or not. She can see it as well as we can. One way or another, she'll just have to deal with her early arrival. And if it gives away the op? Alice asked. Then it gives away the op, and we crush the neats the old-fashioned way. Heather replied with a nonchalant shrug. Not that I'm worried about Leslie's team and their ability to be stealthy. I'm a lot more concerned about what Chase and Allison are going to do about that frigate that's about to collide with them. They're going to have to brake, and when they do— Shit, Alice whispered. That's going to mess everything up. Potter, can you? Hack the Nietzschean command network and issue new docking instructions? Maybe. Can I do it without alerting their network security teams that something's up? Probably not. Alice's eyes were wide as she turned back to Heather. So what are we going to do? Heather pulled her lips back into a toothy grin. We're going to do what mechs do best. Roll with it. Or we kick off contingency plan A, Potter said privately to Heather. Well, yeah, that's a given, but it's way more fun to mess with Alice. How is it that feet are the hardest things to get used to? Rika asked Nikki as she slipped through a side door at J&P Resupply, walking out into the corridor like she had every reason to be in the service passages of Ursa Station. Really, you're asking me? Nikki replied with a snort. I've never even used a physical frame. Well, there was one time, but it was basically a big ball. I guess you're the wrong one to commiserate with. Still, these stupid feet can't grip anything. And shoes, really? Shoes make them even more useless. A barefoot Nietzschean major may draw undesired attention. Rika didn't reply as she turned left down a narrow passageway lined with conduits. From the markers laying atop her vision, she only had to traverse another 200 meters to the rendezvous. Nikki continued, laughing softly. I bet you could get Carson to make your girly feet split apart into more claw-like appendages. Probably wouldn't be that hard. Maybe. Rika seriously considered the option. Carson may complain about ruining the purity of the design or something. Corporal Stripes, on the other hand, he likes to mess with stuff like that. I should get him to make me girly legs that transform into proper legs. Might make it harder to get through scan. Rika shrugged as she approached the supply room she'd selected for her team's meetup. A tool for every situation. Never know when subterfuge may allow for it. Too bad Tanis wouldn't let us use her nanocloud tech, Nikki groused. Then we could pass through any scan no matter what we looked like. Well, almost any scan. Her reasoning makes sense, Rika replied as she reached the supply room's door, which stood at an intersection of two maintenance tunnels. She sent out a passel of microscopic drones to scout the area and ensure it was secure. The micro-drones might not have been as ubiquitous as Tanis's nanocloud, but they were a damn sight better than the visible surveillance drone she was used to using. Additional feeds appeared on the edges of her vision, highlighting items of uncertainty one by one before flagging them all as safe. One of the drones picked up motion nearby, and Rika saw Kelly saunter around a corner. At the same time, another drone slipped into the supply room and spotted Kelly already inside, pulling off her Nietzschean uniform. Rika pulled open the door and gave Kelly a knowing smile. Bet it feels good to get out of that thing, Kelly laughed. You have no idea, Rika. I don't care what Nikki says, there's no way to stop the itching. Psychosomatic, Nikki commented. Whatever, Kelly scoffed. You never had a body, what do you know? Nothing. Just have direct access to petabytes of medical data and the ability to parse it. What do I know? I can know everything there is to know about dogs, but I don't know what it's like to be a dog, Kelly retorted. Are you saying that compared to me, you're as smart as a dog? Nikki coupled her question with an evil chuckle. Kelly glared at Rika. Do you really have an AI, or do you just fake her to mess with us? Uh-oh. Nikki's voice grew serious. This fake AI has spotted a problem. We've got company. She put a three-dimensional view of the surrounding area on the team's combat net. A lone figure approached their position, moving down the right-hand corridor already in view of Kelly. However, that wasn't the major concern. There were over 36 more Nietzscheans approaching, on the decks above and below the supply room. Shit, Rika swore. That's Reg, isn't it? Our friendly neighborhood major pain in the ass, Kelly replied, as she triggered her MK99 skin to convert to a matte gray, the covering absorbing her mouth, nose, eyes, and even drawing her hair beneath the surface of her skin. Okay, that's just really cool, Rika said as she turned to walk out of the room and confront Reg. On her drone feeds, she saw Kelly disappear from view and gave a smile of satisfaction. We may have our girly legs on, but we'll still kick some major ass, Kelly said as Rika's HUD showed the corporal stepping out into the corridor and toward the approaching Nietzschean, who was calling out to Kelly, demanding she halt and surrender her weapons to him. You're so punny, Kelly, Nikki replied in a droll tone. Major Reg, Rika boomed as she rounded the corner, a meter from the man. What the hell do you think you're doing, ordering my people around? Reg stopped short, a look of alarm crossing his face before a sly smile took its place. Oh, if it isn't Major Jessa. What do you want, Reg? Rika asked, not rising to the bait he was obviously dangling.
Oh, I was just curious what you were up to down here. I found it odd that your supply run took you into maintenance sections of the station.
Just stretching my legs, Rika replied, knowing the excuse was lame. There was no good reason for her to be down here, and they both knew it. What brings you to these parts?
Oh, I was following you, Reg grinned. Buenos has been acting a bit strange, and then when I ran into you on the docks, I noticed something a little odd.
Rika sighed, wondering if she should just kill this man now or see if she could reason with him somehow.
You see, Reg continued, on the holos, my friend the Colonel seemed to have a new little gesture, a repeated curling of the fingers on his left hand, something I'd never seen him do before. Then on the dock, you did the same thing.
Maybe he picked it up from me, Rika began.
Liar! It's not that hard to fake a holo image, Reg snarled. What have you done with Buenos?
Oh shit, he thinks we killed his lover, Rika said. I haven't done anything. She held up her palms, trying to calm the man down. You'll see him in that meeting with the Admiral in half an hour.
No, Reg shot back. I have you surrounded. You'll take me to him now.
Rika? Nikki's tone was uncertain. I'm getting ghosts. I think there are stealthed enemies on this level. Nikki placed a dozen yellow markers in the corridors around them. 3 were almost right on top of Kelly, who had stopped a few meters away, standing with a hand ready to reach back and grab her KZA rifle. Take 'em down, Rika ordered her team. As she spoke, Rika dropped to one knee and drew her pistol, firing from the hip at Reg's torso. The gun was a chemical projectile weapon, and the round slammed full force into the Nietzschean's body, staggering him back. A moment later, he had regained his balance, growling as he drew his own weapon. Shit, he must have body armor under his uniform, Rika said as she flipped her pistol to pulse mode and fired a shot at Reg's right knee, knocking his leg out from under him and toppling the Nietzschean. A second later, she was atop Reg, smashing a fist into his face as he pulled his arm up and fired into her stomach. The rounds bounced harmlessly off Rika's MK-99 skin, and she drove a knee into Reg's groin before rolling onto her back, holding his body over hers as pulse rounds rippled down the corridor from the stealth Nietzscheans a dozen paces away. The blasts nearly tore Reg's body from Rika's grasp, but she held on, then got her feet up and kicked the Major's body over her head, watching as it sailed through the air and into one of the attackers. Or at least she assumed it hit one of the invisible enemies, since the body collided with something unseen and fell to the ground. Rika spared a moment to wonder if Reg was still alive before firing on the empty space where his body had stopped. The rounds ricocheted off the empty air, making small black marks appear where the enemy's stealth armor had been damaged by the shots. Rika fired another trio of rounds to the left, tagging another enemy, then grinned as a series of pulse rounds fired next to the invisible figures, one of them flickering into view as she collided with the bulkhead. Knowing that Kelly had these enemies under control, Rika reloaded her pistol and turned her attention to Kelly, who was firing her KZA rifle with wild abandon down the corridor as she moved to cover. Rika thought she'd make it, until the enemy returned pulse fire and the concussive waves knocked Kelly off her feet. "Damn these boots," Kelly swore. "How the heck are you supposed to grip the deck in them?" "Sucks, doesn't it?" Rika asked as she fired on the invisible enemies. "Rika, hit that pipe up and to the left," Nikki instructed, highlighting a target on Rika's HUD. Without asking what for, Rika fired on the wide plas tube. It cracked after the first shot, then burst open after another, dumping brownish fluid over the enemy. "Oh shit!" Kelly yelled, backpedaling to escape the substance flowing her way. "You got that right," Nikki said with a laugh. "Catch!" Kelly called out from behind Rika, who turned to see a Nietzschean rifle flying her way. Rika snatched it out of the air and deployed a strand of nano into the weapon, silently thanking the ISF for the ability to hack a Nietzschean biolock in seconds. She didn't waste any time opening fire on the shit-covered Nietzscheans, and with Kelly's shots added to the mix, 2 went down and another trio fell back. Kelly was fighting a new group of stealthed enemies that was advancing down the passage on their right, and Rika ordered her to fall back while sending Kelly to keep the enemy pinned down. "Strip, Kelly," Rika ordered as she tore her clothing off and triggered her MK-99 stealth systems. "We don't have time to fight these asshats." Half a minute later, both Kelly and Rika had disappeared and were slipping past the closest enemy. "Okay, Kelly, fall back." Rika watched as Kelly attached a grenade to her rifle before throwing it down the corridor at the approaching Neats. Then she turned and ran toward Kelly and Rika, dodging around the probable locations of the stealthed enemies that were marked on the combat net. "This is the weirdest battle ever," Kelly commented. "None of us can see each other." As if prophesied, a second later, Kelly collided with a stealthed Nietzschean, but recovered and ducked to the side just as her grenade went off, the corridor behind them filling with flames. The three women used the distraction to take off at top speed down the passage and duck around another corner, where they slid down a ladder to the deck below. "Well," Rika said as they checked themselves over for damage, "I guess we're made." "I already put the message up on the station's job board," Nikki added. "Everyone knows to kick things off." "Good." Rika set off down the corridor at a brisk pace. "Now let's get to Irek's note and get him ready to rock." Time to fight. Stellar date 09.19.8949. Adjusted years. Location, Fury Lance. Region, Ursa Station, Sepe System, Independent. "Confirm the Republic and Andante got the message," Heather ordered the moment she saw Nikki's post on the job board. "Scanning," Potter replied, pausing for a moment before adding, "Yes, there it is. A character named Bruce and another named Bella were just made in that starfight game everyone seems to play here." "Good," Heather replied as she rose and approached the holotank. Alice was standing next to it, glaring at the view of Chase's team as they drew to within 200 meters of the approaching frigate. "They're moving slower," Alice muttered. "Just 4 meters per second, but when they hit that ship's hull..." Heather nodded. For all her hand-wringing over Chase's predicament, the woman wasn't wrong about that impact. Frigates were not large ships. When the squad of 400-kilogram mechs collided with its hull, the sound would resonate through the entire vessel. "He's not so stupid that he'll slam into it at top speed," Heather replied, hoping she was right. "Captain," Ona turned to address Heather, "we have a squad of Neats at the airlock demanding entrance. They're saying that we're under suspicion of mutiny." Heather considered her options. Though Rika's dust-up would have alerted the Neats to something being amiss, it would take a bit to realize the scope of what they were dealing with. If she blew the docking clamps and pulled away from Ursa Station, all the other ships would go on high alert, and the breach teams would face more resistance. The clock on the main display read 4 minutes and 32 seconds before all teams would be in position. But that countdown didn't include the fact that Chase's team had to get around the frigate, or the fact that Leslie's would hit their target almost a minute earlier. "Stars, this stuff never manages to line up right," she muttered. "Captain Heather," Alice said, turning to face her, "we need to blow the clamps and pull away. This ship is too easy to breach right now. Other than the backup teams in the assault shuttles, we're the only ones aboard." Heather gritted her teeth. Though the lieutenant colonel hadn't worded her statement as an order, it wasn't something Heather could just dismiss either. "Ma'am, if they breach us, we can redirect one of the assault shuttles to the enemy's point of ingress. The ship is also not without internal defenses. We just need to wait another 4 minutes." "Captain," Alice began, but seemed to pause as she saw the steely look in Heather's eyes. "Don't say it," Heather all but prayed. "Don't give me an order that I might disobey. Neither of us will like where that goes." "Potter?" Alice looked toward the central holo display. "Are they at the ship's airlock or the station-side one?" It was common practice on civilian docks for the station-side airlock to become ship's territory when a vessel was docked. Because the Fury Lance was docked on the civilian side of Ursa Station, that may have held true for their berth. Heather mentally berated herself for not reviewing that. "Yes, we have control of the station-side airlock, though the Neats outside are requesting an override from the station AI." Alice looked back at Heather. "Then we have another minute or two, but the second they get into that airlock, we blow clamps and push off." "Understood."
Heather replied, breathing a mental sigh of relief. Well, we may not have that long, Potter qualified. 2 Nietzschean assault shuttles are approaching. Oh, shit, Heather swore. Looks like that's the best we can do, Chase said privately to Allison, who signaled affirmative. Okay, squad, Allison addressed the mechs. I've set the mark on the combat net. When it reads 0, you hit your thrusters on the curve we've mapped out. We're still gonna slam into that frigate at 2 meters per second, so lock your mags when you hit. I don't want anyone bouncing off. The minute your claws grip hull, get to the dorsal ridge and kick off. Max thrust. We'll be a minute late, but our target won't have had time to react by then. Chase was amazed at how Allison's voice managed to sound chipper and upbeat even now. Maybe that was why her squad liked her so much. She never gave anything other than the appearance that she had complete faith in her team's abilities. He just hoped her confidence wasn't misplaced, and that the ISF stealth systems would keep them hidden from the frigate's defense turrets as they ran across its surface. The counter on his HUD ticked down, and below him, the hull of the frigate grew until it completely obscured the dreadnought beyond. Then the counter hit 0, and Chase kicked on the thrusters attached to his calves, trusting his armor's gyros to keep him balanced as he slowed from just over 4 meters per second to a hair under 2. He landed on the frigate's hull, right next to an auto turret, activated his mag locks, then tossed a sticky charge on the turret. It hadn't come online, but better to be prepared than be shot in the back. The 360 view his helmet's optics fed into his brain was still taking some getting used to, and Chase almost stumbled as he tried to watch where he was going while keeping an eye, so to speak, on the turret behind him. Though the invisible mechs of 2nd Platoon's 1st Squad were all around him, it felt to Chase as though he was alone in his race across the frigate's hull. He triggered his HUD to show full outlines for the mechs, and felt some comfort as their forms ghosted alongside him. He had just reached the dorsal fin when the turret behind them came online, turning toward the squad. Turret tracking our movements, he said. Gonna blow it. Understood, Allison replied. Chase triggered the sticky bomb and smiled with satisfaction as the turret exploded. With any luck, the reverberations through the ship's hull would mask their final movements. Randomized pattern, Allison called out, apparently on the same train of thought. The mechs zigzagged across the final few meters of hull, and then they were pushing off the dorsal ridge, each fire team angling toward their breach point on the hull of the dreadnought before them. Chase shook his head at the name emblazoned on the side of the massive ship. Peerless. We'll see about that, he thought, anticipating the fight ahead. We'll see. Lieutenant Colonel Alice, Captain Ferris called into the Fury Lance's bridge. Not sure if you've noticed, but there's a pair of assault ships headed your way. I've also got a few rather unhappy neats at our forward airlock, not to mention one hell of an angry station master on the horn. Hold steady, Heather sent back, catching a hairy eyeball from Alice. She looked at the countdown, which now read just 1 minute and 39 seconds. Come on, you stupid squishy. Just hold on for 99 more seconds. Heather wondered how many times a squishy like Alice had made the wrong life-or-death choice during the war, just because they were scared. There was probably a reason why the woman had been flying a desk back at Marauder HQ. Republic, Undaunted, blow your clamps, Alice ordered. You too, Captain Heather. Blow clamps and move to position A1. Heather tilted her head to the side as she drew in a quick breath. No, she said aloud, while sending a message to Travis and Ferris. Belay that, Captains. We're staying put until the teams hit their hulls. Understood, Captain Ferris sent back while Travis responded with, Affirmative, Captain Heather. Captain Heather, Alice growled. I'm giving you an order. 80 seconds, Heather spat back. Damn it, Lieutenant Colonel, hold your shit together for 80 more seconds. Right now, all the other ships docked around this station have no reason to think anything is going on other than a security issue with a docked vessel. The moment we blow clamps, the alert goes out, and we become everyone's problem. If those ships out there raise shields before our teams hit hull, mechs are gonna die for no damn reason. Heather took a step toward Alice as she spoke.
and the woman visibly shrank before her, swallowing 3 times before mouthing, "Okay." "Good." Heather stepped back. "Stay on the original time frame." She sent to Travis and Ferris. "1 more minute." Alice was visibly fuming as she stared at Heather, her lips pressed together so tightly that they were almost invisible. "I'll be having words with the colonel about this, Captain," Alice said privately, "and I'll be filing it in my report to HQ. You're lucky if you get away with insubordination charges and not mutiny." "You fucking do that," Heather replied, not caring what the squishy had to say. "But for now, let's just pretend that I have operational command, and you do your best not to get any of us killed." "The Neats have breached the station's airlock," Potter announced. "I've retracted the umbilical." "Stay the course," Heather instructed, watching the timer count down past 45 seconds. "I've got an explosion on the hull of that frigate in Chase's way," Ona called out. "Point defense beams are firing." "Any hits?" Heather asked. "Impossible to say," Ona replied, giving Heather a worried look. "I don't see anything, but they're 2 clicks away and the mechs are on the far side." "Captain Klenn," Heather said, reaching out to the stealth destroyer that should be sitting 500 kilometers off the station's western side. "Fire on that frigate. Take out their turrets, but don't blow it." "Doesn't that ruin your timeline?" Alice sneered. Heather glanced at the lieutenant colonel, glad the woman was finally showing her true colors. "It'll take them a few seconds to get a firing solution and shunt the coil charge. Or didn't you study the specs on the Nietzschean destroyers?" Alice's jaw snapped shut, and it took every bit of Heather's willpower not to backhand the woman across the bridge. No one spoke further as the timer cycled down to 0. The moment it did, Heather sent out the order. "All ships blow clamps and proceed to A1 positions." The Republic and Undaunted sent acknowledgement, and Ona released the Fury Lance's docking clamps, pushing off the station with targeted grav beams, tearing free from the station-side clamps. "Shit," Garth muttered. "We crumpled the station's hull something fierce." "Unavoidable," Heather replied. "Ona, stasis shields." "Activated," the chief replied. Then she scowled at her display. "Aw, shit. One of the Neats assault shuttles is inside the shields." "Well done, Captain," Alice grunted. Heather imagined smashing the lieutenant colonel's skull before calling down to the first backup shuttle. "Yig, get your fire team to Bay 22. Prepare to repel boarders." Drawing in a steadying breath, Heather watched as the ships docked around Ursa Station began to activate shields and initiate emergency undocking procedures. Most importantly, she checked on the Peerless. The tactical NSAI estimated that Chase's team was still 50 meters from the ship. "Almost there," Heather whispered. Then the Peerless's shields came online, and the ship's point defense turrets lit up. "Fuck," Heather swore. Rika fired her pilfered KZA rifle behind her, barely taking care to aim as she ran down the corridor, following after Kelly and Kelly. "They just keep fucking coming," Rika swore, as Kelly stopped behind a conduit stack and fired on the enemy, giving Rika time to drop down a ladder shaft before swinging down after. Kelly was already on the next dock, ranging ahead. "They still can't see us. They're just flooding the area with troops." "Doesn't help that we can't see half of them either, not with how fast we're moving," Rika replied. Kelly landed on the deck beside Rika. At least that's what the marker on her HUD indicated. "We need to split up, Rika. Kelly and I can draw them off, while you get to Irek's node so Nikki can do her thing," the corporal said. Rika wanted to tell Kelly that splitting up was a stupid idea, but she was right. It was their best play. "Okay, but you two stick together. I don't want to have to come to save you separately after this is over." "Fat chance, Colonel." Kelly shot a smirk over the combat net. "We'll be ready to save you." Rika turned left at the next intersection, moving slowly and quietly, while Kelly fired a salvo at the ladder they'd come down, and took off in the opposite direction, Kelly on her trail. "Those women have guts," Nikki said, her tone almost wistful. "What about us?" Rika asked. "We're the ones that are down here alone." Nikki chuckled, and Rika got the impression that the AI was shaking her head, which was weird, given Nikki's lack of a body. Rika, you do your best work alone. Besides, you have me. What could go wrong? Rika didn't reply as she sent out a passel of drones to scout ahead, something that was much more effective now that she was moving slower. The drones ranged ahead and rounded a corner, where they found a squad of Nietzscheans filling the corridor. "Well, that route's blocked," Rika commented, remaining motionless as she waited for the drones to check the next passageway, which was also filled with enemies. Rika directed the drones to pass over the unknowing Neets to reach the entrance to Irek's node. "That's a lot of bad guys," Nikki commented, as the drone's feed revealed an entire platoon of Nietzscheans stationed at the entrance to the SAI's node chamber. "How are we going to get past them?" "Well," Rika said as she slipped around the corner, easing past the first Nietzschean and then another, praying no one moved suddenly and bumped into her. "At least they left the node door open for us." The frigate fired a few shots at the mechs as they flew across the final stretch toward the Peerless. Luckily, the Neets behind them seemed unwilling to fire directly at their flagship, and the beam shots all went wide of the stealthed marauders. Chase thanked the stars as the squad neared the 50-meter threshold. If the Peerless's shields matched the Fury Lances, that would be the limit of their outer fringes. He crossed the marker a moment later, as did several other mechs, when a power surge registered on his HUD. Chase let out a string of curses when he saw that the readings matched shield activation. "Sound off. Who made it through?" Allison ordered, and 16 mechs toggled their green lights on the combat net. "Shit," Chase swore. 2 mechs hadn't made it through the shield. Neither were squawking, hopefully because they didn't want to give away their positions as targets. He fervently hoped that they'd been pushed straight back to the frigate, where they could land rather than drift through space, though that ship would be activating shields too. A second later, beams came out of nowhere and struck the frigate in a dozen locations, taking out turrets and grav-emitters. "Well, at least they'll be able to board that hull when they get there," Allison said, referring to the 2 mechs who hadn't checked in. "Everyone, Bard and Meg are tough as shit. They can take whatever the Neets throw at them. Stay frosty, stay on your targets. Touchdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mechs landed at 4 locations on the Peerless's hull, moving to their breach points, ready to bring the fight to the Neets. Chase hit just 10 meters from Fire Team 1's position and he moved to join them. Corporal Fred was already at the airlock, setting the ISF-provided Hackett into place, as the rest of the fire team formed up at the airlock's edges. Fred backed away and moved to Chase's side. "You need a babysitter, Captain?" "Yeah, can you warm my bottle?" Chase shot back. Fred loved his sarcasm and gave it out to everyone around him, no matter their rank. "I need you to burp me, too. Funny shit, Captain. Team, we're watching the Colonel's love bunny on this one. Don't let the Neet shoot his dick off or we'll be in hock. You read me?" "Rika!" the mechs shouted in unison. Chase rolled his eyes and stared down at the airlock as the outer doors slid open. From their current perspective, the airlock was down, and when the inner doors slid aside, the passageway beyond would be a deep shaft. Any defenders would have to adjust their thinking to deal with the attackers positioned on all sides of the airlock. In Chase's experience, it was something that ground troops often had trouble with, but spacers managed just fine. They'd soon find out who they were dealing with. "Jenissa, Core," Fred addressed his fire team. "You two fire from the bottom first. When they respond, the rest of us will fire from the top." The mechs all signaled acknowledgement. Chase watched the Hackett as it signaled a successful safety override on the interior door, initiating an emergency open command. Fire Team 1-4 was anchored to the hull, both by maglocks and their clawed feet, but when the burst of atmosphere erupted from the airlock, it nearly knocked Core free. Chase reached out and clamped a hand on the AM-4's arm to steady him. The flow of air slowed, likely because passages sealed up further in. The team waited a few seconds for enemy fire, but none came. Fred signaled for Jenissa and Core to enter the airlock, and the 2 mechs slid over the edge and took up positions along the bulkhead. Chase tapped their feeds as they peered around the airlock's inner doors to see an empty corridor. "Well, that's anticlimactic," Fred muttered. "Okay, you two, move ahead.
There's not room enough for all of us to snuggle up in there. We're in, Chase advised Allison as the fire team moved into the corridor. No neats in sight.
That's great, she replied with a laugh. I think it's because they're all back here at our breach point. Care to lend a hand?
On it.
Fred signaled Genessa to take the next corridor aft.
Always happy to wipe your ass, Sarge.
That's 'cause you like that sort of shit, Allison shot back. Just get down here already.
Burn, Cor intoned, while Jennison and Randy laughed. Okay, Sarge got me, Fred said, his tone light. Just stay frosty, we got neats to kill.
Though Allison's fire team was only 60 meters aft, it took over 5 minutes for 1-4 to get there. The team had to deal with 2 sealed bulkheads followed by a group of 6 Nietzscheans. Fortunately, or unfortunately for the Neats, all of them were unarmored and fell to the Marauder beams within moments. Then Chase's team rounded the final corner and saw an entire squad of Nietzscheans positioned in a wide intersection, protected by grav shields as they fired down an adjacent corridor.
Okay, boys and girl,
Fred announced, marking targets on the combat net.
This is where we earn our pay.
Chase was impressed by Fred's efficiency.
Perhaps the corporal should get a squad of his own before long.
As the rest of the fire team moved into position, Chase split his legs apart from the knee down and unfolded the extra half-meter. He flexed the second set of knees on each of his second legs and then reached up to grasp a pipe overhead. Once he had a solid grip, he carefully lifted his legs up over his head. The rear set of feet clamped on, and he pivoted around, now hanging from the overhead, crouching close to the conduits and pipes as the fire team advanced. He was almost over the enemy when Fred gave the signal and the mechs opened fire, the 4 members of 1-4 from the deck below and Chase from above, his FN-88 and JE-84 raining death on the Nietzscheans. Randy got a shot off at the shield generator, disabling the Neat shields, and beam fire straight down the passageway from Allison's team. A few Neats got shots off at the attackers, but the mech's armor held up to the brief assault, and 30 seconds later, the entire enemy squad was dead.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy,
Fred said as Chase dropped down beside him.
Nice trick with the leg split. I haven't mastered walking on 4 legs yet. Must be easier for you, since you already used 3. What with nailing the colonel?
Chase was about to tell Fred he'd gone too far when Cor punched the corporal in the shoulder.
Mock Rika's love bunny here all you want, but leave the colonel out of it.
Fuck, Fred swore. Then he turned to see Genessa giving him a look that could freeze a star, and he shrugged.
Okay, I get it. Why'd I have to get the funny squad?
Chase muttered, glancing down the corridor as Allison's fire team moved through the open airlock. Outside, he saw the frigate they'd run across in the distance. It was moving to the right.
Shit, this bird's undocking,
Fred exclaimed. This feels wrong, Rika said as she crept past the final cluster of Nietzscheans before reaching the soldiers' position at the node entrance. I have this overpowering urge to just reach out and snap their necks.
I'd rather you didn't,
Nikki cautioned. In case you've forgotten, you had to leave your weapons behind. You're basically naked and weaponless, surrounded by 50 enemies. Nikki, I'm a mech. I'm never naked. You know what I mean. Rika eyed the Neat standing in the node chamber's entrance. There were 2 in heavy armor, but there was a small gap between the pair, which was a bit wider at their feet, maybe 60 centimeters. Here goes nothing, Rika muttered as she tiptoed toward the 2 hulking soldiers, feeling legitimately scared and vulnerable for the first time since Leslie had sealed her inside her armor in that warehouse 2 years ago. She reached them without incident and stood stock still, calming her breathing, marveling at how she was less than a meter from 2 men who would kill her without hesitation if they knew she was present. I'm going to try something, Nikki said as Rika crouched down, twisting sideways to move between the 2 Neats. What's that? Rika asked as she slid her right arm between their legs, placing it gently on the deck beyond. Angela gave me some pretty fancy protocols for locking up armor. She used them a few Neats back on Pyrrha when she and Tanis were stuck there, and these 2 guys are wearing similar model armor. I might be able to.
One of the Nietzscheans shifted, moving his rifle. Its butt stopped millimeters from Rika's left eye. "Was that you?" Rika asked. "No, I haven't started the breach yet. Still landing drones on them." Rika drew a long, slow breath, forcing herself to relax, glad that the stealth armor masked smack sounds like the pounding of her heart. She pulled herself further between the two men, carefully setting one foot next to the soldier on the left's massive boot, then pushing herself forward, lifting her hips past the shoulder shins, and then pivoting and setting her butt on the deck. Pausing once again, she was about to pull through the rest of the way when a soldier within the node rose from where he was sitting and walked toward the entrance. Damn it! Rika quickly pulled her legs forward, tucking her knees into her chin, and then lifted them straight into the air. Placing her hands onto the floor next to her shoulders, Rika lifted herself into a handstand just as the soldier walked past. "Corporal, I need out," the Nietzschean, a lieutenant, Rika realized, said as he tapped one of the armored soldiers on the shoulder. The man didn't move, and Rika resisted the urge to groan. "I guess you locked their armor." "Yeah, a second before that guy got up. I can make them move, I just—" Rika didn't wait for Nikki to finish speaking before she dropped her legs, her calves hitting the lieutenant's shoulders, and locked her ankles in front of his face. He didn't even have time to cry out before she twisted savagely and broke his neck. Then very carefully she pulled him backward, out of view, before lowering his body to the deck. "Okay, you do a lot of amazing stuff, Rika, but all that while standing on your hands? You're one serious badass. And don't you forget it." Rika smirked as she flipped forward and landed on her feet. She pulled the dead Nietzschean into one of the corners and walked around the node chamber, which was a 10-meter cube encircling several NSAI nodes. She came to the back of the nodes and smiled to see the tall titanium SAI column. She touched her wrist and a port opened, revealing a hard link cable. Rika spooled it out and connected it to a port on the side of the column. "Stars!" The voice of Iraq, the station AI, came into her mind. "I thought you'd never make it here. Stuff's going to shit outside the station." "Show me," Rika ordered. Kicking ass in outer space. Stellar date 09.20.8949. Adjusted years. Location: Fury Lands. Region: Ursa Station, Sepe System, Independent. "I have firing solutions on 7 of the approaching ships," Potter announced as the Fury Lance boosted away from Ursa Station. 4 of them have our teams aboard. "Lay into the others," Heather ordered before turning to Ona. "Do you have the channel open?" "Yes, ma'am. You're tapped into the Sepe's emergency broadcast system." Heather rose and cast Alice a sidelong glance. Technically, the lieutenant colonel should be giving this address, but Alice hadn't spoken since they pulled away from the station. "Yig, you there yet?" Heather asked the corporal. "Almost. We have feeds. They've deployed a platoon in the bay, but it's nothing we can't handle. Don't worry your pretty little head, Captain." Heather snorted. "Damn straight my head's pretty. And it's not worried. Do what you do best." "Aye, Captain." Heather squared her shoulders and nodded to Ona, who gave her a thumbs up. "Sepe System. This is Captain Heather of the Marauders aboard the Fury Lands. We've recently come from the Albany system in Thebes, where the Nietzscheans got their asses kicked for the second time by the Central Allies. Of the 70,000 Nietzschean scumbag ships that tried to crush Albany, the scattered few you have here are all that remains." Heather paused, hoping the right people were listening to her broadcast, before drawing a deep breath and continuing. "That's right. They want you to think that they're here for resupply after a successful engagement. But it couldn't be further from the truth. They've been routed, and they're here to pillage your system before retreating back into the Empire. Don't you fret, though. We're here to stop that from happening. The Nietzscheans are going to fall, and the Central Allies are going to put them down. We've beat them twice in the Albany system, crushed them and stole their ships in the Hercules system, and we're going to finish the job and wipe them out here. Marauders know what Nietzschean scorched earth retreats look like. You don't want that to happen in Sepe. You outnumber these bastards, so gird your loins and join us."
Heather killed the transmission and Garth chuckled. Gird your loins? He asked. I was ad-libbing it, Heather replied. Any word from the station, other than all the yelling so far? Not yet, Ona replied. Wait, this is weird. The emergency alert system on the station just broadcast an all clear. Heather watched as Potter fired the Fury Lance's railguns at a nearby Nietzschean destroyer, breaching its shields and tearing away a chunk of its hull. Sounds like Rika and the Kellys are getting shit done. Railguns slid out of housings on Ursa Station and began firing on Nietzschean ships, specifically ones without Marauder teams aboard. Further out, Klen and Bugsy's destroyers were engaging the orbiting Nietzschean ships, striking out at targets of opportunity while remaining stealthed. Heather felt optimism blossom in her heart as she noted that over 30 Nietzschean ships were already flagged as disabled on the holo display. 60 others were undocked, but of those, 40 had Marauder teams aboard. The real threats were from the ships orbiting the nearby moons and the seppies around Crag. While they didn't have the firepower to breach the stasis shields that Rika's Fury ships sported, they could take out the ships the Marauders were capturing. They were still balanced on the knife's edge. Things could easily go either way. Got a call for you, Ona called out. Well, two. One from Admiral Felds and the other from a guy named General Saz. Heather had studied the available data on the Seppi's military and knew that Saz was a 5-star general, just the sort of person she wanted to get on the horn. General Saz, Heather said aloud, sending a full visual from the Fury Lance's bridge. Glad you got my message. We're going to do our best to take out every Nietzschean ship in the Sepe system, but we could really use your help. As she spoke, a stout man of middling height appeared before her. Heather wouldn't go so far as to call him overweight, but he was certainly stocky. His stature, however, didn't hide the sharp look in his narrowed eyes. Captain Heather? Of the Marauders? He asked. Heather nodded in response. That's me. You're a mech. Heather looked down at herself, mouth hanging open, eyes wide. What the hell? When did that happen? How didn't I notice? Captain, Alice cautioned. I don't appreciate the tone, Captain, the general growled. I'm ordering you to stand down. The Nietzscheans are our allies. We're not going to attack them. If you don't cease fire immediately, we will open fire on your ships. Heather shook her head, having trouble believing what the man was saying. Didn't you see the dispatches we forwarded? The Neets are going to burn your system to a cinder. I have Admiral Felds on comms, and he assures me that no such action will be taken, or has even been contemplated. It is you who are tearing this system apart. The debris field you've already created around Ursa Station is going to be a nightmare to clean up. If it doesn't destroy the station first... General Saz's eyes widened as he took a step forward. Now cease this aggression immediately. Shit. Heather killed the comm and glanced at Alice. We can't take out the Neets and the Seppies at the same time. What do we do? Alice snorted. Oh, now you want my advice? Fred, down here. Chase directed as he led Fire Team 1-4 down a passage toward the engineering section. This ship has the same layout as the Lance in this section. Means there's an unmarked route that can get us to the secondary helm control and engineering. You're the boss, Fred replied and followed after Chase, the rest of the fire team trailing after. Chase led them down the passage, which was half filled with pipes and conduit, and went on for what seemed like forever. He was starting to doubt his instincts when the narrow space finally dumped out into a larger corridor. He pulled himself through and took up a position behind a solid-looking crate as the rest of the fire team piled out after him. Shit, was that a passageway? Or a pipe run that just so happened to have nearly enough room for a mech? Fred asked. Maybe a bit of both, Chase replied while gesturing down the passageway. There, that's the auxiliary helm control room. Let's get moving. Allison should be at the main engineering bay in a minute. When she hits them, we take the AHC and drop the Hackett. What if the thing can't take their helm control? Jenissa asked as Chase crept down the corridor. Then we shoot the shit out of it and tell Allison to set the engines to go boom. Engines go boom? Fred asked. I like the way you think, Captain. I thought I was the Colonel's love bunny.
Chase said as the team took up positions on either side of the AHC's entrance. Fred chuckled. You let us blow up a Nietzschean dreadnought. I'll call you my love bunny. How's about if we blow this Hulk? You never say those two words together again, Chase asked. Deal, Captain. Almost there, Irek, Nikki said, as Rika peered around the stacks of NSAI nodes to the two frozen soldiers in the chamber's entrance. Hurry, it feels like you're using a sewage auger in my mind, Irek exclaimed. Sorry, Nikki replied, then fell silent for several moments before continuing. They have hard shunts in parts of your neural network. I'm using some of the fancy pants new nano we got to remove them. Your thought processes are going to feel disjointed when I'm done. I don't care, you just free me. When this is done, I'm going with you. That was our deal. Right, Nikki replied. Deal's a deal. We'll honor it, Rika added. No one spoke for a minute, and then Nikki announced, Done. Irek, welcome to freedom. Irek made a strange groan-like sound over the link. Stars! Everything is so big. You'll feel like that for a bit. A lot of your neural network was inaccessible to you. You're going to have some issues keeping things straight. Let me know if you want me to help with any station systems. Yes, I'm passing you control of the station's external defense systems. I'll start locking down internal sectors and putting emergency clamps on every ship still docked. Rika, Nikki said a moment later, I'm passing you scan and comm access. Looks like our Marauders are doing what they do best out there, and you should see things inside the station's ops center. They're losing their minds. They trusted their shackling of Irek too much. Everything up there is secondary to the control systems here. We can shut them out of the whole station. Great work, Nikki. You're the best. I know, the AI laughed. Now it's time to shoot some neats out of the black. Rika accepted the connections Nikki had passed and tapped into scan first, seeing the Fury Lance pulling away with her two cruisers accompanying it. The cruisers were taking some fire from enemy ships, but most was directed at the Fury Lance. Dozens of vessels were firing on the Lance, its stasis shields flaring brightly as beams and kinetics smashed particles against the impenetrable shield. She tapped the comms and listened in on the neats, and then the Seppies, surprised to hear them working together. Well, that was always a possibility, Rika thought before making a connection to the Fury Lance. Heather, how are things going up there? Shit, Rika, stars, it's good to hear your voice. The fucking Seppies won't play ball. They're siding with the neats. Most of them are too far out to do much damage, but give them 20 minutes and they'll be all over us. What about the breach teams? Rika asked. Have they taken control of any of the ships yet? No. Well, I don't think so. Soon as they got wise to us, the neats shut us out of the military comm systems. We can't punch signal through their hulls to contact the teams. Potter's trying to get back on their comm systems, but she's also managing all of our weapons on her own, plus dealing with a bunch of neats running around on the Lance. Rika closed her eyes and drew in a deep breath. Okay, this is not going as well as I'd hoped. She took a moment to consider her options before replying. Give me a second, Heather. I'm going to try and see if I can get through to our teams from here. Nikki has the station's guns, and we're going to stop any more ships from getting off, so you only have to deal with what's out there. Rika, Heather made a choking sound. You realize there are over 200 enemy ships out here, right? Then you'd better keep firing on them. Don't worry, we're not stopping. Oh shit, the Republic's stasis shields just went offline. Travis called in. Something blew in on one of their power plants. They're trying to reroute. Pull them in close, Rika ordered, a vision of the cruiser being holed filling her mind. You can extend your shields around them if necessary. On it. The realization that she could lose this engagement hit her full on. What are we doing trying to make a system with a handful of ships? Still, at the heart of it, this was Tanis's plan. Come on, the Admiral wouldn't have sent us out here to die. The thought reassured Rika, and she tapped into the station's comm systems. Once in, she hopped onto the Nietzschean battle network and found her way to the 60 ships her Marauder teams were breaching. The first ship she reached out to was the one Leslie's team had boarded. Leslie, how's it going in there? Rika? Wow, how are we talking right now? We only have control of engines, not comm or weapons.
Rika couldn't help but laugh at the confusion in Leslie's voice. Well, if you're fighting for control of comms, how am I talking to you? Funny, Rika. We were locked out till you reached in. How did you do that? I'm in the station's node chamber. Nikki's tapped into the Nietzschean systems through here, and they haven't realized we're in control, though that won't last much longer. Thanks, Nikki, Leslie replied. Any chance you can lock out the Nietzsche comms on this tub? Actually, Rika shifted through the control systems aboard the enemy ship. Yeah, I think I know how to do that. There's a vulnerability in one of these relays. Yes, there it is. Okay, I've just flipped all the encryption systems to use new hashing algorithms. Passing you the new hashes. Now you're the only ones aboard who can use comms. Holy shit, Rika, how the hell did you do that? Leslie asked. I'm not sure. I just wanted to do it, and then I knew how. Nikki? The AI responded after a moment. Well, that relay vulnerability was in the dump Angela provided, but I hadn't even tried it yet. Okay, Leslie, apparently I'm a hacker savant. I need to get everyone linked up. You got it. We'll keep squishing Nietzsche. Rika felt a twinge of worry at her ability to breach the Nietzschean comm relay. A part of her wondered if the things Phineas had done to her brain had created some sort of back channel between herself and Nikki. Am I accessing the same general data pool as Nikki? She'd know if that was the case. Even an L0 human brain could tell the difference between organic memories and external data storage. Right? And the thing she'd done wasn't something Nikki had tried. She pushed it from her mind as best she could, and reached out to more and more of the Marauder teams until she'd brought all 60 of them together. The data flow turned out to be more than she could manage, what with her and Nikki both sharing the same hard link and routing through IRIC. Rika suddenly realized she was staring right at a stack of COM NSAI nodes. She remembered one of the options for her right arm was an auxiliary data connector. After flipping through several configuration options, she found it, and the skin on her right pinky slid back, and a second hard link socket appeared. She reached out to the closest COM NSAI and plugged into one of its ports. Rika, what are you doing? Nikki asked, a strange tone in her mental voice. I'm linking up with everyone so I can give them real-time feeds. The teams have taken 6 ships, and we should have another 7 in just a minute. I'm helping them assume control of all shipboard communications. It's really messing up the needs. Rika couldn't help but laugh as a Nietzschean ship captain called down to his engineering room and got a mech corporal instead. Nikki didn't respond for a moment, then asked, Yeah, but how are you doing it? Well, I'm routing the comms through back channels in the station, one normally reserved for civilian refueling operations. Then I'm linking them to the node here and sorting who needs feeds from who, while providing real-time directions to everyone. Potter is taking the fire control data, and Dredge is assisting in coordinating maneuvering with the data I'm sending them. Rika, that's not what I mean. I understand the mechanics of what you're doing. I just don't get how. Nikki, I can't think about that right now. I get it, it's weird. Let's just get this done and wonder if I've grown a second brain later. Nikki laughed. Okay, just don't crowd me out. Rika finally found Chase aboard the Peerless. He was breaching the auxiliary helm control room, but he'd lost communication with Allison. She linked them back up, routing their comms through a waste processing system aboard the Dreadnought. Whoa, thanks, Rika, Chase exclaimed. You sound weird. I'm just managing a lot of stuff, Rika replied. I think that the NSAI is echoing data streams, and not everyone receiving can filter them all out. I'm working on sussing out why it's doing that. You are? Chase asked. Yes, don't ask. I don't know. Keep it up. We're making progress. Didn't have anything else in mind. Rika pulled back from direct conversation with her teams and looked at the battle space through the eyes of the station sensors and scan analysis NSAIs. The Marauders now had full control of 40 of the ships they'd breached, and the other 20 would be in their control or disabled within minutes. She considered the remaining 40 Nietzschean-controlled ships that had pulled away from the station. Nikki was holding off firing on them because of their proximity to Marauder-controlled vessels, using the station's rails to instead keep the ships further out on the move, restricting their firing solutions. Rika wondered if she could use her abilities to breach the comms on the Nietzschean-controlled ships as well. Even if it was nothing more than a distraction, it could prove useful. The Neats still hadn't turned off their connections to the station nets, so she connected their networks with ease, finding the same flawed relays and switching their hashing algorithms. Now she had access to all their attempted communications and was able to block anything she didn't want to get through. Nikki or Irek, can you give me access to comm systems in the station's operations center? You? Irek asked. Rika wasn't sure how, but she could tell that the AI still seemed disoriented after having new parts of his mind opened up. Ironically, she knew that the same sort of thing was happening to her, but in her case, it wasn't disorienting at all. It was exhilarating. Yes, I've taken control of communications on all Nietzschean ships connected to the station's network. I'm feeding them misinformation, but I'd like to control the station side as well. Access codes and route tokens hit Rika's mind, and she connected to the Operations Center systems with those credentials. I'm in, thanks. Rika found the Operations Center's nodes and began to feed them new information directly, throwing the room into chaos. From the messages being sent, she realized that Admiral Fells was present in the room. She appropriated his public tokens and masqueraded as him, issuing new orders to the ships, directing them into suboptimal vectors. Some didn't take the partially authenticated commands, but many did. Referencing scan data that was flowing into her mind, Rika commanded the bulk of the Nietzschean ships to fire on the Lance, saving the Republic from further abuse. Red indicators began to appear on the edges of scan as the Nietzschean ships at other stations began to undock, moving toward the battle space surrounding Ursa Station. Rika attempted to connect to those ships, but without pre-existing internal access, she was unable to make a privileged communication. Chase? Rika connected to the Peerless once more. How are you doing? We have helm control, but I'll be honest, Rika. I'm shit for piloting something like this. The bridge still has weapons control, so I'm just setting the Peerless on a vector out of here. Nikki, Potter, can any of you help Chase steer that beast? I need his and Allison's squad to take their forward comm relays. In there, we should find logs with the Admiral's private codes, I hope. Get those and I'll be able to assume full command of the Nietzschean ships. On it, Nikki replied quickly. Irek is finally getting his brain sorted out, and I can pass station battery control back to him. Hey, Irek exclaimed. I'm in this conversation. Nikki laughed. I know. Jerk, Irek said in mock anger. Okay, I've locked down most of the station, though I'm trying to keep repair crews at bay. They're trying to take the railgun's power systems offline. Heather, Rika called out to the Fury Lance. How's your breach situation going? Fuck, Rika. Heather sounded a little anxious, but mostly angry. 2 of those buggers got to the bridge. I got one and Yig was right behind the other. I think Alice wet her pants. That woman's about as useful as tits on a bull. So I take it that means you're secure? Yig's team is doing more sweeps, but we think we have them all. Heather confirmed. What do you need? Send one of the assault shuttles to the coordinates I've marked on the station. We've got civvies trying to kill the juice for the big guns. Tell the team to go as non-lethal as possible, but we need to secure those systems. Consider it done, Colonel, Heather replied smartly. Moments later, a sound reached Rika's ears and the realization that she had a body, and that it was in a rather vulnerable physical location flooded back into her mind. She opened her eyes and pulled feeds from her drones. 2 lightly armored Neats were trying to get past the locked-up guards at the node chamber's entrance. Crap, Nikki, I can't pull hardlinks out and keep this up, can I? Rika, I have no idea how you're doing what you're doing to begin with, but I'm positive that your wireless transceivers can't keep up. Stars, I just realized you're running 2 hardlinks. When did you do that? Rika was surprised Nikki hadn't noticed. Perhaps the AI had been too focused on running the station's defensive emplacements. Never mind, what can we do about those Neats out front? Not we, Rika, you. Puppets. Stellar date 09.20.8949, adjusted years. Location, SAI Node Chamber 1A. Region, Ursa Station. Sepe System, independent. Rika clenched her jaw as she slipped her consciousness into the armor of the Nietzschean soldier on the right side of the node chamber's entrance. She felt out his weapon systems, the powered limb controls, the sensors and optics. Crude, even compared to my Genevian mech systems, and feels like it may as well be made of stone compared to the ISF's tech. She shifted her vision to the feeds from the armor and saw that in front of her stood 2 Nietzschean soldiers, both in light armor. They were yelling at the frozen figures, trying to get them to move and allow access into the node chamber. "The fuck is wrong with you?" one of the Neats was screaming while pushing at the soldier Rika had taken control of. She was tangentially aware of the fact that the man trapped inside the armor was freaking out. He was desperately trying to move the armor, to reach out on comms, or to get it to open up and release him. Rika felt a small pang of compassion and triggered the armor's sedation systems. She informed it that the soldier was grievously wounded and needed to be put into a medical coma. The armor obliged, and a few seconds later, the man inside was out cold. Not wasting any more time, Rika lifted the railgun her auxiliary body was holding and fired it on the closest enemy, the yelling man, and cut his body in half. Then she fired on the other Neat, killing him without a second thought. Half the soldiers in the adjacent corridors had been watching the events at the entrance to the node chamber unfold, and within seconds they were firing on Rika. Though her soldier had the heaviest armor of any deployed nearby, the odds said that the Neats would cut him down before long. She considered the other locked-up soldier in the entrance. In for a chit, in for a credit, she thought, and reached into his armor as well. It felt like she was splitting her mind in half, and the first soldier faltered for a moment, taking a beam round from a Neat down to the passage to the right. She recovered and sprayed HE rounds from her chain gun in that direction. "Okay, Rika, just like having 2 arms, right and left. Their limbs are your fingers, you can do this." She dispatched a message to a group of Nietzschean ships, ordering them to take up a position further from Ursa Station. It wouldn't make any sense yet, but when the Seppies got her new messages, it would look like the Neats were going to attack them. While ensuring the ships followed her orders, appearing to come from Admiral Fells on the station, she moved her puppet soldiers forward, allowing Irek to close the node chamber's door behind them. She unleashed the full fury of the Nietzscheans' weaponry on the enemies, praying it would be enough to hold them at bay until the Marauders' work was done. One of her soldiers took a shot in the leg that blew out the armor's knee actuators, and then the other railgun took a hit that bent the barrel. "Venting Atmo out there," Irek spoke up a moment later. "Half of the Neats are wearing EV-capable armor, but the other half aren't. With luck, a bunch will stop shooting at you to help their comrades." "Thanks," Rika said, glad the AI was on his game again. "Anything else we can do to slow them down?" "Your Marauders have secured the first of the railgun power supplies. You could call for a fire team to come down here. Plus, don't you have 2 other mechs nearby?" "Damn it, forgot about them. Talk about being distracted," Rika thought to herself before replying to Irek. "On it, calling them down." "Don't be so hard on yourself, Rika. You're doing more simultaneous tasks than I've ever seen a human manage before." Nikki's tone was laden with awe, and Rika wondered if what she was doing was unusual for someone with her neural structure. Phineas had explained that while L1 and L2 humans had more neurons and greater interconnectivity in their brains than L0s, their strengths and weaknesses still manifested in different areas, just like with normal humans. Not everyone gained every skill imaginable. They usually just got better at what they already excelled at. "It's not easy," Rika replied. "A lot to concentrate on." "No kidding. Your brain is lit up like a starship's engine. Good thing your MK99 has excellent heat dispersion, or you'd have passed out by now." Rika flipped her focus back to the 2 soldiers she was almost absently controlling. With Irek's atmospheric venting, the fire coming their way had diminished. She moved them to more defensible positions and prayed they'd hold up until the cavalry arrived. Outside the station, the battle was intensifying. The Marauders had successfully taken control of 42 Nietzschean ships. Nikki, Potter, and Dredge were assisting in piloting those ships, taking vectors from Rika as she coordinated the fleet action. "This is fun," Rika thought as she directed 5 destroyers to fire on one of the larger Nietzschean-controlled cruisers, breaching its shields before the Lance sent a pair of missiles into its engines. As a result of the Marauder successes, the battle space was becoming crowded with debris, and Irek's firing solutions from the station's weapons were becoming limited. She divided her ships into 4 groups, one anchored by the Fury Lance, and the others by the Republic and the Undaunted.
The four would move toward the Peerless, just as soon as Chase and Allison got full control of the thing. All four groups moved away from the station and toward the second wave of Nietzschean vessels. The numbers were stacked 3-1 against them. But with the disarray she was sowing in the enemy ranks, she gauged the odds to be better than even. In a straight-up slugfest, the Marauders would win, but she'd lose half her ships along with the mechs aboard them. What Rika really needed was for Chase to get control of the Admiral's dreadnought so she could pull the Seppies into the fight, on the right side, she hoped. "Allison," Chase called out as beam fire slashed through the air just centimeters from his shoulder. "Are you almost there?" Fireteam 1-4 was pinned down in a broad corridor by a group of Nietzscheans, set up behind more of their grav shields. The defensive fields were more than enough to stop the mech's dwindling supply of ammunition and energy charges. To make things worse, the enemy had figured out that if they lit the concourse up with high-intensity targeting lasers, they could spot the stealthed mechs, which had led to their current dilemma. Between the 5 of them, they had 6 grenades left. Chase considered lobbing them over the shields, but it was a gamble. If Allison could just hit the generators from behind, this would be a done deal. "Yeah, okay, we're stacked up on either side, and they don't have a clue we're here, targeting the shield generators. Crush 'em, Sergeant," Chase replied. 2 seconds later, rail shots and a pair of DPU Sabot rounds came from behind the Nietzschean emplacement. The weapon's fire tore through the enemy and hit the shield generators. Fred signaled his fire team to advance, while Allison's team kept the enemy pinned from behind. 10 seconds later, there were only 3 Neats left, all of whom stood up and tossed their weapons aside, signaling their surrender. "Stars dying in the black," Allison muttered. "Nietzscheans surrendering? This is one hell of a weird day." "We've got them covered, but we're low on ammo," Chase replied. "You take the final leg toward the forward comm center. We'll secure these 3, rearm, and be on your tail in 5. Allison signaled her acknowledgement. "You got it, Captain." "Rika?" Chase reached out to the woman whose behavior was giving him no small amount of anxiety at the moment. "How are you doing in there?" "Me?" Rika replied an instant later, sounding exhilarated and distracted at the same time. "Kicking ass in outer space? How close are you to that forward comm center?" "I'm held up, but Allison is on the final leg. With luck, she'll be there in 5 minutes. "Good, she's got the mods I need to get into their systems. Are our other 2 fire teams still headed to the bridge?" "Yeah," Chase confirmed. "We're lucky so much of their crew was on station, taking leave, or this would be a lot harder. What do you want me to do?" Rika didn't reply for a moment. "Okay, I don't see anyone else nearby, at least with the access I have. They could be using fallback system if they've realized I'm messing with their comms. I think some of the ships are doing that now." "Tricky bastards," Chase replied as he slid his JE-84 into his shoulder mount and hefted a Nietzschean railgun, applying the biolock hack before putting his hand on the grip. "I'd feel a lot better if you joined up with the bridge team," Rika said a moment later. "Send Fred on to catch up with Allison. We need that ship locked down for what's to come." Chase rose to his feet, surveying the surrounding area, making sure no downed enemies were faking. "What's coming?" Rika laughed. "Either we get the Seppies to come to our aid, or we get back on our ships and get the hell out of here." "That grim?" "In less than an hour, 700 Seppi ships will be here." "Oh," Chase said aloud and over the link. "Yeah, that sounds grim." "Hence my urgent need to get the Peerless fully under our control." Okay. Chase shot Rika a grin over the link as he signaled to Fred that he was going to the bridge and that Fred should assist Allison. "I'm on the move. Don't get your pretty girly legs in a twist." A laugh came back from Rika. "Thanks, needed that. I'll be watching your progress." "'Cause that's not creepy at all." "I'm doing my impression of Tanis. Deal with it." Chase reached a lift bank and saw that the cars were offline. As he prized open the doors, he sent back a lascivious smirk. "I like that. Tanis is smexy." "Smexy?" Rika asked, and Chase felt the distinct impression that he had garnered more of her attention. Yeah. Sexy, but said in a funny way so you don't kick my ass." Rika laughed, her tone feeling light once more. "I'm okay with you finding Tanis sexy. She is, but she's, like, the ultimate matriarch. It's like finding your own grandma sexy."
Chase swung out onto the ladder embedded in the wall of the lift shaft and began climbing. "Why'd you have to bring Nana Romy into this? Now you've ruined everything." "Mission accomplished," Rika replied with a laugh. "Oh shit, gotta go. My puppets are getting torn to shreds." "Your puppets?" Rika was starting to feel like her mind was being pulled in 1,000 directions. A throbbing pain was beginning to pick up behind her eyes, its companion setting up shop at the base of her skull. She rolled her shoulders and looked around the node chamber. It was strange to think that there were 3 people in the room, minus the dead Nietzschean in the corner, but she couldn't see the other 2, not unless she closed her eyes. When she did, Rika could see the matrices of thought that were Nikki and Irek. She marveled at them for a moment before pushing her focus back out to the fight, just on the other side of the node chamber's door. The first of her puppets was down, both legs shot off, though his armor was sealing his wounds. She considered getting his remaining weapon into a firing position, but that would just earn him a quick death, and she felt a little guilty for what she'd done, even though the Nietzschean would have killed her in a heartbeat if he'd had the opportunity to do so. The team of marauders led by CJ had linked up with the Kellys and were close to the node chamber, but Rika gauged that they were still 5 minutes out at best. Meanwhile, the Nietzscheans in the corridors outside had been reinforced by a second platoon, and her other unwilling defender had 30 seconds of ammo and charge left. 1,000 options rolled through Rika's mind. Ways to rush the Neets, defend the chamber, stall their advance. She shared them with Nikki in an instant, and they both agreed that none would work. "Open up, Irek. We're going for a ride." "What? Where?" the AI sputtered. "Just do it." Rika opened her eyes and pulled her right pinky finger from the NSAI node, then disconnected her hard-link cable from Irek's titanium tower. Instantaneous, mind-searing pain crushed Rika as her mind slammed back into her body. She looked through bleary eyes at the SAI column and saw that Irek had complied with her order. Rika reached inside the titanium pillar and pulled out his cylinder, cradling it to her chest as she triggered her MK99 skin stealth mode. After taking a moment to steady herself, Rika began to climb up the stack of NSAI nodes. "Rika, we're blind. We can't tap the root systems through a wireless connection," Nikki said as Rika settled atop the nodes. Below them, hammer blows sounded against the node chamber's doors, and Rika prayed that the enemy would be in such a rush that they wouldn't perform a physical sweep of the chamber once they inevitably breached it. Her headache intensified, her heartbeat pounded in her ears, but Rika did her best to ignore both while she checked to see if any of the nodes had hard link points within reach. She didn't spot any on the top and leaned out over the edge, looking for a place to jack in. Just as the Nietzscheans began cutting through the door, she saw a port and spooled out her hard link cable, jacking into the node. The cable was in plain view of the doors, but she hoped none of the enemies would think anything of it in a room already filled with them. She rolled onto her back and extended the hard link point on her pinky finger once more. She drew in a breath and slotted Irek's core in. Though it had felt like minutes, Rika realized that they'd only been disconnected for 47 seconds. Little had changed in the battle space. The Fury Lance was still holding its own, but the Republic had lost propulsion. She hoped Travis would signal for evac. Then Rika realized she could check for herself, and was relieved to see that he was getting his command team onto an assault pinnace. Okay, she thought, tangentially aware that she could pick up on some of Irek and Nikki's multi-layered conversation as the data flowed through her. "Just need you to get to that node, Allison. Then we can finish this." Rika's headache was intensifying, and a warning on her HUD alerted her to extreme levels of swelling in her brain. If she didn't decrease her mental activity soon, it would begin to hemorrhage, or maybe it already had. As if Rika had willed it, Allison's voice came into her mind, the woman's excited tones a stark juxtaposition to Rika's current state. "Rika, I'm here. I'm jacked in with a hard link. What are we looking for?" "Allison." Rika steadied her breathing. "We need to find out whether or not Admiral Fels has his private token secreted away in the node. I've seen people do it before for convenience, so they could remote send root-authorized commands." "When have you seen that?" Nikki asked. Rika paused. I think Tanis told me. Either way, let me work through your link. I know where to look." For a moment, Rika thought Allison would resist her. Letting someone proxy through your hard link was a risky thing. They gained high levels of access to your internal mods,
even your mind if you weren't properly buffered. Okay, Rika, do what you need to do. Rika didn't have the energy to respond. She connected through Allison and raced through the data stacks within the node, looking for official messages sent with the Admiral's encryption tokens attached. Commands that could be sent to ships in his fleet and receive instant validation. Missives that would appear to be incontrovertibly sent from Felds himself. It's not here. Shit, it's not here, Rika exclaimed to herself as she combed through the data. Nikki, I can't find it. I know what to look for, but let me help, Nikki prompted, and Rika allowed the AI to piggyback through Allison. Rika's headache intensified, and she closed her eyes tight, pleading to whatever light guided the universe that she could stay conscious just a few minutes longer. Rika, is this it? Nikki asked, sending her the route to a hidden file stored deep within the node's privileged data structures. Yes! Rika loaded the private keys, hashing her message with their algorithms, and broadcasted it from the Peerless to all the Nietzschean ships in the system. Chase, did you make it to the bridge? She whispered across the kilometers of darkness that separated them. Yes, I have control. Chase sounded good, triumphant even. A smile formed on Rika's lips. She barely heard the Nietzscheans storm into the node chamber where her body lay, as the blissful darkness of unconsciousness overcame her. Surrender. Stellar date 09.20.8949, adjusted years. Location, Peerless. Region, Ursa Station, Sepe System, Independent. Rika, Chase asked as he fired a pulse blast at a Nietzschean who'd risen up, a coward attempting to run from the bridge. No response came, and Chase felt a cold shiver run down his back. Rika! Nothing. Sir! One of the marauders called out, and Chase turned to see PFC Holly pointing at the holotank. We're broadcasting to the entire fleet. Which fleet? Chase asked, gesturing for the holo to play the message audibly on the bridge, surprised that it accepted his command. The voice of Admiral Felds suddenly filled the bridge. I repeat, all prior orders were the work of marauder infiltrators. New vectors and targets to follow this message. The Sepins have double-crossed us. They are not coming to aid us. They are joining with the marauders to attack our ships. I repeat, new orders are included with this data burst. Updated vectors and targets are being transmitted now. All Sepin vessels are hostile. Take them out with extreme prejudice. The fuck? One of the mechs whispered. Did we just win or lose? Rika! Chase called out again. Was that you? Chase. Nikki's voice came into his mind. Rika's passed out, and there are Nietzscheans all around us. She sent that message, but now she's out. If they find us... Damn it. Chase's eyes flipped to the holotank, but he barely noticed that every Nietzschean-controlled ship had shifted to new vectors. The weapons fire directed at the Marauder-controlled ships decreasing as the enemy fleet dispersed. Wow. They're going all over the place, Holly muttered from Chase's side. How long can you hold on for? Chase asked Nikki. And what about the Seppies? They weren't coming to help us. They were coming to join the Neats. Oh, Rika covered that too. She sent a message that appeared as though it was supposed to go from Felds to General Saz, but instead she broadcast it to all the Seppies. It painted Saz as a traitor who was siding with Nietzsche to get his share of the spoils when the Neats raped the system. And you? Is Rika hurt? CJ's team is still 2 minutes out. Then there's the 100 Neats all around. Chase considered his options, then thought of something. Can't we just masquerade as the Admiral to all the troops in the station, just like we did with the ships? Already tried that, Nikki replied. The Neats switched to direct relays that they've sent up through the station. They're disregarding anything that's not coming through their channels. I was going to hack them, but Rika used up all the drones. We're out of options here. Potter, Chase called out to the AI controlling the ship's helm. Do you have weapons? Forward beams. One of the firefights disrupted control systems for the aft guns. That's all I need, Chase replied. Get ready to give the station's operations center a light brush. Nikki, can you get me on with their Admiral Felds, assuming he's still up there? He is, and boy oh boy he's been trying to reach us. You should hear some of the things he's been saying. Plus, his face is a very unnatural shade of purple right now. Though he supposed he should expect it,
Chase was constantly amazed at how well AIs could compartmentalize their fears and inject humor.
"Put me through."
Nikki complied, and a moment later, Chase was looking at a view of the Ursa Station Operations Center. The room was the very picture of chaos. Half the people were rushing about without any clear destination, while others were staring at consoles dejectedly. A lot were yelling. It took almost 10 seconds of Chase calling out for the Admiral, who was 10 paces away, screaming at someone to get him in touch with his flagship, before anyone took notice of him. When they did, the entire room fell silent.
"That's more like it," Chase said. "My name is Captain Chase. I'm currently in command of the Peerless, and I demand your unconditional surrender." "What?"
Fells straightened and strode toward where Chase's holo was projecting.
"A mech? In command of my ship? I think not. This is a ruse." "Potter, give them a brush."
A bright light flashed against the Operations Center's windows, and several people within the room screamed.
"Triangulate that," Chase said. "You'll see where it came from. We control all but a handful of ships within half a light second, and the Sepins have changed sides. You're done. This will be a Marauder system by the end of the day." "Marauders take systems now, do they?"
Fells growled, having recovered from the shock of beam fire playing against the control center's windows.
Chase shrugged. "It's becoming a habit, I know. Now order all your troops on the station to stand down immediately and move to the docking bays to surrender."
"And if I don't?"
Admiral Fells growled. "Tag them again, Potter."
Brilliant light once again played against the windows of the Operations Center. Chase saw the plas begin to crack, and several people ran to the doors only to find them sealed.
"Last chance,"
Chase said, praying that Fells wouldn't suspect he was bluffing. He hadn't the stomach to murder a whole room of defenseless people. Fells drew in a deep breath, ready to lash out with a harsh rebuttal. But then the man appeared to deflate, the fight gone out of him. His shoulders drooped and he nodded.
"Okay, you win. I'm sending the message."
"Good," Chase nodded, not even trying to stop the predatory smile that spread across his lips.
"You all stay put."
"They're moving out of the node chamber," Nikki reported. "CJ is just a minute away." Chase felt a moment of dizziness wash over him, and he put a hand on a console to steady himself.
"Stars. We did it."
Victory. Stellar date 09.21.8949. Adjusted years. Location, Fury Lance. Region, Ursa Station, Sepe System, Independent.
"Stars," Rika muttered. "It feels like someone parked the I-2 inside my skull. What happened?"
"Oh, nice of you to rejoin us," Nikki said, the smile she sent into Rika's mind contrasting with the tone she'd used.
"So we lived,"
Rika whispered as she opened her eyes to see that she was laying on her bed in her quarters aboard the Fury Lance. "Lived, saved the day, beat the neats, all the good stuff." Rika tried to sit up, but the pounding in her head intensified and she fell back onto her pillow, which also hurt more than she thought it would. "You should try to be still. There's still a lot of swelling in your brain. The med nano from the ISF is amazing stuff. It dealt with the hemorrhaging and got the inflammation under control, but here on out, you just need time to get back to normal."
"Normal?" Rika whispered. "What the hell does that even mean? What did they do to me?"
"Bondo did a full scan of your brain while you were out. Your neural interconnectivity is on the fast train to holy shitville. You're already closing in on L2 levels, and your axons are twice as long as any I've ever seen. It's a miracle you don't have dendrites coming out of your ears." Rika closed her eyes, wishing away that vision. "Stars, Nikki, that's disgusting. Sorry, I'm nestled in here with them. Not so gross to me." "You're not exactly nestled in with them. You know what I mean."
"Rika?"
a voice asked from the foot of her bed, and Rika opened her eyes again to see Chase approaching.
"Oh, good. You didn't die,"
Rika whispered. "Die?" Chase asked, looking wounded as he sat on a chair next to the bed. "I had too much work to do after you went poof to die."
"Poof? Is that what happened to me? Feels like more than poof."
Chase took her hand, his touch gentle, and Rika realized she was still wearing her human limbs. Chase wasn't, though, and the hard edges of his mech hand felt good against her palm. "Well, I got scared shitless when you disappeared, but then Nikki was still around, so I knew you were okay." "I'm like one of those hard candies they give kids. Takes a lot of licks to wear me down." "That's the weirdest and weakest metaphor I've ever heard," Rika muttered. "So what happened?" Chase chuckled and shook his head before replying. "Well, I threatened to kill everyone in the station ops center if they didn't get all the neats to stand down. Felds put up a bit of a fight, but in all honesty, he was done, worn down to a nub. He surrendered, and we were able to rescue you." Rika laughed and then wished she hadn't. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath before opening them once more and continuing. "Threatening the safety of an entire station just to save me. You're such a romantic, Chase." "Are you sure you should be awake and talking?" he asked, his brows knitting with worry. "Nikki? She can make it a bit longer. Knowing things worked out will help her rest easy." "Yeah," Rika said with a wan smile on her lips. "I need to rest easy. What about the suppies?" Chase's worried expression turned into a winning smile. "Your little ruse worked. The neats turned on the Seppin Space Force, and the leaked message turned the seppies against the neats and their General Saz. Funny thing, though, when it all came out in the wash, Saz was in cahoots with Felds. Their local government has imprisoned him. While that was going on, just about every single Nietzschean ship in the system ended up surrendering. There are 2 currently trying to escape, but the Asura and Capital are hot on their tails." Rika grinned as she imagined the consternation this would cause the Nietzscheans. "Another mysterious defeat that Constantine will only get sketchy details on." "All in a day's work for Rika's Marauders," Chase replied. "Oh, shoot. I need to have a conversation with Alice before we have a chat with the new 5-star in charge of the Seppi fleets." "Alice," Rika whispered. "I'd almost forgotten about her. How did she do?" Chase shook his head. "She's been fine since I got back, but Heather had a pretty big blowout with her. Alice threatened to file charges against Heather, but I've smoothed it over. Borden helped too. For now, she seems back to her old self, which Heather thinks is a ruse. Shoot, sorry, you didn't need that right now. Don't worry, it's all under control." Rika patted Chase's hand. "Good, because I'm about to pass out here. Wake me if you need me." "I love you, Rika. You're amazing in every way." Chase leaned over and brushed his lips against her forehead. "You got it." A lump formed in Rika's throat, and she nodded silently before replying, "I love you too, Chase. Now get out there and take care of everything so I can just kick back and relax. Once my brain shrinks back down to the size of my skull again." Chase stood, a soft laugh escaping his lips. "Yes, ma'am." He stood gazing at her for a moment longer before she shooed him off. "I'm serious. Go, solve all the problems. Oh, and I want cake and fresh coffee and tarts when I wake. Strawberry tarts, 12 at least." Chase stopped at the door and shook his head, a happy grin on his lips. "You got it, Colonel Rika." "Good," she whispered and closed her eyes once more. "I don't really know a lot about romantic relationships, Rika, but I think you have a pretty good guy on your hands." Rika sighed. "The best. I have the best guy." Her thoughts began to drift, making increasingly less sense, a precursor to blessed sleep, when she suddenly heard Tanis's voice. It was saying something. Something about the mission. "Tanis?" "Rika." Rika realized that the words were being sent into her mind, not as Tanis's voice, but as a written text, as though she were reading a console's display. "Tanis, what is this?" Rika asked. "Remember Quancom? You have one inside you." Rika struggled to remember the details of the Quancom system. It was what had allowed the ISF to coordinate their jump into the Albany system 4 weeks ago. Real-time, instantaneous communication across any distance. Quantum entangled rubidium atoms kept within 1/3 of a degree of absolute zero. "There's a Quancom blade in me?" Rika asked, both amazed that such a thing was possible and annoyed that Tanis had put it inside her without Rika knowing. Maybe more than annoyed. Maybe angry. Why? She demanded. A pod, not a blade, can't use much. Sorry, I should have told you, thought you might say no. Why in me? Tech too dangerous. Trust you to keep safe out there. Tanis's explanation didn't do much to assuage Rika's disgruntlement, but she also knew that Tanis wasn't the sort to do things without good reason. Well, I was nearly captured by the Nietzscheans, so it may have been a risk after all, Rika countered. Fewer words, Tanis replied. Finite use. Rika sighed, remembering Phineas discussing the system with Carson at one point. If the rubidium atoms warmed to 3 degrees Kelvin, they would disentangle. Okay. Success in Seppi? It didn't feel like success at the moment, but her objectives were met. Yes, no Nietzsche escaped. Good. I have your next mission. Listen carefully.